Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
My name is Tom, and I am an alcoholic and a drug addict and member of Alanon. Lots of things brought me here, and you'll probably hear about most of them between now and Sunday. I thought, being this is a retreat and we're supposed to be so intently spiritual, I'd start off with something from Scripture if I can ever find it. That's even true with me in the book. I just don't always know where things are. Here we go. Let's try from the book of Proverbs, around chapter 23, and it says, "Who scream? Who shriek? Who have strife? Who have anxiety? Who have wounds for nothing? Who have black eyes? Those who linger long over wine." "Those who engage in trials of blended wine. Look not on the wine when it is red, when it sparkles in the glass. It goes down smoothly, but in the end it bites like a serpent or a poisonous adder. Your eyes behold strange sights. Your heart utters disordered thoughts. You're like one now lying in the depths of the sea, now sprawled at the top of the mast. They struck me, but it pained me not. They beat me, but I felt it not. When shall I wake up to seek wine once again?" And that is the word of the Lord. One of the things I like about that is it's clear one of us wrote it. And until alcoholism was at all explained and described, that little section from Proverbs was translated into a lot of nonsense. But for 1,000 years BC, it's a rather graphic portrayal of DTs, and they didn't know that. But now we know that. This is my first time at Lake Mead, and just for my information, do we have any people for whom this is a first retreat? Hands? Well, welcome. Welcome. This can be a real scary experience because, you've heard about them, from all these wild-eyed crazy people, and you kind of wonder what's going to happen in the course of a weekend. Well, for those of you for whom this is a first-time thing, we pretty much all have a list, and we're going to try to follow that list. I mean, I think it's in that magic packet. People who put together packets are very organized. I can never do it. But we're going to have times together in here where I'm going to talk about different stuff, and there's times of eating and times of sleeping. This is not a cult situation where we keep you up for 48 hours and then make you sign documents. But some people do sleep real badly on retreats. And that just goes across the board, and you should know that. Some people are so excited on their retreat that they can't sleep, and there are all these people they haven't seen, and they want to say hello, and they get very, crazy like that. Now, if that is the way you operate, that's wonderful. Some people, though, the sleep might not be a real easy thing tonight for some people. Some people are just real anxious about retreats because they don't know what they are, or they do know what they are. And This is a weekend of real easy does it. Real easy does it. Some of us practice programs that are very heavy does it, you know. Life is hard, then you die, that kind of stuff. And if that's your program, I'm not going to affirm that at all this weekend. I think that's an awful way to live. I think this is a weekend where with all the different people in here, there's a lot of different reasons. Some people come to these retreats because they haven't heard a new idea in 6 months. And they come to a retreat because hopefully they will be with some people who say some new things, or who talk in some new accents, or who bring new experience. And so some people come to retreats because they want something new, they want some content like that. Some people come to retreats because they're exhausted, especially those of us that run the world a lot. And what we need to do is take some time off. What I would suggest for those of us, most of us work, you know, what I would suggest for like the people who haven't slept in a long time, if you can tonight, get to sleep early and sleep in tomorrow morning. Take a big nap in the afternoon. Get to sleep early Saturday night, sleep in Sunday morning, and when you go back home Sunday evening, people will be amazed at how wonderful you look. And they will say, where have you been? And you'll say, on a retreat. And it will continue the mythology. But what you did was you let yourself sleep some, you know, that's wonderful stuff for a lot of us. Some people come here because we need some quiet time. And there's plenty of space for quiet time. If you want to be quiet, I would suggest don't sit in this room a lot, because this is a room for folks that want to chat. If you need conversation, you know, the only person you've talked to in the past 6 months is your sponsor, and your sponsor's on your case. You know, come on in here and spend some time with folks that aren't yelling at you a lot. But if you want quiet and space, there's a lot of territory out there where there's quiet and space, and you know, half an hour of that, or an hour of that, or 20 minutes, or a whole afternoon tomorrow can be one of the healthiest things you've done in a long time. I recommend that. Some people come to retreats on a regular basis, and being around the program for a while, I find that some of the folks with the happiest sobriety make retreats a regular part of their program. And it is a real attraction, a program of attraction rather than promotion. And if this is a good weekend for you, I hope you feel, you know, free to be able to continue going back to a lot of retreats. There's a myth in California, where I'm from, that the healthiest people go on retreats. Wrong. I think those of us that go on retreats a lot are those of us that need it a lot and value it a lot. And it's just a real special kind of time. I do think God works overtime a lot on weekends like this. So, for newcomers, you know, just stick with us and we'll see what happens. This, by the way, I'm a Catholic priest, but a weekend like this is not a secret attempt to turn anybody Catholic, I assure you. We have enough trouble with our own. And we do not need a whole slew of crazy people, you know, more coming in complaining about why isn't it like it was last year. Who needs that? So relax on that. For people for whom this is the 903rd retreat, okay, because some people do become retreat junkies, this retreat will be different. Oh. Will it be better or worse? It'll be different. The reason it's different is because we're all different from last year. Each one of us is, if we've been alive at all, we've gone. I know there are a couple of places where I'll do a retreat almost on a regular basis every year. Every 2 years I'm there, and so I become familiar with some of the folks. And some years people come to a retreat in crisis. I mean, the most awful things have happened, you know, just that week. Job crisis, relationship crisis, kid crisis, health crisis. And other years, things are just fine. You know, so, I mean, people are different all the time. Anything I'm going to say, I'm sure you've heard before. I mean, I'm not the most creative person. Most of what I talk about are ideas I've stolen from other people, and they just make a lot of sense to me, so I just snag them and make them my own. and pass them on. And they're free. They're really free. The rule of thumb that I would suggest is this. If anything I say or anybody else says this weekend is helpful, use it. And if it's not helpful, don't use it. I mean that too. I mean, well, who's to say? You are. You know, because it might work. One of the reasons I went to Alanon, I found out I'd be going to movies, watching a movie and saying, George should be here. Or, did Sally understand that scene? Maybe I should explain it to her, you know, because it went by awfully fast. So I would attend a lot of events for other people. And I had to find out that what I was going to do if I had to get well is I had to attend events for me. So we're all here for ourselves. Also, a lot of us live crazy lives. And we come into places like this a little obsessed and a little crazy. I assure you of this, when you return home Sunday evening, all those problems will be there. So you don't have to worry about them at all this weekend. Just leave them there and plug into now, and your 19-year-old will still be awful and 19 when you get home on Sunday. I promise that to you. You can't change him or her, but you can help yourself some. Now, one of the truly wise spiritual things I've heard in this program is not to get too hungry, not to get too angry, not to get too lonely, and not to get too tired. Most of us are all of those things. Tonight, you know. So one of the things to take care of this weekend is halt. Slowing down some. Eating regularly. Meeting some folks, letting go of some anger. We'll talk about those things in the talk. At the different times I'm scheduled to talk, what I'd propose to do is wander through the 12 steps as I see them, as I've wrestled with them, as I've had any difficulty with them. Mostly I'm going to talk about my own experience, and we have plenty of seats. Come on in. Don't be shy. Oh, you want to eat by the cook? All right, fine. They know. Let me see. Anyway, but what I'm going to do is talk about very familiar things, mostly talking about experience, and a couple of insights and a couple of opinions. On all of my opinions, by the way, I'm right. Okay. Now, some people, you know, as we get involved in this world of recovery, and I was hearing a woman explain the other day how recovery is as progressive as the disease was. And I believe that. I think recovery is a progressive thing. And I think that recovery takes time. And I think that real is slow. I didn't believe that when I came here. I had a little difficulty with speed. And as far as I was concerned, fast was real, you know, and the faster, the more real. And I loved fast, and I loved flashy, and I loved, you know, quick, dramatic, instantaneous changes. And as a rule of thumb, quick, dramatic, and instantaneous changes don't last. Slow is real. And it takes time to get well. And it takes time to recover. And it takes time to learn how to laugh again, and learn how to cry again, and learn how to love again. But a lot of us, with our little obsessions, figure we're on this time schedule, you know. I mean, I'm 6 months sober, I should be doing X, Y, and Z by now, you know. This is fostered by, if you go and say, I'm suicidal, they say, how sober are you? I'd say 9 months, they'd say, you're right on schedule. On what schedule? You know, where is that in the book? Well, it's nowhere in the book. Some people seem to get well real fast, and I'm a slow getter-weller. I believe in slow. There's one character in California who says that your first year of sobriety is when everything physical gets taken care of, and your second year of sobriety is when the emotional gets taken care of, and your third year of sobriety is when your spiritual things get settled. Well, that might be true if you're real fast. But for a lot of us, it takes a year or two to get physical things back in place. And 2 or 3 years to get emotions at all back into normal. And maybe 2 or 3 years to get spirituality put into perspective. I'm of the opinion that if you're 5 years sober, you're in early sobriety. I really believe that. I'm almost 9 years sober, and I think I'm in early sobriety. You know, I really do. And because the problem is when I start saying, how many days do you have? We start comparing a lot. And we start doing mine is bigger than yours, which happens in some areas, probably not in Nevada, but it does happen. And it's just real difficult to focus in on the fact that different people have different rates, and it takes time, and slow is real, and what exists is today. That's what's real. Some anthropologists off in New Zealand, Australia, were doing a big study of the Aborigines. And the Aborigines, by the Australians, are called Abos. And these people were nomads and lived very close to the earth and lived in areas of incredible desert. And so moisture and water were big issues, and food supply was limited. And they lived real close to the land. And anthropologists would watch them. And they would notice this whole tribe of Abos would be going along and all of a sudden just stop. Not sit down, not take a bathroom break, not make camp. They'd just stop. Then, for no apparent reason, they'd start going again and walk on for a while more, then they might stop again. Go on again. And this pattern drove the anthropologists crazy, because they were trying to figure out what's the pattern, what are they doing, what are these people doing. And finally, after watching this for months and months and months, trying to figure out what's going on, they approached one of the old wise people of the tribe, and they said, what are you doing? We see you stop, and you're traveling along, and things are fine, and for no apparent reason you stop and just stand still. What's going on? And the old man looked at the anthropologist as if he were talking to a child and said, we stop so that our souls may catch up with us. Now that's something lots of us need to hear, because we're busy already figuring out what's going to happen Sunday night when I go home to the 19-year-old. You know? Stopping so souls can catch up with us is an important part of being sober. Slowing down. Getting in touch. When I found out, when I stopped alcohol and other things, that I could stay just as crazy by staying real busy all the time. And I developed a little problem with workaholism, which I'll talk about. And my workaholism is that I'm always busy but don't get much done. But I'm always busy. And I found if I'm doing that all the time, it ensures the fact that I'm not going to be feeling very much. And a lot of getting well has to do with a lot of feelings. The first step of recovery in my book says that we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. I was a couple of months sober before I asked anybody to be my sponsor. I didn't understand the rules here at all. And I think, sometimes we figure that people figure this out real fast. I mean, how the program works and how meetings run. And I really didn't. I'm a slow study. But I'd go to meetings and people would do this razzmatazz about sponsors. You gotta have a sponsor. You gotta have a sponsor. And I didn't know why. But I finally, at 3 or 4 months sober, asked a fella to be my sponsor. And he was a Vietnam vet, and he was a couple of years younger than I was. And what we did as sponsor-sponsee was we would hang out together. That's basically what it came down to. And when I felt exceptionally awful, I would say, James, I feel exceptionally awful. And he would say, what step are you working? Now that was the relationship for a year. But I said, I don't know what step I'm working. I don't understand the steps. And my problem with the steps was that they were all English words, but it made no difference. So James would say, read the first step to yourself. And I said, all right. Okay. And he says, now what does it say? And I says, well, this step says that I was powerless over alcohol and that my life had become unmanageable. And he said, wrong. He said, read the first step. What's it say? I was powerless over alcohol and my life had become unmanageable. He said, wrong. Well, he did that for a long enough time to make me feel very angry and very stupid. And I was saying, what are you trying to tell me? He says, read it out loud. And I said, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol in our lives. He said, exactly, we. Not I. We. He said a very significant word in the 12 steps, and a word that a lot of us skip over because we don't bother to notice, is the word we. Because I alone, isolated, am hopeless. But we together have hope. And it's a real important thing to be conscious of the fact that in getting well, we're joining a group. In some sense, we're joining a group. You cannot get well alone. I believe that. Well, I want to be independent, you know, all that stuff. A woman named Blanche explained it like this. She said, babies are dependent. They really are. Adolescents are independent. That's why they're so wonderful to live with. But adults are interdependent. Adults give and take. And that's why it's a whole new world to most of us, because we're stuck in being 15. And independent, leave me alone, me first, out of my way, don't tell me what to do, I'm fine. That's what 15-year-olds do. But learning how to be an adult means learning how to give and learning how to take and learning how to change and learning how to contribute and learn. It's no longer me first, it's my turn. You know? That's a new world to a lot of us, being able to take our turns. One of the first spiritual awakenings I had in this program took place in Berkeley when I was about 9 months sober. I went into a meeting on our Berkeley Wednesday night group, and I was sitting, they read the 5th chapter and all that stuff, you know, and I was waiting for the meeting to get started. And I looked around the room and suddenly noticed that I was not the only person in the room. Now this is 6, 7, 8, 9 months sober, and I was floored. I am not the only person in we. My arrogance is the arrogance of saying, if you really knew who I was, you would nicely ask me to leave. Hopefully nicely. I never felt like I belonged. I never felt worthy. I never felt whole. I never felt complete. I was always very inadequate and embarrassed to be me. And that if you knew me, you would say, please leave. I mean, this is a nice joint, you know. What occurred to me in that room once I noticed there were other women and men in the room, my logical mind said, Tom, everybody in this room has a right to be here. You're in this room. You've got a right to be here too. It was belonging that finally started to happen after 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 months. Starting to feel like I belong. I came in very isolated. My drinking story, I don't have a horror story drinking. I really wish I did. I've heard people share about where they've been after a couple of social drinks, and it's most amazing. We had the shortest and most horrifying qualification I ever heard was a longshoreman in San Francisco named Frank. All longshoremen are named Frank. And he said, my name is Frank and I'm an alcoholic and I drank till I killed a man. Does anyone have a topic? Well, I'm impressed, you know. I never got a drunk driving ticket, ever. I never spent a night in jail. I never was fired from a job because of drinking. I never was thrown out of a house because of drinking. I never even got a tattoo. You know, I mean, there are a lot of required things that I just never got around to do. So that was, but what happened to me was that I was becoming increasingly non-functional. The story of my drinking is a story of depression. All of my 20s I was very depressed, manic depressive frequently. I was able to function, but it cost me more and more to function. And I ended my drinking, I was in the end of my second year of theology at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. I lived on the second floor of a building, and I stayed on the floor as much as I could because you can't fall easily. Although you still can. You know, you get rug burns and can't remember how that happened because you were lying on the floor to start with. I had the curtains pulled. I feel very warm and secure with pulled curtains. And the reason I had the curtains pulled was because they were out there. Now, if you don't know who they are, you're not ready for the program yet. They are the ones who would follow me across campus, never during the daytime, usually at night. They would listen in on the phone. Again, not always, but regularly. What else would they do? There's a stretch of road called Highway 17, which is between Berkeley and the Oakland airport. And I would be on that, bringing people to the airport or picking them up or something. And all of a sudden, I'd be driving along in the evening and suddenly become aware of the fact that someone was in the back seat. A threatening someone was in the back seat. It wasn't like, you know, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. This was an axe murderer was in the back seat. And I could hear them breathing, and I would turn the mirror just so I could see who they were, and they'd duck, you know? And I would pull off the road very fast, and I would stop in, like, Safeway parking lots and jump out of the car and look in the back seat to see who was there, and they would have gotten out somehow. Well, people get very nervous in the neighborhood when you do that a lot, you know? And I was doing that a lot. I also found, I guess politely we call this personal hygiene. Theoretically, I was all for showers. I just couldn't do much about them, however. I was exhausted. I was burned out. I was very depressed. And I found the thought of picking up a towel and a bar of soap and a bathrobe, and this was the door that you pulled on, and you opened and went out and locked it behind you because who knows, you know, you're in Berkeley. And we'd walk down to the shower, and then you push that door open, and you put the towel and take the robe off and get the water just right, and go in and wash everything with soap, and then rinse off everything without the soap, drying, putting the towel back on you and back to your room. That was an exhausting process for me, so I just stopped doing it. And washing clothes, who had time? I mean, this was one of those other little bourgeois things, you know, that I didn't want to get involved with anymore, so I didn't. And food became a big issue. Again, I was all for food, but I just couldn't do it. A woman in the neighborhood cooked a lamb curry. And lamb curry has a way of staying in the air. And I'd walk by her house and throw up. And reach the conclusion that I was allergic to lamb curry. Never occurred to me that alcohol may be involved with this. And just what was possible with my body was there were only two things that would stay down. One was tomato soup, and the nice thing about tomato soup was you did not have to take it out of the can to eat it. And the second thing was hot dogs. And we had a little place down the road where you can go and buy a hot dog. So for the last 6 months of my drinking, what stayed, and of course was tomato soup and hot dogs. And then, of course, I had to have alcohol, caffeine, and nicotine. Those were the things I needed to survive. But the food which I ate as kind of a, to please my mother, that would stay. Now, when I came into Alcoholics Anonymous, I didn't have a lot of suicidal thoughts. Suicide was not big on my agenda. When I was much younger in college, I thought of suicide. Who doesn't in college? I thought that was a very normal response to the situation. And I can remember some nights things would be so crazy, and of course I would have had a couple of beers and smoked a couple of joints. Life would be so crazy, and I'd just be wound up and couldn't get to sleep, and I'd be panicky and pacing back and forth at the age of 21, 22, 23. And I'd suddenly realize that in the house we had enough sleeping pills where I could kill myself, and all of a sudden I would relax and go to bed. Knowing that they were there was really helpful. But my problem by the time I was all of 29 and at this stage of my alcoholism where I wasn't functioning real well, suicide was not the thing. For me, the thing was insanity. The book I was reading was called I Never Promised You a Rose Garden. This is a book about a young woman who is nuts. And what happens is, when she's much younger, life is kind of awful, and she develops a fantasy world that's wonderful and filled with imaginary people. And when life got awful, she'd go visit her fantasy world. Now, a lot of us do that. The difference was that her fantasy world became very real to her. And all of a sudden, she didn't have control anymore about when she went and when she left. She would just go, and then the fantasy world became a nightmare world, where instead of it being a place of wonder and light, it was a place of awfulness and threat, and she couldn't break out of it. Anyway, at one point in the book, as she's learning, the doctor, who's a wonderful woman, is her therapist, and her doctor says, "Oh, you're feeling uncomfortable. Don't run from it. It's okay to be uncomfortable." Have we heard those words before? And the little girl was saying, "Well, I don't like being uncomfortable. I don't like the pain. I don't like these feelings." And the shrink said, "I never promised you a rose garden. I promised you won't have to live in that crazy world anymore." Well, shortly after that, the young woman discovers that sanity is a choice. And so is insanity a choice. And when I was reading that book on the floor of my room in summer of 1976, I really understood that I had a choice that I could just flip out. And the way it was, I envisioned it like this. I would go to my room and sit in my chair and start rocking back and forth. And in a couple of days, they'd come to find me. And I'd be rocking back and forth. And they'd say, "Tom!" And Tom wouldn't be home. And they'd take me to a place where I could rock back and forth for a long time. And they'd take me for walks and feed me. And then in about 20, 25, 30 years, I'd come back to see if anything had gotten better. And if it hadn't gotten better, I was going to stay gone. Boom. Now, at the age of 29, to me, that seemed like a remarkably attractive option to the way I was living my life. And I went into men that I had lived with for some time, members of my community that I'd known since I was 18 years old. A couple of them started going to Alanon because they began finding out that when I said, "Good Lord, I don't remember that," I wasn't lying. And it took them years to figure that I wasn't lying out. And anyway, they were very concerned about me, and they learned all of those Alanon tricks that they teach in the secret Alanon sessions. And one evening, a friend of mine and I had gone out, and we went to visit a former student named Charlie, as a matter of fact, in Berkeley, and Charlie brought out a bottle of vodka, and Charlie doesn't drink because both of his parents were on the program. I didn't know that. My buddy had a drink, and I drank the bottle, which was the normal way of doing things, and I was hilarious and charming and amusing, and then got out onto the street, went into a blackout, and came out of it 5 hours later feeling vaguely uncomfortable. But I was in my room, and I called my buddy the next morning, and I said, hey, what happened last night? Now, if he was into my disease as much as he had been for years, what he would have said was, Tom, last night you were an asshole. Period. And I was expecting that, and that I can deal with. Yes, I know it, I'll never do it again. Instead, he said, why don't you drop by? And I said, okay. So walked over to his house, had a cup of coffee and a cigarette, of course, which you need to them that morning. Then you're never going to get them to shut up. But, they want to tell you about it. So I forgot my book, and what I discovered, though, was when you don't have a book and you don't want people to talk to you, grin. Because they'll think you're on Thorazine. And just nod a little, and they're fine. So I nodded and grinned, and the meeting started. And this old-timer, little tiny white Tom Dewey mustache, the people in this room, my hair was a lot longer than I was supposed to. The people in this room all were short-haired. They all were clean-shaven. Most of them wore polyester. Most of them had socks on. And most, including the women, wore tattoos. This was your AA meeting, real AA. So I just sat there grinning, and this old-timer, who was 1 billion years old, said that we all knew his story, and he wouldn't bore us with it. And everyone in that room burst into laughter. They were laughing and screaming. I laughed, too. I didn't know what he was talking about, but what was clear to me was if you want to survivors, one way you survive is by fitting in. Do not look like you don't belong. Do not look like you don't understand. They think it's funny. I think it's funny. But what my head was saying was, and this happens a lot, I'm talking, my head is working, my head was saying, Tom, you should have been here last week when he told his story. And you've always been like this. You have always been late for the crucial class, When the term paper assignments were given, you were out. When the rules of the game were explained, you were in the bathroom. So what I have done for years is play catch-up. And that's what I was going to do. Act like you know what you're doing. The antennae are way out to here, so you're picking up everything, and you'll find out how to act and get out of the room alive. And that's high. Get out alive is real good. All right. There was a guy there talking next, and he said that he had a real good week. I think the topic was, how was your week? It was one of those meetings. And he said that he had such a good week that afternoon he cut the front lawn. I did not want what he had. I'm very impressed with anybody who can do yard work and the laundry in the same week. And if you can do that, I think you're heroic. Because it's very difficult. Anyway, I was not impressed then. There was a married couple at this meeting, male-female. And they were married to each other. And they were talking to each other. And touching each other affectionately. I haven't seen that in years. And I thought that was the most bizarre thing I had seen. That, where do these people come from? And then it was my turn to talk. Well, I said, my name is Tom, and I'm an alcoholic. And they said, hi, Tom! It takes a long time to get used to that. It really does. I think it was months before I just took it like a blow. It was all this shouting and group participation. It reminded me of a movie called The Rocky Horror Picture Show. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it is exactly like Berkeley AA, if you ever do see it. People wear costumes and act out. All right. I told this group of people with whom I had nothing in common. I mean, I was younger by them all by 30 years, and, you know, the sock issue was a big issue. I said that I hadn't had a drink since Tuesday night, which was true. And my last drink was beer, which isn't alcohol, as we all know. And it was 2 pitchers of beer, and I did not get drunk. I mean, if I knew that was going to be my last drink, I would have done it differently. You know, with the bottle in a motel room, you know, and but it was just awful. I just went to the bathroom a lot. When I told this ancient, short-haired, clean-shaven, sock-wearing, tattooed group of women and men that I hadn't had a drink since Tuesday night, they burst into applause. And that never happened to me before. That really nonplussed me, as we say. Because, see, before, I mean, when dealing with people out on planet Earth, and you say, you know, I haven't had a drink in a month, they don't clap. They look embarrassed, or they change the subject, or they ask the children to leave the room. These people applaud, and I got a lot of that, you know. These people applauded because they knew what it meant to not have a drink since Tuesday night. And I never met anybody like that before. It was at that moment that I felt hope. I was not real glad to be there, though, for a long time. I want to make that real clear. Like sometimes with newcomers, you know, we'll do that. There was a meeting I went to for years in Los Angeles. I was sober in L.A. for 4 years. And L.A. has its own distinctive style of doing anything, as you know. Anyway, there was a meeting called Hollywood Saturday Night. Everyone wore dark glasses and called each other darling. But there were like 300 people in the room. And it was a real well-lit room. I mean, there were some AA meetings can be divided into 2 groups. One have the one light bulb hanging from the ceiling, and it's dark and murky and filled with cigarette smoke. The other is brilliantly lit, filled with cigarette smoke. All right, those are your 2 kinds of it. This was the brilliantly lit type, and there were 300 people, everyone upbeat, and it was just tremendous energy. And they would start the meeting reading the 5th chapter. Then they would say, turn to the people next to you and say hello, very upbeat. I hated it. And I was at this meeting, and they said, do we have it? Are there any newcomers among us? Would you like to raise your hands? And you saw these women and men holding onto the chair with one hand and having the other one being shoved up by their sponsor, you know. All right. Then the chair would say, would you like to stand up and give us your names? The answer is no, you know. I mean, I'm lucky to be in the room, and you want me to talk to the group and use that word. Awful. So I was not happy for a long time. To be a footnote on that, I started hearing the people who were grateful alcoholics or happy alcoholics. We had a guy in L.A. Skid Row. His name was Charlie, and he says, my name is Charlie. I'm a lucky alcoholic. You know, so we always called him Lucky Charlie. Well, that to me sounded schlocky. It sounded insincere. It sounded... It sure wasn't this. I mean, what grateful alcoholic was not me. I was sober 3 years, I guess, and I was at a meeting in the San Fernando Valley, which is like visiting 1953. And this guy on the podium, early 1953, it was like March, this guy on the podium said, you know, I'm not grateful that I'm an alcoholic, but I'm real grateful you are. And that, bong, that was true for me. That my first gratitude around being an alcoholic was that you were. And then it kind of spread to where now I'm fairly peaceful with it. But I do not have a quick romance with AA. I talked about that first meeting feeling hopeful. What's important for you to realize is hopeful is not my favorite feeling. I was not home at my first meeting. Hopeful for me, I have to explain, pardon me for getting a little denominational this evening, but it comes part from being raised Roman Catholic, and it has to do with the afterlife. Okay. Now, we were told, as small children, that if you were extraordinarily good and died, you went directly to heaven. You know, that consisted of Jesus and his mother. That's who that happened to. If, on the other hand, you were awful, dreadful, loathsome, disgusting to the max, when you died, you did not pass go, you did not collect $200, you went directly to hell. See? Now, the question, therefore, is, what about the 97% of us in the middle? See? Who have good days and bad days, you know? Who have some weaknesses and some strengths, and, you know, I mean, it's the vast majority. Where do we go? Well, there was a place called purgatory. Okay, this is a familiar word to some of you. All right, now, purgatory is where you go to get cleansed, to get purged, to get cleaned up so you can enter heaven. Okay. Now, what's the difference between hell and purgatory? Well, they would say hell is a place of fire and brimstone and pain and anguish and loathsomeness and misery that goes on forever. Purgatory, on the other hand, is a place of fire and brimstone and anguish and misery and loathsomeness that only goes on for 100 zillion years. Therefore, in purgatory, there is hope. Okay. And the hope is this, even though this is awful, in 100 zillion years I'll get out. That's what hope, and hope has always meant that to me. Hope is not, oh, I'm so hopeful. Hope is, in 100 zillion years I'll get out. That's what it means for me. So at my first meeting, I was hopeful, but not happy. You know, you understand the problem that I come, all right. Now, what was I hopeful for? Because I think you need to be concretely hopeful about stuff. At that meeting, my hope was this. It was vivid. Looking back, it was just clear to me, you know, that as they say, more is revealed, and you suddenly notice what was going on, and you didn't notice it when the next, all right. In that Friday in August of 1976, at that old-timers meeting, I was hopeful that if I went to these meetings forever and never had another drink or a joint or pill for as long as I lived, and I was going to live to be real old. If I did all that, what I was hopeful for was that it won't get any worse. And in August of 76, that seemed like a bargain. I mean, I was willing to I knew I'd never laugh again. I knew I'd never trust anybody again. I knew I'd never feel well again, and I knew I'd never feel energy again. I mean, I was a very depressed, burned out, exhausted person when I came here. 6 months later, I was taking a class in the theology of hope and at the Theological Union, and we read books, and most of the books were by German theologians. And when you read a lot of German theologians, you find out that one of their big issues is, why did we lose the Second World War? That's a big issue for German theologians. Anyway, we had to concretely share something hopeful. I remember this vivid. It was we would meet in my room, as a matter of fact. There were 5 of us. It was a seminar. And at 6 months clean and sober, what I shared as my concrete hope was this. Right now, I'm hopeful that I could die without being institutionalized. And I thought that was sensational. And the other 5 people in the room were horrified. Just horrified. And it occurred to me, I didn't try to explain a lot, and I'm glad that I had that presence of mind. Because these were earth people. These people didn't know the magic of getting through any given 24-hour period without having to drink or fix or pee on yourself. They didn't know. And I remember going back to my home group and telling them about my change in hope, that I thought I'm pretty sure I could now die without being institutionalized, and they clapped. It's real different. One of the reasons I go to meetings is because people understand. And they're not easily horrified. Where some folks out on the planet panic easily. You know that. Okay. It's 9 o'clock. I'd like to end in about 4 minutes, just so you can, plan your whatever you're going to do in 4 minutes. But I'd like to mention this. Sometimes, tomorrow morning, I want to talk about God, and I want to talk about spirituality a lot. Not that by a lot, I don't mean, for 4 hours. I mean, there are some ideas I want to say about that, because I think there are important things to say about both of those topics. But being a spiritual person. The book says the spiritual life is not a theory. It has to be very practical. And I'm of the school of thought that says spiritual things are very practical and very simple. Spiritual things are not having great insights. My best insights occurred after a couple of social drinks. I do not need insights. Insights are not my problem. My problem is action and living. And therefore, spirituality has to be concerned with the way I act and the way I live. And not the way I act by myself alone in my room. Nothing gets worked out alone in your room. Have you noticed that yet? Let's run it through one more time. If I start, let me figure it out again, alone in my room. It doesn't work. What spirituality concerns is my relationship with other people and with my higher power and with myself. It is relational. It is relational. And a healthy spirituality connects me to the world. It connects me to my community. It connects me to my sisters and brothers. It's not something that divides, it's something that connects. But a lot of us start hearing all this spiritual talk and we figure we have to get holy real fast. So what does that mean? Well, Monday I stopped drinking, and Tuesday I stopped dope, and Wednesday no more sugar for me. Not me. Thursday, throw away the cigarettes. Friday, start jogging just a little. Saturday, you're looking at the want ads for marathons. Where can I run for a marathon? On Monday, you're on the microbiotic diet. And on Tuesday, you're drunk again. And you can't figure out what happened. I was going so good. Let me tell you what happened. Thomas Aquinas is a 13th century Dominican and compulsive overeater who was so huge that they had to cut a place for him out in the table so he could move up a little closer just to nosh. Okay, that's Thomas Aquinas. But Aquinas was a brilliant man and a genuinely good human being. And one of the bumper stickers he came up with was this. He said, "Pray that you don't run faster than God's grace." And I think lots of us need to hear that on a regular basis, not to run faster than God's grace. So, we are sober and we're going to do a retreat, and now we're going to get real spiritual. Where are all the spiritual books? Why don't I start reading the Bible with Genesis? Well, my suggestion on that is this. If you think you should read the Bible to get well, start it when you're around 5 years sober. 5 years of good sobriety with a sponsor who does not put up with bullshit. Then you can start to do that. And there are libraries filled with spiritual books, and lots of them are good. Some of them are nuts. But lots of them are good. When should I start reading all of those? After 5 years of sobriety, if you've got a good sponsor who doesn't put up with bullshit. Well, what should I do between now and 5 years? This book is called Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm not someone who reads it all the time. I'm really not. I don't have, every day I read a chapter. If I was that disciplined, I'd be governor of California. I just can't do that. But what I do is I regularly read it, which means a couple of times a month, or a couple of times a year, or a couple of times a day, but regularly. And I kind of find that it regularly changes, and I stick notes in here, and I cross things out that I don't like, and then I have to write them back in. I mean, this book is something I have to get real familiar with. Everything in here is reaffirmed by any spiritual book that's healthy. So reading this means you're not, but it speaks a language we use, and it talks about our experience, and it's real practical, and you don't have to rush. We're going to be alive for a long time. And we have lots of time to read lots of things. And I really am a believer in using basic literature to get a basic program of how to meditate, how to pray, how to live a life in connection with other people. I'm going to use both the Hebrew scriptures and the Christian scriptures because I'm familiar with some of them, and I find that they illustrate points I want to make a lot, and I hope that doesn't offend anybody. Again, if it helps, use it. If it doesn't help, ignore it. And I'm also going to make references to the book because I find that the book is an inspired work, and it's not written pretty, and I like that. I really do. So there, some folks may want to chat with me tomorrow. Tonight, I'd basically like to go to my room and pass out. But tomorrow, I'll have a sign-up list for folks who might just want to chat. Well, what do you talk about to a priest? Whatever you want. Say hello. If it's been a while since you've seen one of us. If you are raised a good Baptist and think we have horns, you might want to check that out. Really, it's not there. If you want to do a fifth step, I'm available for that. If you just want to, share something that you don't feel comfortable sharing at your home group, because they lynched the last one who shared that. Don't you love that? Tell the truth at these meetings, but don't say that. Anyway, I'll be available for any of that. Or if you just want to talk about the weather, I'm good on weather. I really am. So I'll make it 20-minute slots, and 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, but it is still a certain amount of time that we can use, and I'll be available in the morning, in the afternoon, and tomorrow evening, and sometime on Sunday. And I'll probably have that over by the table as we go in, just so you can sign up tomorrow. Okay? Any questions or insights, or have I offended anybody? If I haven't, you haven't been listening, Okay. Why don't we end in the usual fashion? Let's start with a serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And this time I really mean it. You ever do that, I never did before, God, but this time I really do. Okay. I'd like to propose a couple of changes. I know. My experience with drunks is the one thing we hate most is changes. We didn't do it like this last year, but I'd like to suggest we have a couple in this afternoon's schedule. If we've got a talk at 9 o'clock that will go until 10, and then we're going to have a break, and I'm going to see a couple of folks. And then 11 to 12 we'll have a talk here. That's normal so far. And then 12:15 is lunch. And then what happens after lunch? Anything you want. See? Now, if you need to go for a walk, go for a walk. If you would like to have a little meeting with 4 or 5, have a little meeting. If you want to take a nap, take a nap. If you want to read the big book, read the big book. I mean, any of those things are fine until 4:30. That means you have an afternoon free. Now, if you're a junkie like I'm a junkie, that should make you very uncomfortable because you have 4 hours and no one's telling you what to do. See? It's not structured. I don't like it when it's not structured. Well, it's okay. Yeah, you identify, do you? All right. Part of slowing down is getting some time. And for many of us, because we lead such busy lives, we haven't had 4 hours to ourselves in the last 5 years. And so it's okay to take the time. So if you need a nap or a book, or if you want to, just mosey around or talk to someone you don't know, that's perfectly okay. All right. So that's why it really is part of a retreat experience is that kind of free time. I don't think a retreat weekend should be so exhausting where every moment, that's boot camp, that's not a retreat. The schedule has a mass schedule for 3:45. I'd like to move that to 4:30. 4:30. And what that is, for those of you who have it's called a mass, or it's called a liturgy, or it's called a Eucharist. If it's been a while since you've been, it's in English now. And if you've never been, I'd like to invite you. It's a time of prayer and meditation. It's a form of worship that consists of some reading and some listening and some praying together, which is very familiar to most AA people, plus a certain amount of ritual, which is a different form of prayer and meditation. If you'd like to be present for that, you're most welcome. You don't have to sign anything, during it. And that should last perhaps half an hour, 40 minutes max. So 4:30 till a little after 5. What else can I tell you about that? Part of the ceremony, I'll explain the whole thing as we go along. But as part of it was that the priest was supposed to drink a little wine during it. And this was very dangerous if you were on antabuse, or if you had gone through aversion treatment recently. So Pope Paul VI gave a special dispensation to alcoholic priests, so we get to use grape juice. And we'll be using grape juice this afternoon, and if you'd like to receive from the chalice, you're most welcome, and it's user-friendly. Okay, that's it. At 5:30 is dinner, not 5. So set your stomachs back half an hour. Okay, 5:30 is dinner. And then from 7 until 8 tonight, I'll give a presentation, and then at 9 o'clock we'll have the meeting. 7 to 8 I'll talk, and then even 8:30 if you want. I mean, that's your time, but it won't be as late as 9:30. Tomorrow, I'd like to give a talk between 9 and 10, and then break for a bit, maybe an hour, and then give a talk between 11 and 12. So instead of having things end at 11, we'd end at 12. And then you can rush back to the chaos that's in your lives there. And this is interesting too. Some people, you'll look forward to retreat so much, it's like the weeks beforehand, the only thing getting them through is the fact they'll be on retreat. Wait till Friday night and I can get there. And then you get here and you're worried about back home, and sometime in the middle of Saturday afternoon you finally land here. And then Sunday morning you got to get home. You don't have to go home. Hang out here as long as you need to hang out here. And we'll keep going till about noon, and then you can split afterwards. Okay. So tomorrow, instead of a 9 to 11 slot, 9 to 10, then an hour of free time, and then you can pack your clothes if you want to know what to do. And then 11 to 12, and I'll give the final pitch then. Okay? Now, if none of that occurs to you, I mean, you don't remember that, I have it written down here. Okay, so you can go and check it out. What are we doing next? Just follow the people in front of you. Okay. I wanted to start this morning... and the list is pretty much full for folks who want to see me. Basically, I'll tell you to go to meetings and read the book and talk to your sponsor. So if you didn't see me, that is what I'll tell you. Okay? And I'll be out, I'll meet the folks, say, here, and then we'll just wander out there and mosey for a while outside as long as it doesn't get too awful out there. I wanted to start this morning by talking about one of the traditions. I like moseying through some of the traditions because a lot of times we don't. It's what you read, on the first Monday of each month, at your meeting or something. And we don't respect, sometimes we don't listen to the traditions very much. And I think the traditions are a crucial determining factor in the way Alcoholics Anonymous and Alanon have survived and changed. My one experience of being with a non-traditional group is when I was a couple of years sober, I went to Sweden. I mentioned that last night, and I found out that AA in Sweden is very small. In the city of Stockholm, which has 1.5 million people, there are 25 sober members of Alcoholics Anonymous who are Swedish speaking. Then you got a little flock of Americans. That's why the American Embassy is all... If you want to find out who's sober in a foreign country, call the American Embassy. And there will be people there who are sober. In Moscow, you call the Los Angeles Times. The foreign correspondents, because sober people, and that's where you always call the Moscow correspondent of the LA Times, and he'll tell you where meetings are. You find that out in Helsinki. I mean, there are all these things. When you're in Helsinki, call this number, and they'll tell you the next thing. It's very suspicious. But in Sweden, then you have about 40 or 45 Finnish-speaking members of AA in Stockholm. And where do all the other people go? Because if you look around any AA group, there's an awful lot of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. You notice that? So what about all the rest of these Swedes and Norwegians and Danes who are drunks? Well, as far as the Swedes go, the Swedes got AA directly from the hands of Bill Wilson. They sent a delegation over because they knew they had a serious problem. And they went and they talked to Bill Wilson, and it was like going, Moses on Sinai. And Wilson gave them the traditions and the steps and so forth. So these Swedish drunks took it back to Sweden and improved it. And what they noticed a couple of things. One was that the steps were too God-oriented. So they dropped a lot of that because Swedes are not into God. So instead of 12 steps, there were 7. And then they looked at some of these traditions and they said, these traditions are crazy. For one thing, according to these traditions, you can't throw anyone out. And that's bad, So they changed that one. And then they said, also, it says that we ought to be fully self-supporting. And this is in the welfare state, where everything is paid for. They said, why should we be self-supporting when we could get money from the government? So they do. And they don't call themselves AA, they call themselves Länkarna. And Länkarna is largely a social group, and it does help some people stay sober. And whenever you talk about alcoholism or recovery in Swedish consciousness, they think of this Länkarna organization that is roughly equivalent to AA, but is really very, very different. It's not a spiritual program, it's a social group. And AA got started there, and in consciousness, Länkarna is for your average people, and AA is for snobs. Which I think is a wonderful switch, because here we figure AA is, the last place where they can't throw you out, And in many, many ways in Sweden, AA is exactly the way it was in the United States before the Jack Alexander article. A lot of people just don't know about it. In fact, in foreign movies, if AA is mentioned, they don't translate Anonyma Alkoholister in Swedish, they translate Länkarna. So people don't even get the AA association, and then you have a little bit of alcoholism there. So it's very. So anyway, because of experiences like that, I've really learned to value the traditions which form us so. Like tradition number 3, long form. Our membership ought to include all who suffer from alcoholism. Hence, we may refuse none who wish to recover. It says that in black and white. Now, I know groups that don't practice that. I mean, they do exclude people because they are the wrong color, or they're the wrong size, or they're the wrong age, or they sleep with the wrong person. You know? And you say, well, the tradition says we may refuse none who wish to recover. Then it says, nor ought AA membership ever depend upon money or conformity. You know? What? Have you been to groups where they all have the group T-shirt and group cigarette? You know? In this group, we smoke this, and we dress like this, and when we talk, we wear a tie because we want people to be attracted to us. Nor ought AA membership ever depend upon money or conformity. Any 2 or 3 alcoholics gathered together for sobriety may call themselves an AA group, provided that as a group they have no other affiliation. That's why some folks say that one of the greatest increasers of AA meetings in any given area is resentment. Because the meeting you've been attending did it wrong. You know, or they let them in or something, and so you, boom, out of a resentment, you form another group. Well, I think that's God working through resentments, is what that is, because what it does, you don't have a meeting of 1,000 people, you have, dozens of meetings of hundreds of people or scores of people, and I think that's wonderful. But this is a funny kind of principle. We don't come into the fellowship known for our tolerance. And if you're anything like me, I didn't have a lot of use for people that didn't look like me. And if they looked like me, I was suspicious. Like you hear people talk, like women talking about how when they came into the program they didn't like women, or men coming into the program saying when they came into the program they didn't like men. There were whole groups of people. I never talked to them. I never talked to those. And it's what happens by regularly going to meetings, if God's grace is working, is a lot of those rigid barriers start breaking down. We had one character come to a meeting where I was a regular, and he spent a lot of years in jail, and when you heard his story, you were thrilled you paid your tax dollars on time. Because that had built the prisons which kept him in there. This was just this was not a miscarriage of justice. This was an awful person, Anyway, he got sober in jail, and he was finally paroled, but he was still not what you would call a wonderful person. This guy was never known to smile, and he was filled with bigotry and intolerance, and he was self-righteous and just awful. So he would come to our meetings on a regular basis, and he wouldn't talk much because he was busy judging, But every so often he would, and one time he came in and he had a crisis. Whenever he had a crisis and he needed to talk, the core group he would talk to, it was a men's stag, of course, where we all talk in deep voices and have real problems, men's stags. Don't go to that wimp AA, men's stags. Men, oh well. So he came in one night and he was very, very angry and very crazy, and we said, what's going on? And he said, today a black person asked me to be his sponsor. No, he didn't say black person. And he was just enraged. He hated them and hated everything about them, and back in 1942, and all this bullshit that was coming up. And so he ventilated, as we say, and then he said, what should I do? And we took a group conscience, and we decided that he probably really should sponsor this man. Now, we didn't know why this man wanted him to be his sponsor. But that was not our problem, It was just, so we said, we think your higher power, maybe you could help him,
But anyway, so things were fine for a while, and then about 6 months later he came back in, and he was just eyes like that and crazy. And we said, what's up? And he said, today a gay man asked me to be a sponsor. And he did not say gay man, you know. And again, another 15 minutes of just this, it was like, you know, popping this blister, and all this poison was coming out. And when he got finished ventilating, we took a group conscience and said, we think that, you know, we think you ought to do it. You know, I mean, this, who knows how God works. And then about 6 months later, he came in again, and we've never seen him so strung out. And we said, what's up? And he said, well, it finally happened. We said, what? He said, today a nun asked me to be your sponsor. And he laughed. And he laughed. And it was the first time in recorded memory that this man had ever laughed. And when that happened, I had a couple of reflections. One is, isn't it interesting how sponsorship works? You know, I don't know what he did for them, but they did a tremendous amount for him. They helped this man become a member of the human race. And I mean, it was just, you know, sponsor, we're the ones in charge. I think a lot of times it works just the opposite. The person you sponsor stretches you. Also, we found out, you know, it really does take time and people to soften up an awful lot of our hard things. You know? And God doesn't do it in a vacuum. God does it through other people. And over time, he started to become a much more full and alive human being, but it took a long time. And one of the first times I ever liked him was when he laughed, because I never cared for the man before. Nor ought AA membership ever depend upon money or conformity. I think that is a brilliant principle. AA even was not founded as a widely tolerant organization, as you may or may not know. When Dr. Bob was asked about this program, you know, what do you guys put together? He said, we have founded a Christian fellowship. And by that, he meant white Protestant male. That was the fellowship, I mean, as far as Akron, Ohio saw it. And the first women that tried to get in were not greeted with open arms. Because a lot of these old-time drunks, I mean, I love this. When alcoholic women started showing up to meetings, all of a sudden these old male white drunks got very nervous about their reputations. What will people say? You know, if they know that we're hanging out with alcoholic women, because everyone knows what alcoholic women are, you know, that kind of thing. Love it. So I think it is a real proof to the power of God breaking down that kind of resistance that women were brought in. And a lot of women, the first woman in Los Angeles that got sober was told the Alanon meeting was down the hall. You know, and they wouldn't let her in. I mean, can you imagine that? Then you had your problem very quickly. There were vast numbers of Irish Catholics that started coming in. And this was in the early 30s, and Catholics were still, you know, not really welcomed in lots of places. Still very much of an immigrant group, and Al Smith had just run for president a few years before. It had been stomped on. There was just militant anti-Catholic stuff going around. And then what happens when agnostics start showing up? Well, wait a minute. We have it right here, you know, where it's supposed to be this way. And agnostics start coming in the door, and atheists, and people who are Jewish, and people who are Muslim, and people who are Hindu. And all of a sudden, they started realizing that this is not just a group of baptized Christian white males. This is spiritual principles that all kinds of women and men from all kinds of backgrounds can get well here, and we had better let them in because God is bringing them to our door. Sometimes, I think in some fellowships, it's like a little Midwestern town where a stranger was talking to the mayor, and the mayor said, well, we're known for our tolerance in this town. Everyone gets along just fine. And the stranger says, "Oh, really? No religious frictions or tensions?" He said, "Oh, no, none at all." And the mayor said, "In this town we have representatives of the world's 3 great religions, and they just associate fine." And they said, "And what 3 great religions are those?" And he said, "Baptist, Methodist, and Presbyterian." A little too narrow, a little too narrow. Which brings me kind of to the subject of God, because I think we need to understand a couple of things. God as we understand God, that funny phrase in the book. I think as we understand is a process. We understand differently all the time. As we understand God. There are a couple of things about God that I really do believe, and I'd like to pass these on. If you find them helpful, please use them, and if they're not helpful, ignore them. But sometimes, number one, it's important to understand that God is very big. God is really very big. There's a book entitled "Your God is Too Small." And I think, I've never read the book, but I love the title. And I think for most of us, as we come into the program, and even some of us who've been around for a while, our God really is too small. And our God lots of times looks an awful lot like us, where God shares our prejudices. Well, God likes these groups and doesn't like those groups. Oh, really? God told you that? It's right there in the book. Please, give me a break. And what's kind of interesting is, as God as I understand God, it's quite clear that God is an equal opportunity lover. God has no taste. God really doesn't. God's primary activity is one of love and acceptance, and I think that's what drives us crazy, because you can't control that. You can't manipulate that, and you can't fix that. We're much more used to setting rules and regulations. I was talking with someone this morning, and it was like when we were being raised, if you were real good, you knew God loved you. And if you were a creep, what is that? Well, God couldn't love me. Wrong. God doesn't make those distinctions. We do. I was told at times, like, we'd be in church, and I'd be picking my nose or picking my brother's nose, and my mother would just be humiliated at that point, and would come up with lines like, "That will make God very angry." Well, no, God has no position on nose picking. But it sure made my parents angry, and they just couldn't say that, so they blamed God. God will get very angry at you for that. I mean, we were told with some things, and God, we were told we were so powerful over God, because certain things would just make God so angry. Oh, really? See, I don't think God gets angry. I think God is having a wonderful time. And it's the principle of attraction rather than promotion. God invites you in, and if you're busy, you stay out. But it's perfectly all right if you want to be self-obsessed and isolated. My understanding of God, by the way, they talk, God is love. My problem with that is I've heard it so often I don't know what it means. And I therefore need to find a definition of love that makes sense to me. And it's important to have, not that I figured it out and understand it, but just kind of makes sense to me. And a lot of times when we're talking about love, even in the fellowship, we think of hormones. I'm in love, and you need someone to tell you you're in heat. You see, there is a difference. Lie down and don't sign anything. Very important information. This too will pass. Believe me. I know you've never felt like this before, but believe me. So a kind of a definition, what is a lover? How do you spot someone who's a lover? What understanding of God can you get in terms of God as love? Well, Paul has something. I don't like a lot of Paul. I think Paul had a lot of bad days. And this is also, by the way, but some of Paul is really brilliant, but some of them is just awful. This is the one, I stopped reading the 24-hour-a-day book because they quote so much from St. Paul, and I would start the day angry. And I said, why start the day angry? Put that away. So I just don't read that anymore. If it works for you, please use it. I'm so happy, but it just makes me very angry. Why did he say that? I said, all right. Anyway, Paul does, in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, Paul has a thing in here which is usually read at weddings, but who's paying attention, you see? This is what it says. If you want to know what love is all about, Paul says, love is patient. Love is kind. I don't think of patience and kindness as having anything to do with love. Love is romance, passion. Paul says, patient and kind. Okay, that gives me a start. Love is not jealous. I'm jealous a lot. But love is not jealous. If someone else is doing real well, a lover's thrilled. Happy, I'm glad it happened to you, and they mean it. Well, I've had situations where friends of mine have succeeded, and then I've gone into depression. But love is not jealous. Love does not put on airs. That's pretense. Oh, the airs. I would never do that. That kind of stuff. Really. Love is not snobbish. I don't associate with people like that. God does. Love is never rude. Gee, I can be rude. Especially after a couple of drinks, I would suddenly get inspired. It says, love is not self-seeking. Me first. Love is not prone to anger. Gee, I've spent years prone to anger. Neither does love brood over injuries. Oh. I loved my injuries. I loved my scars. And I had a gift after a social drink or two of resurrecting the scar as if it happened that morning. Where maybe it was 25 years ago. But I just resurrected the whole pain and anguish and lived in that and thought that showed you what a sensitive person I was. No. That shows you what a crazy person I was. Because love doesn't brood over injuries. Love does not rejoice in what is wrong, but rejoices with the truth. There is no limit to love's forbearance, to love's trust, to love's hope, to love's promise, to love's power to endure. Love never fails. There's some room for meditation there, and some room for reflection there. And it's important for me when I'm talking about God as I understand God, this is what I'm talking about. These are the qualities I see in God that I hope to share in. And these are the kinds of things I see with people who have some time on the program who are known for their love. Because they're patient and they're kind and they're tolerant. And they're not manipulative and they're not self-righteous and they're not busy telling everyone what's wrong with their program. Because they're busy being alive. So perhaps you might want to take a look at that section from Corinthians sometimes. What else is true about God? Well, sometimes in English we refer to God, He, but God's not male. Nor is God female. Sexuality is an invention. It's a creation of God, probably as an experiment, and all the results aren't in yet, on whether it was a good idea or not. God is bigger than all that. God is not white or black or brown. God is not racial. Again, race is another one of the inventions. What else is true about God? In the 15th, 16th centuries, artists started painting pictures of God with big white beards. And that's the first time artists did that. was the 15th, 16th century, Italy and those kinds of places. But, that's just an artist's conception. And there's a problem with artists' conceptions about some artists you like and some you don't. And some of us look at a work of art and figure that's God. A lot of us, when we think of God, we think of old man, white beard, rocking chair, book, keeping score. Well, that's just someone's idea. Or we think of God as being old. Well, age is another invention of God. God has no age. God simply is. So it's not an old man in the sky or an old woman. It's in our culture, in our civilization, we have two distinct points of view about God. One of them comes to us from the Greeks, Aristotle and Plato and all those folks. And they talked a lot in discussing philosophy and theology and what makes things work and so forth. And Aristotle, who is a brilliant person, comes up with a definition of God. Really does. Try this. Now, first of all, the Greeks do not like change or innovation. They hate it. They don't like movement. If things change, it means they corrupt, you see. Things get born, they die. Things grow, they retard. Things expand, they inpand, or whatever you do when you go in. The Greeks were into the perfect. The perfect, implode, good word. The perfect, the eternal, the unchanging. And all of their vocabulary about God is just that. Perfect, eternal, unchanging. So Aristotle wanted a perfect, unchanging God, and here was his definition. Now close your eyes for this to see if you can conjure it up. Aristotle said, God is thought, thinking itself. See? Now when I think of that, I want to drink. It is so abstract, I don't even know what it means. What color is thought thinking itself? I need a visual, or I'm hopeless on that. But some people are quite impressed with the profundity and Aristotle's in the Greek-speaking world, and there was a huge amount of the Jewish community that was Greek-speaking. They lived outside of Jerusalem, like in Alexandria and other places, and the scriptures they used they lost the Hebrew, so they translated the scriptures into the Greek. The legend was that there were so many of the people who knew no Hebrew that the Jewish scholars were just terrified that a whole generation would be lost. So they had to translate the scriptures into Greek so they would be able to understand Moses and all that. So they had someone sitting in the middle of a room reading the scriptures aloud in Hebrew, and they had 70 scribes, 70 scholars were sitting around, and each one was translating into the Greek. So they had 70 translations. So they had 70 scholars translate for 70 days. And at the end of that, they had all finished their translations. They had finished reading the Hebrew scriptures. They were all in Greek, and they found that everyone's translation agreed with everyone else's. I don't believe it either. But that's the legend, and therefore it was called the Septuagint. That's an old version. That was the Greek-speaking, the Septuagint, because 70, Latin for 70 is Septua. 70 scholars took 70 days, the Septuagint. But they translated this all into Greek concepts too. So when Moses is on the mountain talking to the burning bush, you see, Moses goes on to the top of the mountain and there's this bush on fire, but it's not burning up. And he noticed that. I wouldn't have. And then the bush speaks, hello, and Moses noticed. I might have noticed that. Anyway, Moses and the bush dialogue back and forth, and it's real clear this is God. This is the burning bush. It's a wonderful symbol, by the way, because for one thing, you cannot grab hold of fire. Like you cannot grab hold of God. In fact, if you try to, you'll burn yourself. I like the image. I think it's very powerful. Also, it glows in the dark. Now, The bush gives Moses the 10 Commandments. Take these. And then Moses is supposed to take them downstairs to the folks down below and start this whole business. Well, before Moses goes, he turns to the bush and says, by the way, what's your name? Now, let me talk a little bit about cultures. Cultures are real important. To understand anything that's going on, you need to understand the culture, or it makes no sense. We, in this part of the 20th century, living in the United States, okay, so later 20th century Americans, are very informal people. We're on a first-name basis with everybody. We don't like titles. We don't like all that rigmarole. I mean, we refer to the president and his wife as Ron and Nancy. I mean, just very, and Mr. President seems a little too formal for some of us, which is other cultures are really into titles. And you would never address someone by their first name unless you'd known them for 30 years. I mean, it was just, even some languages have you formal, you informal, Spanish does that, usted and tú, and to talk to someone familiarly when you've only known them for 5 years is an insult. Crazy stuff. Okay. I mean, I think it's crazy because I'm an American, and I figure let's be on a first-name basis with the world, When we look at Moses saying, by the way, dear bush, what's your name? We may say, culturally, as Americans, well, Moses is just trying to be friendly. He's not. He's not. Going back 5,000 years, what's going on there is names are very important and very significant. And names are power. And in terms of gods and priests and all of those folks, the early scriptures indicate that the Jewish community didn't think there was only one God. There were lots of gods. There were the gods of the other guys, and there was our God, and our God, we had this relationship, but they all have gods too. And there is an arch enemy of the God of the Hebrews, and that was the God of the Canaanites, and it was a God named Baal, B-A-A-L, Baal. And Baal was a fertility god. And Baal was very powerful all over the Near East. And if you look through the Hebrew scriptures, you will find that Baal is regularly being condemned as the arch rival, Well, what happened with Baal? How do you get a god's attention? Well, the concept, again, was that gods liked the smell of blood. So if you were going to get the god's attention, what you would do is slaughter a lot of animals. And then the stench is just awful. But gods get off on it, and so they would all show up, see? And you would have all these gods floating over, and Baal would be there, and then what you do, the priests would come, and the priests would call out the god's name, see? And once you've called out the god's name, the real name of the god or goddess, you've got them. See? So you've trapped them. And they have to do what you say. So religion, 5,000 years BC, is an exercise in your power. Okay, real important. And some of us still do that, I'm so powerful, God does what I want. All right. Now, Baal, by the way, also, what Baal liked best for sacrifice was human sacrifice. And throughout the entire Near East, you have people, if you really wanted the God to do what you wanted to do, you would bring your firstborn son. And parents, and the way of sacrifice was by taking little George, who had been a discipline problem all week. It does give a whole new insight onto, family rules and regulations. Anyway, they take George downtown and they would throw their children alive on the burning pits, and the kids would be burned to death. And this just got Baal very excited. And then you could get what you wanted. You see, by calling, because Baal would be there, hungry, and you called the name, and you could force God to do what you wanted to do. This is called religion, 5,000 BC. Okay. This footnote, did you ever get bothered by the story of Abraham and Isaac? Where Abraham is told by God, sacrifice your son Isaac to me. And Abraham agreed and took the little kid up to the mountain and was ready to kill him. And an angel of the Lord came down and said, no, use a goat, instead. And we said, well, see how much Abraham believed. And we translated this as, Abraham believed that some... I don't think that's true. I think that's misinterpreting it. I think Abraham knew that he had to sacrifice. God shows up with blood. And Abraham had no more consciousness than anybody else did in his time. And Abraham therefore figured he would sacrifice his son like everyone else is. And Abraham went up to the mountain to do it, and Abraham had a growth in consciousness. As he was ready to kill Isaac, it suddenly occurred to him, wait a minute. God showed up and said, don't do this. And this is why the Jewish community of the whole group, they were the ones who never sacrificed their children. Because of that vision that Abraham had, where he said, don't kill your child, go and get an animal to do it. We don't kill children. And that is a major leap in consciousness. And then it's a little while later before the Jewish community comes to the realization that there's only one God. God, as they understood God, took time. Took time. And you see the growth throughout Scripture. Okay. Back to Moses. Moses says, what's your name? Because Moses wants to be able to call on God when Moses wants to call on God and force God to do what Moses wants, just like everyone else on the block does. And God responds to Moses, my name is, the Hebrew letters are YHWH, pronounced Yahweh or Yahweh. But what's that mean? Well, if you're a Greek, you abstract, keep it abstract and unchangeable. And we picked this up with the Septuagint, and for years and years and years, Yahweh means I am who am. If you saw Charlton Heston in the Ten Commandments, that's what it was. My only problem with that is, what does that mean? It's like thought thinking itself. I am who am, excuse me. A little abstract maybe. The Greek community got very excited by this, by the way, because they said, oh, look, the God of Moses and the God of Aristotle are the same. Moses is they're talking about, so God is equated to existence and ultimate reality and being, and if you're off on the philosophy, there are centuries where people wrote about that stuff. My only putting that all over here, God eternal, unmovable, unchangeable, I am who am, and all that stuff, that's fine if that works for you, but that just doesn't happen to work for me very well. I cannot turn my life and my will over to I am who am. Or thought thinking itself. And that's why, as Pius XII in my own denomination in the 50s did a great boost for modern Scripture scholarship, and one of the modern Scripture scholarship things was, don't do the translations, go back to the original and see what was going on there. So you go back to the Hebrew Scriptures to see what's going on in Hebrew, not Greek. And Hebrew is a completely different language. Greek has a zillion words and subtleties and refined stuff. Greek is an amazing language. Just its senses of time and change is very... Hebrew is very simple. There's not a lot of words. The grammar is very clear. One word, consequently, has a lot of different meanings. Depends on context. And Hebrew is graphic. Not abstract, graphic. For example, there are many words to describe the male, as in male, female, but one of them, the word literally translates, this is the one that pisses against the wall. This is how you know it's male, Well, I get a clear image with that. In a lot of Hebrew, it deals in very concrete images. And so, in Hebrew, Yahweh, that Y-H-W-H, what does it mean? Now, it's not going to be abstract. The closest translation we can come up with is this. No matter what you do, I will never let go of you. That's the name of God. And Moses went, oh. Because see, Moses wasn't looking for that. Moses was looking for a quick name like Frank or Harry that he could use. And God says, no, wait. What we have here is a relationship dependent on me, not you. No matter what you do, I will never let go of you. Now, what we were told as kids a lot was, God will give you 2 chances and then it's over. Forget it. Or do that one more time. That is not true. God is constantly giving chances and choices. No matter what we do, God will never let go of us. That's our hope. How can I be sure I'm going to stay sober? You have nothing to do with it. How'd you get sober, sucker? Oh, well, I did. No, you didn't. Sobriety is given. I tried to get sober and it never worked. And what I need to remember is my sobriety, my serenity, my peace of soul is not dependent on me. I have to cooperate. I have to say yes. But the source is God. And that's one of the true things. The source is God. For every human being, the source is God. I'm not the source for anyone else. If someone is using me as a source, they're in trouble and I'm in trouble. God is the source. Now that was real crucial for me when I started getting involved with Alanon, because I did not understand that. And I thought that I really had to worry a lot about people or they would never get well. And I loved the sense of worry. Worry is delicious. It really is. And see, when you're real worried also, you know you love them. Especially if they cause you to throw up a lot and lose sleep and you can't eat and you're nauseated and, they're in jail again and what can I do? That's love, right? And I had to find out. I reached a point where I could turn my will and my life over to the care of God. The care of God. And I knew God would take it. But I didn't think I could turn your life and will over to the care of God. And I had to be protecting you, see? And I had to find out that I can't protect. I have to get out of the way. I cannot be someone else's source. Now, maybe for a little while they're going to depend on me, like a little child might depend. But the purpose of our relationship is for that person to be on his or her own 2 feet. And it might take a little time, but you have to let them know that God is the source, not me. I am not the mediator of all graces. See? God's grace doesn't come through me. God's grace goes directly. And when I was able to do that, that gave me a lot of freedom in dealing with people. Again, just basic, simple Alanon. I don't know how they're going to react if I do this. Well, that's not my problem how they're going to react if I do this. That's their problem. What I know is X, Y, and Z is what I have to do. And they're going to react however they're going to react. They'll be so mad. That's their problem. They'll be so disappointed. It's about time. Getting the burden off. I carried a tremendous burden for years. And what I love, what gets me into Alanon more than anything else on this is 2 things. One is I have an exquisite sense of being a victim. I love victim. It just is it's a warm feeling for me to be a victim and to be misunderstood. And I can nurture that and be isolated by it and just rub the wound, victim. Or I like helping. See? And let me help you. Please call anytime. I really mean that, and I'll say that to 7,000 or 8,000 people. I don't remember their faces, but I call any time, and then they call at 2 in the morning, and 3 in the morning, and 4 in the morning, and then I'm pissed off when they call. I'm sleeping. What is it? I have to find that first. I am not the source. God is the source, and I have real limitations. And one of the things I need to do if I'm going to function is sleep some. And I know people who get along on 4 hours of sleep. I don't. I feel like I'm in the 8 to 10 category. And it's, how awful. 8, 9 hours a night, sometimes 10, and I feel real good all that next day. But I should be on 4, that's if I were a better person, I'd be on 4. So I'll just try going on 4 for a while, and then I become irascible and crazy and can't stand people and overreact. And anyway, if I need 8 to 10 hours of sleep a night or 6 to 8 hours of sleep hours a night, I need to make sure I get that regularly. So I unplug my phone at 11:30. And I have an answering machine. I love answering machines. If you don't, get over it. And then I plug it in at 9 in the morning. See? Because I've had the experience of you wake up at 7 and at 7:04 your first person call is hysterical. Well, I'd like to have a little more time to breathe before I start dealing with them. So I unplug and plug the phone. I just find it's wonderful. And I couldn't do that till I was in Alanon for 4 years. Because I needed you. I needed you. I needed your sickness to help me feel alive. Because if you were real sick and called real late, I knew I was important and valuable, and I could love you back to hell, even though I hated you for calling me. It's just great. So I need to turn a lot over into God's care on a regular basis. And God is big enough to take it. I didn't know that. I thought I surely should at least be involved, in the process. And then God can deal with me as God wants to deal with me. In Hebrew, but Moses and the Mount, no matter what you do, I will never let go of you. That to me is tremendous consolation also. God's love does not depend on me. God's love does not depend on my reaction. No matter what I do, God's love towards me and to the whole human race is constant. Constant. And when we're talking, I know folks in both programs, and they say, well, now I love unconditionally. I'm quite awed by that. I don't. I love very conditionally. God loves unconditionally. Like I say, God has no taste. My love depends upon how I'm feeling and what I had for dinner yesterday, and has anyone talked to me I like in the last 2 weeks. And there's a lot of things that depend on my love and reactions to stuff. I'm a very conditional lover, and I just have to be heads up about that and not con myself. I'm amazed. My ability to love is really very fragile, and I need, therefore, to make. When I get hungry, angry, lonely, and tired, I don't love much at all. I judge real well, though. Real well. And usually accurately. Okay. I want to do one other Hebrew word because I think it's an important word when we're talking about spirit and spirituality, because there's a lot of hype in this stuff. You may have known that. Some people, well, God forbid I should take anyone else's inventory, but I will. I have met some people, some of them go on television, and they introduce themselves as being very spiritual people. I used to meet people who would always go out of their way to tell me how honest and ethical they were. And I would wonder, why are they telling me this? Why are you telling me this? My experience with people that I would consider spiritual is that they usually don't introduce themselves that way. But you pick it up later. But they really are. So what's spirituality? What is I think everybody has a spirituality. I do believe that. For some of us, it is unconscious, and for some of us, it's conscious. Some of us can talk about it real nicely and verbally. Some of us can't. But all of us have a spirituality. So what is it? Some spiritualities are very healthy, and some spiritualities are very sick. That's true also. The Hebrew word for spirit is ruach. R-U-A, ruach. And like many other Hebrew words, it has many meanings. Spirit, the Spirit of God, ruach Elohim. It also means wind. You see the ruach coming through them. It also means breath. When God gave the breath of life to Adam, it was ruach, you see. So spirit, wind, breath, those are all logically connected. I really understand that progression. And it also means disturbance or trouble. How's that work? Well, the wind blowing across the desert brings with it a lot of sandstorm. And therefore it can also mean disturbance or trouble. I love that. I think that's... Because some of us think the spiritual life we should be placid. Well, sometimes there's trouble that comes with this business too. So we're talking about the Ruach Elohim. All right, so what is spirituality? I think spirituality has a lot to do with attitude. Your spirituality is shown in your attitudes, be they positive or negative, and you can pretty much pick up someone's spirit just by listening to them chat. Just by watching some people walk, you pick up their spirituality. Burdened. With a brave little smile. That's what I loved, you know. Hoping for years that people would think that I had a terminal illness. That would explain so much, you know, if they only would understand. And I did. I think spirituality... let me see. Let me explain it like this. When we come into the program, most of us are pretty shattered people. We have lots of different parts and categories all over the lot. Okay, this is true for both Alanon and AA. What happens with the program is we get fewer and fewer pieces. So things start getting together. We start being less factionalized. Sometimes we talk in AA about Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, by the way, was the nice guy. Mr. Hyde was the creep. I didn't know that for 2 years. Doctor sounds pretty good to me. So, if my problems with personality were only Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, I'd be greatly relieved. But I also had a bad case of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And I never knew which one would come out. I mean, it was just this scattered... I did not know who I was. And over a period of time now, I find I have fewer and fewer personalities. And what's happening is that over time, I am becoming one person. Not yet, by any means, but I'm becoming one integral person. And I think that's a lot of spirituality. It's your integrity. Your spirituality is your integrity. If you're pretty much a connected human being who knows who he or she is about and can function as one person, you've got integrity, you've got... What is your spirituality? The spirituality you figured out in your room alone. No, you figured out in conjunction. With whom? With the rest of the human race. It's how I connect to other people. That includes my family, by the way. And I don't like that. Because I can deal with strangers real well, but my family drives me crazy, you know. But if I'm going, and I believe, I'm saying this for me, if I am going to be spiritually alive, I need to have some kind of relationship as far as possible with my family. I cannot live in resentment and rage at them. I have to come to terms with that. I have to maybe let them go with a lot of love, but I mean I have, and people who are close to me. It's how I connect to my family, to my community, to the rest of the world. One of our Congress people in the Bay Area has a slogan that I like a lot. He says, "Think globally, act locally." Gee, I like that. Because I'm in a situation a lot of times where I love the human race, but I can't stand people. You know? The people next door I wish would just drop dead, but I love people in Ethiopia. Gee, it's just, let's send him another $75, you know, and then I set fire to the dog next door. And that is not having integrity. I'm not one person there, I'm at least two. And one of them is real sick. In fact, maybe both are real sick. I mean, the further you were away from me, the more I could trust you. That's not being a person. You know, that's being real fractured. So it's the connections. And I find, you know, my relationship with God has an awful lot to do with my relationship with you. I think it works like this. Then we'll break because it's 10 o'clock. I am God's first gift to me. If I am bitterly disappointed in me, I'm going to have a very difficult time dealing with God. I think that's true. I have to fall in love with myself to get well. And I find out now I am the man I always was afraid I was. I mean, I used to dread some stuff about me. Oh, please, anything but that. And I find out it's true. I had better fall in love with that man, or I'm never going to be able to deal with the being that created me. Right. I am my first gift to me. You are God's second gift to me. And I had better deal with you. Sanely. And boy, that's why I need Alanon on a real healthy, because I don't know how to deal with you. I know how to let you dominate me, and I know how to dominate you, but I do not know how to be your peer. And I just to be at peace with that, and be able to say yes to you, and be able to say no to you, and be able to say my turn. And I have rights too. Those are revolutionary concepts to me. God is God's third gift to me. Once I have a healthy relationship with me and a healthy relationship with you, I can have a healthy relationship with God. And for me, it goes in that order. Because I found most of my problems with God, I had lots of problems with God, which I'll talk about at 11, but most of them were because I was very screwed up about me and you. And I mean, it gets real crazy. So there. That's a couple of light ideas to start the morning. And if any of that is helpful, I'm real glad. And when I get back, I want to talk, to start off, I want to start with what is a picture of spiritual growth. Okay, a picture of, because I need pictures, or I get abstract, and then I'm doomed. Why don't we end with the Lord's Prayer? Why don't we start with the Serenity Prayer? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
This time we really mean it.
Yes. Oh, my. When I was talking earlier about that third step, that our membership ought to include all who suffer from alcoholism, one of the issues that comes up in some areas is, what do you do with people who have more than one addiction? Maybe that hasn't hit Nevada yet. And in some fellowships, this gets real ugly. People get real crazy over it. And my solution is this. If alcoholism is one of the problems, they are most welcome to be there. And if they're not alcoholics, they can't join us. I mean, you got to be an alcoholic to join AA. Well, what kind of sense does that make? Let me see if I can find this wonderful section in here. This is from the Big Book, and it's on page 175 for those of you who need pages. And it is from the story of Dr. Bob Smith. You heard of him? He says, during the next 2 years, I developed 2 distinct phobias. One was the fear of not sleeping. Anyone relate to that? Terrifying. And the other was the fear of running out of liquor. Not being a man of means, I knew that if I did not stay sober enough to earn money, I would run out of liquor. Most of the time, therefore, I did not take the morning drink which I craved so badly, but instead would fill up on large doses of sedatives to quiet the jitters. Dr. Bob was a junkie. Which, he goes on to say, the jitters which distressed me seriously.
Occasionally I would yield to the morning craving, but if I did, it would only be a few hours before I would be quite unfit for work. This would lessen my chances of smuggling some home that evening, which in turn would mean a night of futile tossing around in bed, followed by a morning of unbearable jitters. During the subsequent 15 years, I had sense enough never to go to the hospital if I'd been drinking. You know, but he just snacked away on those pills. There are some people in my part of the world who would not let him join the fellowship. And I think it's important to read the book for circumstances like that. Okay. That's my opinion, but I'm right. What else? Well, I want... One thing that I just thought was funny, I want to use as a throwaway line because I think it is something I would like to repeat. There was a celebrity in Los Angeles used to talk about the 3 stages of his drinking. And this happened usually in the course of an evening. He'd go from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3. And he said, in stage 1, I was witty. Stage 2, I was invisible. And stage 3, I was bulletproof. I like that. Okay. Spiritual. All that spiritual growth, what's it look like? Well, I think we have 2 models that we use a lot for spiritual growth. I mean, we think of it and we use what we're familiar with. One of them is spiritual growth is like a rocket. Higher, 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 faster, faster, faster. Direct line up. Boom. See? I don't think it's true. I don't think it works like that. Other model. Spiritual growth as the Dow Jones Industrial Index. Up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. You know, that doesn't work for me either. But that's a model a lot of people use. The one that makes sense to me was kind of put together by a Jesuit, as a matter of fact, named Teilhard de Chardin. And what Chardin, he was an anthropologist and a poet and silenced by the Vatican, which indicates he had something to say. What he saw was spiritual growth, the growth of the person, and that's what we're talking about, the growth of the person as a spiral. See? And it goes around. And it goes around. And it goes up sometimes, and it goes down like this sometimes, but it keeps on going around, and you finally develop. Sometimes real wide spiral, sometimes not so wide. This explains to me why it seems we keep coming up to the same stuff over and over and over again, because we keep visiting the place, but from a little different angle. You know? And then all of a sudden you touch it again, and you go away from it again, and you might go way up, and then you touch it again. Spiritual growth, the growth of the person is like a spiral. And that's why it's very hard to measure. And why every so often you hit landmarks and you notice that your world is much bigger than it used to be. Because your spiral's gotten bigger. Some of us have real narrow spirals, some of us much bigger. But it kind of goes like that. I need a picture or I can't see what's happening. And that's the picture I use. Not the rocket, not the Dow Jones. The second step of recovery says, where are you? There you are. It says, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. That's what it says. Now, I'd like to break that up just a little bit and talk about a few things. Number one, we talk about feelings so much in Alcoholics Anonymous and Alanon, and feelings are real crucial to our recovery because most of us are so shut down. When we came in, just shut down. I mean, I sure was. But notice the step doesn't say, came to feel that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. It says we came to believe. The problem with feelings is that feelings come and go. This is true in relationships, it's true in jobs, it's true in families. I mean, there are sometimes I meet somebody and I figure, I want to spend forever with this person. And 5 days later, I want them arrested. Feelings change. Which one's a right feeling? Well, you don't have right feelings. You just have feelings. You know? Some feelings are appropriate and some feelings are inappropriate. You know? But feelings aren't right or wrong. And I didn't know that for a long time. This says we came to believe. And I want to talk a little bit, therefore, about God on this because it's very, very wrapped up. When I came into Alcoholics Anonymous, I knew a lot about God. I knew a lot about God in 5 languages. And it didn't help. It did not keep me sober. Knowledge doesn't always help. And insight doesn't always help. Our problem is not information. A lot of times our problem is not insight, it's action. And my problem with God is I knew a lot, and the God I believed in was wonderful. I mean, I didn't believe in an awful, vengeful, hateful God. I believed in a wonderful, creative God. That's the God I knew about, but I didn't believe that God would take care of me. I believed that God would take care of you, but not me. For some reason, I concluded that God would have nothing to do with me. How did that happen? Well, when I was around 9 or 10 or 11 or 12, somewhere in there, I discovered the world of masturbation. And it was wonderful, at age 9 and 10 and 11. And it was my secret, And what did I know about it? I know it felt wonderful, quick but wonderful. And I also knew I was the only adolescent male in the North American continent who was doing this. So it was my secret. Now, after I had developed the habit, which took, I think, 3 days, I later found out that this was an awful thing. This was so awful that doing this ruined God's whole day. And if you kept this up, you were damned. I mean, there was no if, ands, or but. This was morally as significant as dropping the bomb on Hiroshima, as far as, my classroom was concerned. So it got these very, very heavy messages, and at the age of 9 or 10 or 11 or 12, I was faced with some life and death stuff. And I didn't know you could talk about this with anybody, Secrecy is so powerful. And I therefore knew that the obsession had to be removed. And I begged God daily for years to remove the obsession. And it didn't get removed. And I made a conclusion. And the conclusion I drew was this. God cannot touch my life. Everybody else. But not me. And so I pretty much had that already set out. So I always had this sense of doom, somewhere, and that it was just awful. And I was just one of those awful people. And when I came into alcohol, and then, I forgot about that decision. I don't know if I made that decision all at once or it was over a period of time, but that decision did get made. And when I got into sobriety, people were talking about the 12 steps of recovery, and you look at those things, I just glazed over. But after a little clarity, I started noticing that people were doing a lot of God talk. And I so resented God talk. I didn't like being preached at. I didn't like being preached to. I didn't like being patronized. I still didn't like it. And in most churches, I found that's what was going on. But here, in the fellowship, I didn't find that. I found people were talking about their own experiences with God. And what I'm very grateful for is in this step it says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. And so what I decided to do was put God and the Pope and the dogmas of the church and all this stuff way back here on the back shelf. And I had better find for myself a power greater than myself. And that's what I went in search of. And I found such a power. It was a meeting in Berkeley we called Berkeley Wednesday Night. Not a big meeting. It was big for us. We had, 40 people there on a pretty regular basis. In the city of Berkeley, we had one meeting a night.
And now we have more than that, so you have to make decisions. But I just showed up. Wherever that meeting was, I'd go, you know. And in that Berkeley Wednesday night meeting, we had real old people and real young people. We had demonstrators, and we had people that beat up demonstrators. We had Catholics and ex-Catholics and atheists and ex-atheists and Marxists and ex-Marxists. And we had Hindus, and we had one Hare Krishna join us for a while. And she kind of stretched the group's tolerance. And there was one guy in there who told her that she would stay sober if she'd stay out of airports. That's what he told her. And we told him we didn't see that in the book. You know, it's not in the book. Doesn't mention that. So he, you know, had a little bigotry problem. We had married people and single people and people having relationships. You know, the gray area in between. What is your... See, the word relationship is a funny word. I think I have a relationship with everybody I stumble across. You know, from people at the Lucky Market to, you know, folks I spend time with on a regular basis. And so it's but this is like a relationship with a capital R, you know. And I think it means they're sleeping together, but I'm not sure, you know. And I don't ask, I just fantasize. So, and we had straight people and gay people and people in between. We counted one night 14 different sexual persuasions in the room, you know? And that was a small meeting. It was just anyway. It was clear that everybody was present there, and what was stunning in the room was the only requirement for membership was a desire to stop drinking, and when you walked in the room, you were accepted and loved. And people didn't ask questions. And therefore, this meeting became my higher power. And I emotionally felt loved there. Now, I went to a lot of other meetings throughout the week, and I secretaried a meeting on Friday night and stuff. But what emotionally I lived for was being fed in that room by the women and men that gathered there. And so for over a year, that meeting was my higher power. Then I kind of had to come to terms with God later on, and I really resented it. I didn't like letting go of old ideas. They were painful, but they were familiar. And I've always chosen that, painful familiarity. Well, I was sober maybe a year and a half, 2 years, and by this time I'd moved down to Los Angeles where I was teaching. And it was the end of one semester and the start of another semester. And I had a zillion papers to correct and term papers to read, that's a slippery place, believe me. I was very angry and very hungry and very lonely and very tired. And the next semester was starting in days, and I had all new classes to prepare, and I was just crazy as a coot. So I took all of my papers and I went outside to one of the parks in LA, and I thought, well, and it was pouring rain, of course. I just in the car with the radio going, a change of scenery to get stuff done, and all of a sudden, I had this tremendous desire to get loaded. No, not drink. Get loaded. And it scared me because the desire to drink, I knew pretty much how to handle that, but this one, it just came from out of left field, and it really was a monkey on the back. You know, like monkeys, the reason we use that expression, I've got a monkey on it, very large arms and legs, they wrap themselves around you and you can't get them off. You see? And all of a sudden you get this off and the arm gets around, and the desire to get loaded, to buy some non-habit forming marijuana and smoke my brains out. That's what I wanted to do. Well, so I started arguing with it. No, you don't want this. Yes, you do. No, you don't. Yes, you do. No, you don't. Maybe just one. You know, no. And when I'm arguing with myself, I'm doomed. I cannot win that argument. And I got panicky, and so I drove to a place in Hollywood called Joe's Place, which used to be behind the Presbyterian church there, I guess. And walked into Joe's Place, and there was a 5 o'clock in the afternoon meeting. And this was like 9 people at the meeting, small meeting. And there was a character standing there named Aaron. Now, Aaron is from a religious tradition which he never practiced. And he was a street, different from mine, and he was a street junkie. And he was standing there, you know, arrogant. And I walked in, And I said, talk about this at the meeting. So I went up to Aaron and I said, I want to get loaded. And he said, let's go to Mexico. And I judged him immediately. I said, this guy doesn't even know the rules. If I wanted to go to Mexico, I would have. I don't want to get loaded. That's why I'm here, and he doesn't understand that. So instead of saying that, I very calmly said, because my mind is talking, but then I talk. I said, no, you don't understand. I do, but I don't, and I'm very confused, and I'm just being torn apart, and I'm very scared. And he said, well, you've got a choice. I said, what do you mean? And he said, you can either go get loaded, or you can go to your room, get on your knees, and ask God to remove the obsession. And I said to myself, who is he to be telling me to ask God? But, that gong of truth, bong, rang, and I sat through the meeting completely obsessed. But I knew he was right. And now I was a year and a half, almost 2 years, probably a year and a half sober, almost 2 years. And I went back to my house and went up to my room, and I closed the door so no one would see. And I stood by the bed, and I had not asked God for anything yet, because we've had this little, understanding that it wouldn't work for years. And I was always afraid to test it. But this, I believe prayer is communication. I do not believe prayer is telling God sweet things. I think prayer is telling God the truth. And what I needed to do was tell God some real clear things. Let's clear the air before anything else goes on. And I said, first of all, God, I want you to know that I am very disappointed in you for going to this extreme to get me on my knees. And I let God know I was very angry at God, and I had thought better of God up to that moment. I thought we could have just gone along as neutrals. God doing God's thing and me doing my thing, and we'll work it out some other time. But this God was just breaking in, and I really resented it. And I wanted that resentment very clear. See, my old idea of God, the relationship between me and God, was this. It was like Washington, D.C. and Moscow. See, each one knows the other's there. But we'll ignore each other as long as we can until either one of us is in incredible trouble, and then we'll sign a peace treaty, which we'll keep for only as long as we absolutely have to. And then, boom, it's back to normal. So leave me alone, be suspicious. Okay. Well, that was being shattered here, so I let God know, all right, the only reason I was doing this was because I had no other alternative. And if I had another alternative, I'd take it. Now, God, do you understand that? And then, once I was convinced God did understand that, I knelt down and asked God to remove the obsession. And it was removed. I mean, not next week. Not that then. And that terrified me. And all of a sudden, that monkey was literally taken off my back. And I became frightened, because it was clear to me that the program worked. And that scared me, because that was letting go of another old idea. And that idea was that I was someone who was doomed. And that was a familiar, sweet idea. But it suddenly occurred to me after a year and a half of going to an awful lot of meetings and talking to an awful lot of people and not having a drink or a joint or a pill in all that time, it suddenly occurred here that maybe I'm not doomed. Slow is real. And it took me all of that time just to finally reach the point where just maybe I won't die drunk. Maybe. And it didn't feel good. When I reached that point, it felt like I was off balance. It felt clumsy. Because all of a sudden I was changing things. And I don't think we change gracefully. If you want to be graceful, you're not going to get well. I think we change clumsily.
And I think we fall down a lot. And I think that's all part of being real. When I was 12, my family went up to Squaw Valley. This was the last month of the Eisenhower presidency. I remember lots of things by who was president because I always had someone to blame then. Anyway, last month of the Eisenhower presidency, so this was in like December of 1960. And we went skiing. I was 12 years old, and the skiing was very primitive in those days. They had tow ropes, and you get pulled up the slope on these ropes. And 12 is not graceful to start with. You know, your body's weird. And 100,000 people had been up on this tow rope before me, so they had this thing, this rut in it of solid ice, very slippery, and I was afraid. And anyway, I got on this thing, and I held on to the rope and got yanked up this slope. It was awful. And then how do you get off? How do you get off the rope? You're in this rut. So I fell, and I fell to my side, and there were millions of people behind me who kept screaming that my parents weren't married. And I remember clawing my way out of it, and several things, again, decisions we make at the age of 12. I felt humiliated, and I felt embarrassed, and I felt very clumsy. Now, I don't know about you, but those are the three worst feelings in my area. I think I could deal with the terminal disease a lot more calmly than I can feel with being embarrassed and humiliated. Death first. You know, and there's a postcard that says the impossible is easier to do than the embarrassing, and I think that's true. Anything but embarrassment, dear God. So when I was 12, I made a decision that I would never ski again. Who needs that kind of treatment? See? Well, I held on to that decision until, maybe 20 years after that, I started feeling that decision soften a little bit, and I started talking about it about a year or two ago. And about 3 months ago, for the first time in 25 years, I went back on a pair of skis. But this time, with a lot of Alanon and a lot of AA program, I knew a couple of things. And also, it was easier because the skis had been streamlined. I didn't feel like so clumsy. But first of all, it was clear to me, to learn, you have to fall down. Everybody falls down a lot. And what you do after you fall down is you get up. And you ask for help. And you ask people how to do it, and people will tell you, and you do it, and you fall down, and you go up and try it again, and you fall down, and you don't have to be graceful for months. Now that, I was black and blue, my thumbs are still sore, and I had a wonderful time because I gave myself permission to fall down a lot. In getting well, we need to give ourselves the exact same permission. We get well, some of us, we get into the program and we're convinced that if we're clean and sober or if we're serene, we're working on that path with 12 steps. This means I must be infallible. Not true. What it means instead is you can commit huge numbers of mistakes and talk about them. That's what recovery means. Not, I can't make a mistake. You can commit lots of them. And instead of being embarrassed to tears, propose it as a topic at your local discussion meeting. You know, that's different behavior. That's growth. That's spirituality. Well, what will people say? They'll probably say you have a drinking problem. You know, you have a couple of problems with relationships. Who doesn't? You know, came to believe. Now, after a while, you know, when I was sober for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 months there, I was sitting at that Berkeley Wednesday night meeting, and it occurred to me that not only had I not had a drink for that period of time, or a joint, or a pill, but sometime back there, the compulsion to use was lifted. And I don't remember when it was lifted. I suddenly became aware of the fact it was gone. And I didn't do it. And that's what I came to believe, that a power greater than myself was involved in my life because I saw the results. And the results were that my desire, my compulsion to fix and use had been removed. And that's when things started falling into place for me. You know, it took me another 6 months, a year to pray. You know, on the knees, that old kind of fact. But it started falling into place. And came to believe there are times today when I feel God's presence. There are times today when I feel God's absence. And there are lots of times when I don't feel much at all. But I believe God is present in all those times. I mean, see, belief is... I chose to believe. And I had to choose to believe, because I could also have chosen not to believe or chosen not to... I had to choose to believe that God was involved in my life. Well, what if I'm wrong? Then I'm wrong. But I chose to believe it. And it says in this step, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Well, I believe. Does that mean I haven't figured out? No, because it doesn't say think or understand. It says believe. You know, believe, an important word. Well, what's sanity? Well, you get people talking in meetings. I'm not very sane. Because, you see, sanity is one of those words that has a zillion meanings. You know? And one of them is normal. Sane is normal. The first therapist I saw sober, I was sober about 3 months, and emotionally I was a disaster. I didn't come in pain. I came in numb, from head to toe, numb. Because I'd been taking depressants on a daily basis for years, you know, and when you take depressants on a daily basis for years, you get a little depressed. So I was just from head to toe shut down. The first psychiatrist I ever saw, who was a Southern Baptist Freudian from North Carolina. Can you imagine? You know, that guy needed to see a doctor. I mean, the topic at age 21 was, why am I so depressed? You know, well, here I am years later, you know, depressed still. Well, when the depressants are taken out of the body, it takes a little bit of time, but then you start waking up. And all of those things that were depressed, all those feelings and emotions and memories start coming up. And they do not come up polite, and they do not come up neat, and they do not come up graceful. And at 3 months, I was a disaster. Because all fears and anger, and they weren't even differentiated. I mean, I couldn't tell you what was fear and what was anger. All I knew is I was raw, real raw, and needed to use the F word a lot. Especially at meetings where there were lots of Irish Catholics. I just needed to do that. So, it was real awful, and so I went into therapy. Because I needed to have someone walk me through this, and by the way, the book says we can. It says here on page 133, this does not mean that we disregard human health measures. God has abundantly supplied this world with fine doctors, psychologists, and practitioners of various kinds. Do not hesitate to take your health problems to such people. That's in the book. Now, you wouldn't know that from some meetings, you know, where doctors are them and they're the enemy. You know? Well, some of our experience with doctors and practitioners and shrinks has been we've gone to them for years and lied and didn't get well. And then blame them. You know? I find if you go to a doctor and tell the truth, amazing things happen. It's just... And some doctors are better than others, and some really understand addictions real well because they've got them themselves. They've worked with people for years who have them. So I went to see this character... And after I trusted him I saw him twice a week for 9 months. And I was saying, I finally said, Leonard, do you think I'm normal? Okay. That's the big question. I mean, that is the ultimate. Am I normal? And he said to me with very wise Jewish eyes, he said, normal is 98.6. Period. And I said, excuse me? And he said, that's what normal means. I have lived my life by normal till that point, okay? Knowing either I was or how do I look normal or taught what a normal person saying. So then I said, well, what am I trying to say? Well, what am I trying? Have I asked the wrong question again? And he said, I think you're trying to ask, are you healthy?
And I said, okay, let's try that. You know? What does it mean to be a healthy person? And that's someone who is emotionally and psychologically sound. How do you know? How do you spot? Because see, I've been professionally ill for years. I mean, I would have sickness fantasies on a regular basis, knowing I had cancer, knowing I had leukemia, knowing I had bone disease. I mean, all these tumors. I could fantasize anything but alcoholism. Now, I never fantasized I was an alcoholic, but I mean, I was willing to go for anything else. Anyway, he said, when Sigmund Freud was doing his shtick, you know, in the early part of the century, Freud came up with a description of a healthy person. And Freud said that a healthy person was someone who could work and someone who could love. He said, since Freud's time, we've learned a lot of things. And I would now add a third word to that, said Leonard. I would say a healthy person is a person who can work, a person who can love, and a person who can play. If you know someone who is capable of doing those three things, you know a pretty healthy person. And I said, go on, you know. And I said, because I mean, those were just words to me, and that's I need to have simple words explained. And he said, Tom, what your alcoholism did was it destroyed your ability to work. You couldn't leave your room. I said, yes, I could. He said, I'm talking about 2 days in a row. Yeah. And that was true. I mean, I found I could show up most places once. And I could show up some places twice. But 3 times in a row, I'd at least have to be late. You know, I just couldn't show up. So at work, all right, that was work. As far as loving goes, to love you need to trust. And he says, is there anybody in the... I said, sure, I trust a lot of people. He said, name one. And I said, George. He said, and where does George live? And I said, New York. And he said, have you seen George in the last 10 years? And I said, no, it's been a long time. He said, is it the further they are away, the more you can trust them? He said, is there anybody on the West Coast? You know? No, I can't think of anyone right now. He said, oh, okay. I was not trusting anyone. And at play, excuse me? See, my earliest memory as a child is that I did not want to be a child. I mean, I remember when my mother would dress me up like a little boy, I would just be mortified because I wanted to look like an adult at age 9. You know, give me a tie, forget this bow tie stuff, you know. Long pants now, you know, was kind of the way I went through my childhood. And my parents are nice folks. They really, I do not have a nightmare childhood story other than the fact that I was me, you know. As one guy told me, he said, the one thing he remembers about his childhood is him. You know? That's true. I mean, there are lots I don't remember. One woman sharing in the Berkeley Fellowship, some people will put a tremendous amount of pain into a very small phrase. And she said, what was my childhood like? Well, I was real fat and we moved a lot. You know? There's a volume of pain there. You know? Next. Well, we were a nice... Both my folks worked, and they voted for Eisenhower, and, you know, I have 2 older brothers, and we lived in a house, and my father drinks a little, but he was the kind of alcoholic where he was always very busy, and then he'd come home and have a couple of drinks and pass out every night for years. So I felt emotionally abandoned, and no one left home. They were just gone. But the emotional, I mean, yeah, I was the youngest, and my parents were older, and they just didn't have time to do a lot of stuff like, you know, you do with kids normally. So I felt pretty abandoned. What's the point of all that? I know I needed to say it, but well, there was some very cleverly tied in theme. Let me see. Play. We were taught that work is good. An idle mind is the devil's workshop. Busy hands are happy hands.
Now, this was your basic family, but we were never encouraged to play. Playing was wasting time. And of all the things I mean, I don't know there are a lot of things that I guess some people would feel guilty about that I just don't feel any guilt about at all. Maybe it's suppressed, but I just think it's health. But the one thing I can still feel guilty about is taking time off. See? Because it's wasting time. And you should be busy. Oh, this feeds into the workaholism really nicely. And being burned out is a wonderful way to live. That some of us have as our theme song. And I had to, how do you learn how to play, I asked Leonard. Is there a course you can take on this? See, if you could take a course, then I could understand it. And he says, what you have to do is find out what happy people do. What do people on the planet do for play? Watch them, yeah. Well, some people go bowling. Try it 3 times. The first time you'll hate it because you're clumsy. But try it 3 times. Some people go scuba diving. Some people go backpacking. Some people go to museums. Some people go to plays. Television doesn't count, by the way. That's not play. That is Valium with a plug. It's really true. And I love it. Valium is lunch as far as I'm concerned. But I find when I watch a lot of television, I emotionally shut down a lot. I stare, I don't talk. And play means to be actively involved in doing something. Like, that is just fun. Fun? That sounds immoral. Learning how to play. Some people play by cooking. For other people, that's work. Some people play by gambling. For other people, that's work. Some people play by working in a garden. I play in a garden. Baking bread for me is playful. But you have to find out. You're your own laboratory. What's playful for you? How do you spend time? Well, how much play should I do? A couple of times a year? I would figure this. For me, I need, and this is the doctor told me, because I work real intensely with people all the time, that I need 2 full days off a week for me. 2 out of 7. Now, one of those days I need to read and to study and to reflect. One of those days I need to play all day. Doing stuff. Like going to Muir Woods or something, just getting out, and if the outdoors does it for you, go to the outdoors, just getting away. If on one of those 2 days you spend the day unconscious in bed, passed out, that doesn't count for play. That's survival. And you aren't ready to play yet. Playing is a high spiritual art. It's not something that just gets done easily. It's a lot of work. But learning how to play. But I can't do that. What I have managed to do is now I go through my calendar. I've gone through my calendar between now and December. And I have marked off 1 free day a week, which means I don't even answer the phone that day. If I can stick with that, I hope I can. Otherwise, I just live by the phone. 1 free day a week, and every 10 to 15 days I have 1 day of play. But I have to, I can tell you right now on my calendar what are my free days in November. Because if I don't do that, they fill up. Tom, I have to see you. When do you have a free day? How about tomorrow? I was going to go to the beach, but I don't need to do that. Sure. Drop on by and bring your suicidal spouse, Love to spend the day with both of you, God. Now that is, I have to do that to get well. I need a calendar. And I've been sober for several years, and I'm just now taking this seriously, that I need to take that time off. And also that most people work 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day. So you're not 18. 8. And taking that seriously and bringing in break time. I find that real hard to do. All right, so that's as far as the play thing goes. As far as work, as far as loving goes, I mentioned that before, love is not a hormone. And love is not sweaty palms. Love is not a feeling, for that matter. Love is action. Love is how you act to another human being or groups of other people. Love is a decision. And if you make a decision to be a lover, You make a decision that you will act in a certain way to people as much as you can. But I don't feel like cooking lunch. You know? Well, maybe you should or shouldn't, but I mean, if you truly love, you might be able to do it, even if you don't feel like it. I don't feel like X or Y. A lover can do it even when they're not. This is why parenthood for so many people forces them into be such tremendous lovers or such tremendous creeps. Because the demands are constant. Even when you don't feel like feeding the creep at 2 in the morning. You know? Come here. You know? Loving is learning how to be a lover is a real, serious business. And for most of us, it was so groinal for so many of us and so hormonal. I know how to do this real well, you know. Well, most of us, it's learning how to act in a certain way. You know, kind, patient, gentle. There are some women and men, and you see them on the program, and they are tremendous lovers. And you can learn a lot from them because of the kinds of things they do. They are usually the ones who who are not in the limelight too. I think that's true. Work. I found out I could show up to a job I didn't like. I could show up on time. I could put in a decent day's work, and I could leave on time. That was wonderful. Because before, if I didn't feel like showing up, I wouldn't. Or if I wasn't perfect, I couldn't show up. Or I'd have to be excellent, or I'd leave early. I mean, I just couldn't. I was not trustworthy. But I found not only can I work, I can also change jobs. That's real intense. That's sometimes a real interesting topic at a meeting. How do you change jobs? What's that process? That's real stressful for most folks. Like some people, we come into recovery and we've got jobs. A lot of us still have jobs, you know? And you find out you've been doing it for a zillion years and now you're 3 years sober and you hate it. Because you used to be able to do this job loaded. And you can't do this job loaded anymore. And you've got to change not just jobs but occupations. And that's terrifying for a lot of us. Because it's all I know how to do is X, you know? I'm a trained teacher. This is what most of my work has been involved in teaching. And I found after 4 years of sobriety, the kids were wonderful, but the administration was driving me crazy. And I just hated putting up with all of their stuff. And I needed to do something else. And I went to a completely different kind of job for a while. I think people do change jobs. My father held the same job down for 40 years. And I was raised considering that to be normal. And this was also a sign of tremendous maturity. You know, that's not true. That's not true. Most healthy people change jobs. You know? When your life expectancy was 37, you didn't have to change a lot of jobs. But when you're living into our 60s and 70s and 80s, it's real common for a lot of people to have a second career and a third career. Some people even get into a fourth career. And I think that ability to change jobs is a sign of tremendous spiritual growth. The ability to try something new, the ability to start out. Now, I was ordained in 1978. And one of my first jobs after finishing up school was to go to a parish in Southern California, in Hollywood as a matter of fact, and the parish is called Blessed Sacrament. And if you know Hollywood at all, the parish is on Sunset Boulevard between Highland and Vine. The 3 big industries in the parish are narcotics, tourism, and prostitution. Not necessarily in that order. And it was a war zone. You had a tremendous number of shut-ins in the parish, elderly shut-ins, handicapped people, gypsies, from Europe, gypsies, Filipinos, Hispanics, runaways, kids from Kansas and Nebraska who still think they could make it in the movies, you know. And this is 1981, and they're showing up, you know, with their little backpack and blonde hair and 16 years of experience, you know. And there's only one kind of movie they're making in Hollywood with kids like that. And we figure from the time they landed on the streets to the time they ended up in a porno film, we had 48 hours to get them. Because what happens is all of a sudden they haven't eaten for 2 days. And a lot of things seem like a good idea, you know, to eat. And say, someone should take care of that. Well, fine, who? You know, No one's taking care of this. So anyway, that was going on a lot. What else did we find that was going on? Anyway, that's kind of the idea of the parish. Okay. So it was a war zone. There was also no park or green anywhere. It was all asphalt. And the phone would ring over 80 times a day. Now, on the other end of the phone was everything from things like, when is the 10:15 Mass? We'd say 10:15. They'd say, thank you. It's true. That's a regular call to people who would say, I think there's a body in the next room. The response to that is, what do you mean think? Check, please, and call back. People who were dying, people who were crazy. One woman kept coming to the front door. The front door we had, I think it was over 70 people to the front door every day. People wanting a sandwich, to people who needed to talk. They were in legitimate crisis, to people who were just bonkers. When that man was governor of California, they tried to save money by closing down mental institutions. And if you were capable of walking and wiping yourself, you were let go. And a lot of, they would have little residential centers where hopefully you'd show up for your Thorazines, and a lot of people didn't. And so we had and one of the centers was right in Hollywood. So we had all these people who were off their medication, who had no business being deinstitutionalized, and they would show up on the front door introducing themselves as Jesus or the Virgin Mary, you know. And it's a little hard to talk them down from something like that. So it was real crazy. Well, I was there about 4 weeks, and all of a sudden, you know, the doorbell rang and my headache started. I felt very stressed out. I felt panicky. I was afraid of walking across the parking lot. You were always being hit up for something. When you were on duty at the parish, and there were 7 of us that worked there, you always had to have a Roman collar on. Now, the reason I don't usually wear one is because when you have one on, no one sees your face. You see? You're a walking Rorschach test. All they see is the Roman collar, and they project a tremendous amount of love or a tremendous amount of hate. And I just got real tired of picking up on the fact that they were yelled at 30 years ago by someone I don't know, you know? You'd wear it around all the time there and get real shaky and crazy. And I was feeling overwhelmed and incompetent. Let's add incompetent to the list because, objectively, too, if you have the energy of 7 people, you'd be incompetent there. I mean, this is like trying to make peace in Vietnam, you know? So, we had a meeting in Hollywood called the Hollywood Thursday Night Men's Stag. Serious AA meeting. And it was a problem-solving meeting, which I think, I don't know if women have problem-solving meetings. Men do because we think we can solve problems, you know, a little arrogance. There, we're used to it. We'll solve your problems. The format of the meeting was you would read from chapter 5, and then you would wait for the first person with a problem, and he would throw it out. And if you had a similar experience sober, you talked and got through it sober. You talked about it. So you might have half a dozen problems on the floor at the same time. When the moon got full, that meeting got fuller. It was one of those things. No one went there because they were having a good week either. This is not your glad to be alive and just thought I'd drop by. This is this was your crisis meeting. And also, this was one of those meetings where there was never any small talk. I mean, people didn't sit around and chat beforehand. People got in there, sat down, and were silent, waiting. You know, serious. So we read from chapter 5 one night and waited for the first guy with a problem to break. You know, go ahead, tell us. We waited 27 minutes. Try that one. Like we have that. Does anyone have a topic and you wait for 10 seconds and you can't stand the silence? Well, let's talk about gratitude. Go ahead. 27 minutes of silence because we were all men and we were all fine, thanks. A lot of ego was on the line. And then finally the first guy broke, you know, and he just wanted, oh, God. We were all so relieved. So I went to that meeting with my problem, you know, and I sat down there and they read from chapter 5 and people were talking around. And I said, well, here's my problem. I said, I've got a new job and I just feel overwhelmed by it. I feel dumb, and I feel incompetent, and general outlines, because they didn't know what I was doing for a living. But it was just kind of general outlines on this, and that I just felt so incompetent, and what can I do? So there was a guy there named Chuck who was about 7 feet tall and weighed a pound. And he said, can I ask you a question? And I said, sure. He said, have you done this kind of work before? And I said, no, not really. I haven't. And he said, well, then you probably are incompetent. He said, what you get to do once you admit you're incompetent is learn how to do the job. And I never knew that. And I always thought you had to be perfect before you walked in the door. You had to know the material before you took the class. You had to know who'd done it before you started the book. It never occurred to me that I could be incompetent, inadequate, or in need of learning basic stuff. And I'm very grateful to that meeting, because I found out once I allowed myself the right to be incompetent, I gave myself permission to learn. And I need to remind myself, every time I start a new job, I'm incompetent. Thus, after teaching, I went into a job with a group called the Jesuit Volunteers, which is like a domestic peace corps. And I was the director of the project, and we had like 70 volunteers in the Southwest. And we work with marginal people, elderly, handicapped, inner city kids, and it's all kinds of people right out there on the cutting edge, the people we don't think are nice people. And my job was being an administrator and being a fundraiser. Now, I had never done either before. And I found I could do both. Last year, 2 years ago now, my last year in the job, I had to raise $40,000 so we could pay bills. And I did. But I found in that 3 years I was director of the Jesuit Volunteers, I learned a lot of things I never wanted to know. And I was stretched a lot. And it was a real hard job. And on a regular basis, I was incompetent. And it was real painful. And I was able to show up a lot of the time. Not all the time, but I was able to show up a lot of the time. But I really had to take care of myself in that job, because it was so stressful, and it was so new. And I'm very glad I did the job, and it was a tremendous relief to be let out of it and do something else. But a lot, work isn't always a million laughs. Sometimes I needed a program tremendously, and what I needed, I worked with the staff, and I, for a while, we lived in West Oakland, which is a rough neighborhood, by the way, and the whole staff lived together, and there were, I think, 3 men and 2 women on the staff, and I was the director. And I fired one of the women. She refused to go, but I did fire her, even though I fired her. And we were living together. So I fired her and had breakfast with her the next day. Awful experience. And real. So I found there were all of these, the staff, and I'm a nice man, the staff was divided. There was arguing going back and forth. People were questioning my basic, not just competence, but motives, There was all kinds of ugly stuff that went on for a year, and it was real crisis. And I found out that for a period of time, I was in a real survival mode. Not glad to be alive, survival mode. And it meant that I went to a lot of AA and a lot of Alanon. I had to use a very strong Alanon program at that time, because there were so many angry, manipulative people, and I was one of them. And I had to find out how to let go. I had to find out how to turn it over. I had to find out how to not hold resentment. And that was real painful. And the Alanon program helped me tremendously there. AA helps me a lot with my sobriety and me, but Alanon helps me in dealing with anybody else. And that's one of the reasons I go to it. One of the things I found, and people do give practical hints, as I was working with these people, after I fired this woman, walked into my staff, and no one would talk to me for 3 months. No one would say hello. Little chilly. So I'm a very nice man. So I would go and I would just feel wounded. And my body language showed. I was all hunched over like that. I decided what I had to do was, even though they will not say hello to me, I will say hello to them. So, and chilly stuff. So I would walk up to each one and touch them on the arm in a nice, non-threatening place, and I would say, good morning, hello, and then I would do it with each person there, and that helped me make contact with them. And then I was able to do my job. Then I'd go to a meeting and come back and do more. But it was just awful. And I found during those kinds of times, I really used these steps and these principles to survive. And that was at 5 years sober. Sometimes I think we think that once we've gotten a certain amount of time, life is easy. That the slogan is, keep coming back, it gets better. Well, I don't think that's true. Sometimes it gets awful. And part of the reason I think what's true is this: keep coming back, it gets different. When I was drinking, it never got different. It was always the same. It made no difference if it was July or December or, Tuesday or Christmas. It was the same, because I was the same. I was depressed and self-centered. I find out in the program, things get different. One of the women in the East Bay says, when you get sober, you feel better. You feel everything better. And that's true. For a lot of us, it's the first time we deal with disappointment and hurt and failure without anesthetic. And the pain is extraordinary. When I was locked up for drunk there in the hospital, the ward next to us was the burn unit in the hospital. And the burn unit burns are the most, the most severe damage you can do to the body is a severe burn. And these were folks, old folks, little kids, and they would have burns on 60 to 90% of their body, third degree. And I think it's the toughest ward in the hospital. And when you first are severely burned, you don't feel anything. Did you know that? You don't feel anything. Because all the nerves are burned off too. And so you're just numb. You leak a lot, because your skin's... But you don't feel anything until you start getting well. And then the nerves regrow. And the first sign that you're getting well is you go into agony. And people on the staff go around saying, this pain means you're getting well. This pain means you're getting well. You can walk through this. This pain means you're getting well. I need to hear that on a regular basis, because I didn't think it meant I was getting well. I thought I was losing my mind with it. I thought I was doing something wrong with it. But it's not. Pain comes and goes. Pain is one of those parts of being alive. And frequently when something new is tried, it is painful and awful. I know at that 3 months' time when all of my emotions went raw, I was enraged for the next 18 months, with an occasional day off, but basically enraged. And I had to let people give me a lot of space and tell me it was perfectly okay to just sit there and scream. Scream as long as you need to and swear as long as you need to. I went to one meeting with only gentlemen are here. I knew I couldn't go back. Who needs them? I need to go to a place where you don't have to be a gentleman, where you can instead tell the truth on occasion. And I didn't do it polite and I didn't do it neat. But I did it. And I found that the healing did take place over time through the help of a lot of meetings, through the help of some real good therapists, and God, the source, who used all those people to touch me. And I still, good and bad days. There are good and bad days. There are some days it's wonderful being alive, and there are some days it's kind of slow. That's real. Let me end by saying, in this business about being restored to sanity, what occurred to me I talked earlier this morning about God. What can we know about God? I think you learn a lot about God by looking at what God does. You learn a lot about a musician by listening to the music. You don't learn everything. You don't know if the musician was white or black or fat or thin or Hungarian or Romanian. But from the music you can hear some stuff. Like if you ever listen to Rachmaninoff late at night, you know he's nuts. Because, he's bonkers stuff.
kind of thrilling, you know. I'm always attracted to bonkers. No, you can listen to Tchaikovsky and hear the passion and anguish and you know stuff. Looking at a painting, you know a lot about the painter. You might say, this guy's pretty dull, you know. This guy's very creative. This guy does... Looking at creation, you learn a lot about the Creator. And looking at... what do I know about God? I know God is a healer. Because I see the healing process that has not just happened in me, which I can clearly point to when I bother to remember, but I can see the healing process in you. You see the newcomers coming in with dead eyes, and in 3 months their eyes are alive. And then they ask, do you think there's a resurrection? You bet there is. It happens all the time. As we see women and men come back from the dead, not from their own power, but from a power greater than themselves. So that's why this is the power that restores us to sanity, like restores us to work, to love, and to play. The Latin word for health is sanus, from which we get sanity, sanitize, sanitation. To be sane is to be emotionally and psychologically healthy. And that means you can work and love and play. You know, at least you're capable of that. Some days I work more than play, and some days I play more than love, and those things fluctuate all the time. But the capability is there now, where it wasn't before. I think it's time for lunch. And then we've got free time. I'm going to start seeing folks about 2 o'clock. Rich, I'll meet Rich here. If you haven't taken a nap yet in your sobriety, napping is an important part of the program. And then we'll meet, I think it's at 4:30, I guess, in here for the Mass. For those who'd like to attend, like I say, you're most welcome to come and take part in that. Why don't we end with the Lord's Prayer? It's Saturday night already, which happens, it always strikes me as that it happens very, very quickly. Tonight I'd like to talk a little bit about the 4th and 5th step. In fact, what I'd like to do is talk about steps 4, 5, 6, and 7, because my understanding of them is that they all go together real quick. The mythology of the program, however, is that once you've... And by the mythology, it's what a lot of people believe, but it's not in the book. The mythology is that once you've done 5, it is such an awful experience you should lie down for about 3 years. And not do anything, you know. Well, he just did his 5th step last Christmas, no wonder he's crazy. Where the book says, the same day you've done 5, you do 6 and 7. You get them done. So you can go on with your life, because most of us haven't been real involved in that. It says here, number 4, we made back to 3 for a second. We made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood God. The couple of simple things I'd like to say about that, because I talked a lot about God and a lot about spirituality and stuff like that. The 3rd step is very high spirituality. This is not a beginner's step. This demands lots of trust and lots of faith. And there are some people, and they aren't many, but some people are capable of taking this step once, and it affects all of their lives. Now, I'm not one of those people. I am a nibbler at the 3rd step, where I have taken it once, but I continually need to remind myself of the fact. And life goes along fine, and then when it blows up, I find I take the 3rd step over again. My sponsor told me that once you have taken the 3rd step, you have lost your right to be hysterical. And that came as a tremendous blow to me, because hysteria I loved. I mean, anything this side of true drama was mine. And to find I have lost the right to be... My favorite example of this, there was one real hard-ass sponsor in California. Anyway, this guy who he was sponsoring, I don't like baby and pigeon, so I don't try to say that. It's just probably about something the way I was raised. Anyway, this person was being sponsored. What happened in one afternoon was that his wife met his girlfriend, who met his boyfriend. And all three of them had a very interesting conversation. And he came home to find out, he was 2 years sober, he was fine. Well, anyway, the option is suicide, of course. The first thing you think of in something like that is suicide. So he called his sponsor and he says, "What am I going to do?" And the sponsor said, "Have you taken your third step?" The guy said, "Yes." He said, "Then relax, it'll work out." Yeah, maybe your situation will, but my situation won't. And it did over time. In fact, his life got a lot simpler after that. I'm for a simple lifestyle, I tell you. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God. We're turning over to the care of God. Not to the judgment of God, not to the wrath of God, not to the, to the care of God as we understood God. What I need to remind myself on this is, in terms of my own life, I do not know what is best for me. That's still true. I really do not know what is best for me. I choose to believe that God does. And that if I cooperate, this will work out somehow. Blanche Davenport is a woman in Texas who's been in Alanon since God invented dirt. And she was talking about, how things work out and how they don't work out. And she was saying that in 1964, her mother was terminally ill with cancer, and she was in the hospital visiting her mother, and let me see if I remember this correctly. She was outstanding. Her mother was dying in the room, and she was standing out in the hall, and she was just sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. And one of the other patients came up there and said, "Dear, your mother will be all right." And Blanche said, "Oh, you don't understand. My mother is dying." And the other patient said, "I didn't say she was going to get well. I said she was going to be all right." And Blanche said she died that year, and she's been all right ever since. Things will work out. That doesn't mean they're going to work out the way I like them to, but things will work out, and to the greater good. I really fundamentally have to believe that, or I couldn't leave my room. I need to fundamentally believe that the power and the love of God is greater than any of the hostility, ignorance, and stupidity that we can put up to fight it. I need to believe that, and I choose to. Till I watch the news. Go through reactions. All right, so with that, as far as the third step goes, I think the third step is done on a regular basis for folks like me. And I know a lot of people who start the day off with the third step prayer and the seventh step prayer, and that seems to work for them. 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Where I got sober, there were people who talked about this step like this. I've been writing my fourth step for 9 years. And I am on my 15th volume and have gotten up to my first marriage. Well, when I hear folks talk like that, I am real impressed because theirs is bigger than mine. It's real clear. But what's also true is if it has to be that long and involved, I can't do it. That kind of AA macho paralyzes me. Because this is not a writing contest. Okay. Also, you are not doing your autobiography. I was born out of your... This is not an autobiography, nor is it the great American novel. Okay? It's just none of those things. This is an inventory, which means a list. You are making a list. And if you want to do it in pencil or crayon or pen, it's perfectly all right. If you want to do it on... It says we made a list. However you make lists. A list is kind of counting stuff, and you take a look at things. What the book suggests, it has, and I would suggest first, if you haven't done your fourth step yet, or you've been talking about it, which means you haven't done it, I started talking about it months before I started doing it, and the more I talked about it, the less I did. It was an interesting kind of thing. Finally, you just get so crazy you have to do it. And by doing it, you start just making the list. Some people do it on tape, some people do it on paper, but you make a list. The book has some very practical suggestions. You make some lists and some columns up, Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Jones, with sex, question mark. If that works for you, wonderful. That really does help a lot of people if you just look at what the book says, the AA Big Book about the fourth step. And being that it's in there, I'm not going to tell you about it. I'm going to say, go look at it. All right. The Alanon inventory to a fourth step, I found personally far more helpful, because it gave it more in terms that I think of. And the Alanon has a wonderful fourth step guide that you might want to look at. Hazelton has one too. Their first fourth step guide to the inventory, I read it and wanted to hang myself. And I had done my fourth step 5 years before. Every bit of guilt and nuanced stuff that could come up from my sophomore religion teacher was right there. And I just felt completely insane, and it took me 3 days to recover just from reading it. I'm not talking about doing it, God, so I noticed they'd come up with a new fourth step guide, which is not as awful as the other one. Okay. If that helps, please use it. I hear fifth steps on occasion, and there's a group of people, and if I offend someone on this, I think I want to. There's a group of people that write up fourth step guides for other people. Like it's 9,004 questions, Have you ever had sex with a goat? If so, was the goat Catholic? How old were you? Have you ever stolen from your... It's these endless questions to which you're supposed to answer yes or no or maybe, And it goes on for page after page after page after... I think that is so compulsive. I'm just amazed at that. I'm amazed at the people who have that kind of energy to put into such a questionnaire, and I have the people who are desperate enough to go through answering yes and no to someone else's questions. I just find it amazing. But also, it has helped some people get well. They're in both the writer and the writee, and I'm, far be it from me to say they're crazy. What breaks up usually into a fourth step are a couple of areas. Usually people spend some time writing about their relationships with their family. That's a couple of pages. Usually people spend some time writing about jobs or the lack thereof, work experience. Because some of us have very colorful work careers. That takes a couple of pages. Usually people have to write some things about relationships with, other people, friends or church people, agencies and organizations we've been around. And usually people write some about sex. Sex almost gets a whole paragraph, a whole couple of pages all to itself, because for so many of us, that is the most shameful and embarrassing stuff we have to talk about. We never talk about it. Just saying. What I found interesting, doing it kind of that way, you break it up into manageable areas and you write down everything you can think about that subject that's true. That's doing the inventory, list it off, boom, 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 boom. I have these strengths, I have these weaknesses. When I did mine, however, one other suggestion, a priest named Bill Perkins, who's an awful drunk, Bill said that what he likes to do with people who especially are crippled by guilt and scruples, people who never give themselves a break, who are vicious judges of themselves. He says you get 2 stacks of paper, and on one on the top of it you write, if I had my life to live over again, here's what I'd do again. And you write all that stuff down. And stack 2, if I had my life to live over again, here's what I'd change. And when you get done with that, you've got a fourth step. It's kind of interesting. What I did with mine is, because I thought I heard it at a meeting, I made a list of different vices and virtues like anger and jealousy and stuff, and I wrote that at the top of the page, and I started writing a list under anger of all the people I wanted to see slowly dead. That's what I did. Now, I started writing this list when I was very angry. So I had a couple of them right at the top, and then I found out that homicidal feelings are healthier than suicidal feelings.
Because at least with homicidal feelings, you're relating to someone else, you know? My suicide is just you alone in the room, same old thing. And I found out there were a lot of people I was very angry at, and I didn't have to write down the why and when I first met them, and just names. Made a list of all the people. Second list I made was of all the things I felt jealous about. And I could have told you when I started the list that would have been a very short list. I was not aware of jealousy in my life. The reason I say that is because there are a lot of things I don't notice. I really do not notice cars. And I really do not notice the prices of clothing that people wear. I mean, pick that up. I've got my basic, 2 pairs of pants and 4 pairs of sandals, and I'm set, and 5 T-shirts, and I just kind of live like that, and I don't notice Gucci, and I don't notice all this other, and I don't notice jewelry, and I don't notice fashion. So therefore, I concluded I was not a jealous person. Not true. Not true. What I did notice was that your family was more interesting than mine, your friends were prettier than mine, and more interesting than mine. I had very boring friends. If you were able to speak 2 foreign languages and play a musical instrument, I wanted you dead. What I was jealous about were your spiritual qualities. I mean, those kinds of things you can't measure by yourself. But I mean, the natural gifts you had. If your shoulders were wider, if you ran faster, if you were better. I hated you. And I found out I had a tremendous amount of jealousy, but not on things that lots of people are jealous about. And so that was a very revealing list to me. And I continue with other stuff, things I had stolen. And I didn't steal much. I mean, just a couple of things that I had to, Stealing was not a bit, because I was rigorously honest in lots of things. I really was. I mean, if I had found $5 on the street and I've done this, I turned it into the nearest store. Although I couldn't take it, it wasn't mine, but I would give it to a store and it wasn't theirs either, but at least it wasn't mine, so, Alanon, do you hear me calling? Anyway, when I started writing my 4th step when I was about 6 months sober, and the only reason I started writing it was because I was told if you don't write it, you'll drink again. So I didn't write it to get well. I wrote it because I didn't want to drink again. And I wrote in that rage until the rage passed, and whenever I was in pain over the next 18 months, I wrote, and as soon as the pain left, I stopped writing. That's how I did my 4th step. At the end of 18 months, I had 20 minutes to half an hour of material. And I have my experience with hearing 5th steps is that many, many, many 5th steps can be told 20 minutes to an hour. Most of us aren't that imaginative. I found out if you give me a couple of social drinks, I do the same 4, 5, or 6 tricks over and over and over again without variation. I mean, it's just awful. And a lot of my 4th step was boring. Which was embarrassing. That it was my best shot, and it was boring. I tried even spicing up parts of it, and they were still boring. I was basically depressed and self-obsessed. Million laughs, right? You can't make a sitcom out of that. And occasionally, I would hop in a car and drive all over the state of California, seeking humiliating and degrading experiences. But most of my 4th step is just, depression and boredom. Okay. I made a date with my sponsor, Terry. I said, listen, let's get this done. And I was going to take a week off and finish it up, tie the loose ends up and get it finished, because I was putting it off. And I was almost 2 years sober, so let's do it. So I made a date with Terry. He said, okay. And I got finished on a retreat. I wrote about an hour or 2 a day and finished this schlocky, awful, embarrassing thing. And carried it around for a while. And finally, Terry came to my room. And the way the 5th step reads is it says, we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. Now, some sponsors say, you've got to take your 5th step with me. That's not what the book says. The book says, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being. Some sponsors don't qualify. When they're busy being God as they understand God, just doesn't. The purpose of step 5 is to find someone you can dump with. And find someone that is comfortable for you to dump with. We had this brief thing at a Berkeley meeting one night where a guy wanted to know if he should do his 5th step with his wife because it would make them so much closer. And we said, "You've read too many books!" God, Harlequin romances, that's what he was fed on. And we said, this is not, the purpose of this step is not to make you closer with anybody. The purpose of this step is to admit to someone who has a short-term memory all this stuff you've been involved with so you can dump it. Well, that's what you're involved in. But it didn't feel right to him, and I hope I can't, talk about kamikaze. Also, it was part of his ego that he thought she'd be interested, Of course she would. She's my wife. She'd be fascinated by me. Yeah, especially after living with you for 20 years, she's probably, breathless. Admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being. Well, I made this date with Terry, and Terry showed up, and so we did this in my room, which I think is a mistake. I tell people, meet in a neutral place, where you can leave if it gets weird. Like a Greyhound bus depot is great for 5th steps. We had one fella in Los Angeles, and he was real nervous because the statute of limitations had not run out on some of his better ideas. And he was convinced that he was very paranoid, like some of us are. And I didn't think it was paranoid. I thought it was just sensitive, But he used to think that FBI agents attended meetings waiting for him to talk. And I said, well, they're probably only attending meetings because they're alcoholics, but who am I to judge? Anyway, this guy finally, he had to take a 5th step. He had this, all this stuff was just sizzling. And then, so he went down to the Greyhound bus depot in L.A. And he found there was a bus going to Philadelphia in about 30 minutes, and there was this little old man waiting with a suitcase waiting in line. And he wandered up to me and said, "Excuse me, but can I buy you a cup of coffee?" And the little old man said, "Sure, why not?" So they went over and sat in the thing, and the little old man sat down, and as he was having his cup of coffee, this guy said, "I'd like to read you something." And he started, and I just see this little old man with eyes getting wider and wider and wider. Well, he finished his stuff. He finished his stuff in about 20 minutes. See, I think that a major truth can be told in about 3 minutes. I really believe that. And if you've got a couple of major truths, it may go to 10. But knock off all the bullshit and just tell the truth, and you'd be amazed at how streamlined some of these things can get. So that this guy went for 20 minutes talking about the major awful things that he had done. And then when he was done, he took the little old man back to the bus line and waited until he got on the bus and made sure he got out of town. Wave goodbye. They did not exchange names or phone numbers. And anyway, he came back feeling wonderful back to this meeting. He says, "I did my 5th step," and he told us how he did it. And I said, "Oh, didn't you know that usually FBI agents wait down at the Greyhound bus depot waiting to meet people like you?" I loved it. All right. When I was doing this with Terry, I didn't even look at him because I was embarrassed about some of the stuff. Also, a lot was boring. So what I did was I admitted to God myself and deplored the exact nature of my wrongs, and Terry happened to be in the room. And he's kind of a passive-aggressive type anyway. He's not too chatty. And he was kind of sitting back, rocking back and forth. And when I was done, like 20 minutes, half an hour after I started reading this awful stuff, I was going, all right, I'll read that too. And I was done, and he was silent, which he is a lot.
And he just kind of sat there for a moment, and then he said, "Well, one thing's real clear." I froze. I do not like people for whom one thing is real clear. I don't associate with people for whom one thing is real clear. I always felt inadequate next to them, you know. And he said, I was waiting for the blow, you know. And he said, "Both you and I need this program very much." And he got up and left my room, and I was thrilled to see him go. I didn't call him for 6 months. And the next time I saw him, it was like, I mean, we had never met before. Like, I had to get reacquainted with him because I didn't know if he still liked me after hearing my fifth step. Because there was stuff in there I thought was a little delicate, as we say. And I found out he was very comfortable, just very comfortable. But it took me, he was, but I wasn't. You know, it took us a while to get back on familiar ground. And right now, he's one of the several people who knows my soul very well. There are a couple of people, I just keep them in tune with the most recent crises, you know, and we have an ongoing thing. I'm going to see him Monday night. He buys me dinner. I think it's a great relationship. So this, a minute ago, what else about? Fifth step. Right now, this is just if you stole a lot of stuff, and in your fourth step you made a list as far as you can remember of the times and persons and so forth and how much you've stolen, and you have listed 837 instances of theft where you were responsible. Okay. In your fifth step, do you have to mention all 837? Well, it says, admitted the exact nature of our wrongs. The exact nature of your wrong is you're a thief. That's what you admit. And then give 3 of the more interesting examples. You don't need to go through 837. Think of the poor slob listening to you, you know? What do you have to mention in your fifth step? I believe the things you must mention are those things you swore you'd never tell anyone. That you've got to let go of. Should you mention it right away or later? Who cares? Do it right away. Get it over with, you know? What we found, this is kind of similar to hearing confessions, by the way. And it's an interesting part of being a priest is hearing confessions. Especially if you do it in a very traditional way of being in the box, you know, which is a little claustrophobic, so I usually don't do that. I get weird. But I have been in there, and what's interesting, I just want to mention this because, you know, most of you people never think about these things. When you're in the box, and the purpose of the box in the Catholic situation was to protect the anonymity of the person talking. And the purpose of the confessional was so people could go and dump and get rid of the stuff that they'd been carrying around for years. It turned into a later thing where you dumped to some people and got scolded a lot, you know, which is not the purpose. That priest had a problem. But the healthy situation is to be in a place where you can dump and hear God's mercy. That's and forgiveness and welcome home. That's the healthiest situation. Anyway, in the box, though, when you have that screen there, you can't see the person you're talking to. You don't know, as they walk, all you hear is someone walks in. You don't know how old they are. You don't know what sex they are. You don't know how nervous they are. You don't know anything about this person other than the voice. So what you've got to do over a period of time is listen exquisitely. Because the only way you have of judging that person's level of education, nervousness, guilt, fear is the voice. And you have to do it. It's exhausting hearing confessions because we usually watch. We're very visual people, but to do all this stuff. And in the years I've been listening to confessions, I don't know how much sin I've heard, whatever sin is. And I was telling, so I have to rethink sin on a regular basis. But I've heard a tremendous amount of guilt and pain. Tremendous amount of guilt and pain. And I think that's frequently the material of a fifth step too, is the guilt and the pain. And all those things we've never told anyone because we didn't think anybody could understand. You know? The exact nature of our wrongs admitted.
I think it's a real healthy step. If you've been afraid of who should you choose as someone to do a fifth step with? Anyone who will keep their mouth shut will do. Because it is no one's business but yours. Find someone you can trust, maybe someone who's a friend, but sometimes we really like strangers, because it's someone nice and safe you can talk to. Again, that was part of the purpose of the box. Then it says, we were entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character, and we humbly ask God to remove our shortcomings. Let me see. This is what the book says. Now, this paragraph causes problems for some people. It says this, page 75. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we are on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the Spirit of the universe. I didn't feel like that when I was finished with my fifth step. I didn't. When I was finished with my fifth step, I said, Tom, you've done your fifth step. Period. And I was waiting for this big emotional rush. Some people have that. That's valid experience for some people because they just feel so unburdened and life is suddenly fabulous. But that wasn't like that for me. What my sponsor told me 6 months later when I saw him again was, he said, by the way, Tom, I had one more thing to say about your fifth step. And I went, oh, okay, what? And he said, if you keep on working the program to the best of your ability, you won't have to drink today. When I finished my fifth step, I did not go right on to 6 and 7. I didn't know about 6 and 7. Instead, I said, I think I'll go to a meeting, and being that I've done my fifth step and I've gone to a meeting, I think I won't have a drink today. It was real low-key emotion for me, and that was around 2 years sober. This, I think, what this paragraph talks about does happen, but it takes time. It doesn't happen that afternoon, And then it goes on to say, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. All right, you've done your fifth step. You're home now at 6 o'clock at night. Carefully reviewing what we have done. We thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know God better. Taking this book down from our shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we ask if we have omitted anything, for we are building an arch through which we should walk a free person at last. Like, have you omitted step 3? That kind of stuff. Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Have we skimped on the cement put into the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand? Do you think someone in construction wrote that paragraph? If we can answer to our satisfaction, notice our satisfaction, not perfection, would you give yourself a C-? That's satisfactory. We then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. And it's true. And both Alanons and AAs, if you do not want to get well, you won't. So relax. Some of us are so afraid of suddenly waking up well, we just can't, cope with it. If you want to hold on to your sickness and hysteria and grief and pain, you will. Believe me. So, you'll sleep well tonight knowing that. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have admitted are objectionable? Like what? Well, how about your bigotry? And your fear? And your intolerance? And your workaholism? And your vicious mouth? Let's start with those, Tom. Oh, those. Okay. Can God now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something, we will not let go. Your favorite form of prejudice. We ask God to help us be willing. When ready, now it's 6:45. That's taken 45 minutes. It's 6:45. When ready, we say something like this. My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. And then it says, we have then completed step 7. Now, if you've done 4 and 5 but haven't done 6 and 7 yet, get them done before you go to bed tonight. Get them done so you can go on with your life. Well, I don't want to be perfect, you know. What if all my defects of character are removed? They won't be. They won't be. See, the thing is, God finds defects of character very useful to work with. That's real true. I think the reason is people identify with people that have defects of character. You don't identify with people that don't. Well, what if, for instance, you're the most notorious bigot at your meeting, and you are filled with resentment and rage and awfulness about a lot of different people. And every meeting you talk about them, and you're just filled with self-righteous indignation, and you've been sober 15 years. And you sit at that meeting and dominate it every Tuesday night. Well, what happens probably is that a newcomer will come into that meeting and see you and conclude, if that creep can stay sober, I can stay sober. And you may be the most useful person in the whole meeting, because you let them know that crazy, self-willed bigots can stay sober too. And that's real important information for a lot of people as they walk in the doors, because they're afraid of joining a society of saints. Remember that fear? You know? These are straight up and down people, and they'll never understand me. They'll understand just fine. We've then completed step 7. Tomorrow morning, in the first talk, I want to talk about 8 and 9, and then in the second talk, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. Let's try a tradition for a minute. Tradition 10. No AA group or member should ever, in such a way as to implicate AA, express any opinion on outside controversial issues, particularly those of politics, alcohol reform, or sectarian religion. The Alcoholics Anonymous groups oppose no one. That's shocking. I mean, no one. Concerning such matters, they can express no views whatsoever. I hated that. Because I'm a cause person. I have loved causes. And I think before I think I spent my first years in fantasy and passed out of fantasy to causes, and from causes went to alcohol. I think that's a real progression for me. But I used a lot of things to fix me. I have been far right and far left and radical middle of the road. But what's true is whatever position I've held, when I've held it, I have believed it absolutely. You know, I was a real intolerant. So when I came into Alcoholics Anonymous, I was just very burned out on lots of causes. I mean, I didn't need any causes anymore. I was just so scarred and bashed by the political process and other things, and I always back losers, and it just, angry and resentment stuff. So, I was 4 years sober, and our higher power presented us with a presidential election, And I thought I was well enough to dabble. So I got involved with the candidate and started passing around petitions and getting people to sign, and then started carrying literature, and then started going to meetings and looked all around the room and said, these people really should hear about my candidate, because this will fix them. I mean, it really will, and and get them registered to vote. And I personally do not understand people that don't vote. They frustrate me and make me angry, because I just see it as, silence is consent, is the way I look at it. And if you're silent and you're consenting to all these awful things going on, let's get involved and make them nervous, So I have a problem. I wanted to register all of AA.
and get them interested in my candidate and get this going. Well, I left the material out in my car and went into my regular meeting. I guess it was a Monday night meeting in Hollywood, which is very bizarre. And I suddenly looked around the room. And I noticed in that room there were some people who thought that King George III was our best president. And there were other people that wanted to start by blowing up the Bank of America. You know, that's how you start. And I had this spiritual awakening. That the reason we don't get involved in politics is because politics is not what holds us together. You know, we probably disagree on a zillion things, and we don't talk about those things at group level because, you know, this is an equal opportunity disease and anybody can get it. And if we focus on alcoholism and recovery, people get well. If we start focusing on lots of other stuff, we get real crazy. And that includes, you know, famine relief and prohibition and, you know, the nuclear energy. Those are not issues that we talk about. That's also true, by the way, it says alcohol reform, which I guess, see, when this was busy being written, prohibition had just been outlawed a couple of years. So that was still a big issue. But the sectarian religion's interesting. I've been to meetings where organized religions have been run up, down one side and down the other and blown out of the room. My goodness. That sounds to me like a resentment. You know? And I think that can get you just as drunk as a resentment against anybody else. And I think people need to get told gently that resentments make you sick. Make peace. You know? Because, or, you know, it was raised in, you know, the Baptist church, or raised in the Mormon church, or raised in the Catholic church. Somehow, as a top priority, if you're ever going to sleep all night without ulcers and throwing up, you had better make peace with that. Either, you know, we say, on the book says that many of us return to the religions of our childhood, and that's true. But many of us are allergic to the religions of our childhood. And allergy should be respected. And if you find you're allergic, you can still make peace. You know? You can still leave calmly instead of leaving in a rage and keeping that rage alive for years. And I think that's an issue that needs to get occasionally talked about at group level. And what else? And if you find yourself drawn to a denomination, check it out. I mean, as sober women and men, we have the right to ask questions, and we have the right to take classes, and we have the right to read books and find out things. If Christian Science interests you, go find out about it. Well, I don't want to join. Then don't join. But go ask. You know, if you're interested in Judaism or Catholicism or Buddhism or practical atheism, there are all kinds of areas you can take night classes, you can take day classes, you can get books, you can find out things in that spiritual area after about 5 years of good sobriety. The book on one of these steps here, I think it's that fourth one, where is this? Oh, it says here in step 7, it says, we humbly ask God to remove our shortcomings. And that brings up the question of humility and pride. And we sometimes have these as topics. And I have this reflection on humility. A lot of us think that humility means beating yourself up. I'm no good. That's not true. Humility is telling the truth. The humble woman or man is the woman or man who can tell the truth about themselves. Ludwig van Beethoven, in all humility, could say that he would write music that would electrify 4 centuries of people. People with talent, in all humility, can say they've got talent. You know? That's telling the truth. If you're good at numbers, if you're good at sports, if you're simply saying, I'm real good, I won 3 Olympic gold medals, that indicates something. You know, if you're saying, oh, shucks, I just swim, you know, I'm not that, you're lying, which is what pride is. Pride is the lie. That's why pride kills, because it's the lie. Pride says, oh, I'm much better than all that, or I'm much worse than all that, when you're not. You're just normal. We're one of the folks. But see, what pride does, humility lets me join the group. because I tell the truth. Pride separates me from the group because I tell a lie. I don't belong. I'm too good or I'm too bad. That's why pride's a killer. That is the best way I have of understanding humility and pride. So therefore, to be a humble person, not only do I have to speak the truth, but I have to know the truth about myself. And that's very difficult, because I confuse myself so easily, and I didn't know who I was when I got here. And I had to hear me being talked about by you. When you talked about what was going on in your insides, I was able to compare. And I was able to match. I didn't know how to talk about feelings until you taught me how. And that a month or 2 or 3 ago, I was going to a meeting in Berkeley at noon, and I rear-ended a woman who had just been fired from her job. Over 8 years sober and rear-ended. Her first words to me were, through clenched teeth, "You'd better have insurance." Didn't even say hello. You know? Well, I did, and we talked, and but see, in terms, I know I've read the book, I know this stuff, and soon as crisis hits, I blank. You know, and when what program? God who? This, you know. What do you mean? Right. So we were there talking for a few moments, and have you been hit before? Have you hit? So I have hit people before, so I know how it's done. And I said, well, we need to exchange driver's licenses and insurance names and so forth, and how's your car? Her car was fine. Mine was dead. It was leaking very badly. And I went, okay, what would a grown-up do in a situation like this? Because I would just blank and hope for someone to come and rescue me in these situations. And I attended a meeting in Los Angeles a few years ago where a woman named Patricia F., she would talk, and she said she'd be on the Santa Monica freeway and get a flat tire at rush hour, and her first thought was suicide. First thought. And a couple of days after that, she reflected upon the fact that probably most people do not think of suicide immediately after getting a flat tire. They may work up to it. So she said she had an insight into the fact that she tended to overreact. So she said, how can I check this? Because you need it. If you're going to overreact all the time, how do you check it? So she said what she decided she'd do in times of crisis, the only thing she could remember was asking herself the question, what would a normal person do in a situation like this? Now that conveyed nothing to her. She didn't know what normal people did. So then she said, what would Nancy Reagan do in a circumstance like this? And that, for some reason, brought clarity. The first thing Nancy would do is call Ronnie, and then she'd call AAA. She said, that's how it works. Well, I heard that 4, 5, or 6 years ago at a meeting. Rear-ended this woman. My car's bleeding all over the street. And I said, what would Nancy Reagan do in a circumstance like this? I didn't have to call Ron. Believe me, he's not expecting to hear from me. But I did call AAA, and I also had a AAA card, which is even better. And AAA came and picked up my poor machine and took it to Charlie's garage, and I rode with them, and it was just awful. And then we dropped it off there, and it was just hopeless. And so the guy who was on the tow truck, I said, well, would you drop me by at a meeting? And so he said, sure. So I went to the meeting I originally was going to. And I walked in looking awful, just action and weird and all stressed out. And it was the last 10 minutes of the meeting. And people were saying, Tom, you look like hell. What happened? I said, I rear-ended someone. It's awful. And they said, baskets started being passed around, and I noticed my wallet was gone. Now that includes identification, money, the credit card, my Sprint number, life is gone at that point. And so I retraced, I call it gone, disappeared from the face of the earth. Awful. So I walked home, 2 miles to home, because I'm not going to ask for a ride. And, I'm too well to ask for a ride. Walked up the stairs and looked through the mail, and I found a 2-page, single-spaced, typed hate letter that went out of its way to say the most awful things about me, with a copy, of course, sent to my superior. And it was just awful. Well, this was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, I was sitting in front of the television, eating ice cream out of the carton, watching Sesame Street. I did not know what else to do. And people from the noon meeting called, and they said, Tom, what's happening? And I said, well, this is... And they said, well, you know, a grown-up would probably cancel the credit card, you know. Oh, all right. And then Department of Motor Vehicles for a new driver's license. And all that, you know, your credit card from Lucky, you know, so you can get groceries. And you just start spending the next couple of days putting your life back together. That's what a grown-up would do. And that's what I did. But those things don't occur to me spontaneously. I need to hear it from you. You see? I need to, which is why I think the fellowship is very important and why I think meetings are very important. What happens in meetings is we hear people tell our story. And the rough edges get worn off. The Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf writes about the one and only time in his whole life that he ever got drunk. And he was very young. He was just out of the army, and it was, you know, 1918, 1920, somewhere in there. And he and a group of guys went out, and they had a couple of beers, and he had a blackout and had an awful experience, and he said it scared the hell out of him, and the next morning when he woke up feeling awful, he took a solemn vow to never again for the rest of his life touch liquor. And he never did. And I would like to use him as a good example of what happens when you don't drink and don't go to meetings. Let's see. A lot of the you know, in recovery, what I've had to learn in dealing with an awful lot of people is a lot about detachment. I'd like to just talk for a few seconds about detachment for those of us that get involved with people, and those of us that get manipulated by people, and those of us who get used by people. Have I left anyone out yet? Okay. And that includes even in a sponsor-sponsee relationship in AA. I find it, and God, can I admit this?
Sure.
I can't read anybody else's mind. I just can't do it, and I always thought I should. And consequently, I'm not in the habit of asking people direct questions. They tell me something, and I just wait for them to tell me more, you know. And when they don't, I don't push, and so I remain real ignorant and try to give half answers to half questions. You know, I mean, I have to learn how to ask direct questions. But I find in the whole thing of helping people or being helped by people, it can be real crazy. And a lot of people, I used to think, well, here's a sample of my disease. I would go to stores like Lucky Markets or Safeway, and I would find real sick plants. I'd just walk by them, and I'd hear them, Tom, Tom, and I'd buy them. Because it was so, I wouldn't take healthy ones. Why take healthy ones? I'd take these sick little suckers, and I'd take them home and try to fix them, and they'd die. And then I would blame myself for this. You see? If I only loved them more. And someone pointed out that the first problem is when I hear them first call my name. What I had to learn was to not buy them. Leave them there. So as part of my Alanon program, I started collecting cactus and succulents. Because they need to be left alone. And if you try to fix them, they'll die. So I stick with cactus and succulents. They've been neglected for 4 years. Looks gorgeous. It's wonderful for my humility because it's the truth. I mean, God is the source there. But some people push our buttons. And especially in some family or work situations, all you have to do is push the button and the tape starts. You know? And you find you're saying things you don't want to say, and you said the same thing last night and the night before and the night before, and how do you stop? Well, here's a suggestion. When detaching from someone, and you detach for your own, you unplug. You unplug the toxic relationship. You're trying to stop the sick response, which keeps the sick game going. That's what you're trying to do. Not to fix them, but to fix you. This is for my sanity. And I don't know what's going to happen to them, and that's not my problem. 5 words. 5 words. These words can answer most any situation. Yes. No. Really? Whatever. And wow. Okay. Dad, can I have the car tonight? I gotta go out and see the guys. No. If I don't go out and see the guys, I'll run away from home and set fire to the cab. Really? Well, maybe I'll just go upstairs and do my homework. Whatever. You know? See you tomorrow, Dad. Wow. It really covers lots of situations, and I just to stop. And I use those 5 words with myself when the committee goes into session. I am my own alcoholic, and I have to watch that, and it doesn't happen all the time now, but regularly the committee goes into session, and you get more 6 to 7 votes. You know, the vote is 6 to 7. No landslides. It's just, what am I going to do? It's just awful. So I can. Also, I need to visualize when I start to obsess. I do need pictures. I think in pictures. And I visualize the cassette tape recorder. And when the committee starts or the tape starts, the monologue starts for the 15th time, I envision putting out the finger and turning off the tape. Might have to do it 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 times. But it does stop the noise. There's a marvelous movie, I don't know whether it's made in Nevada yet. It's called The Gods Must Be Crazy. It's a South African film, hilarious, and also insightful and poignant, wonderful film. And at one scene early in the film, this woman is working in an office, and she walks up to another woman and says, "Does the noise in my head bother you?" Yes. Okay. Let me end this evening. I'll go a little. This is about, I guess 9 to 10 more minutes of stuff, and then we can go to the bathroom and do whatever it is we need to do. This is a little scripture stuff, and it's about God, and it's more Jesus stories, and it comes from Luke's Gospel, and Jesus as a rabbi. I don't know how much you know about rabbis. Rabbis are very special people. Rabbis are scholars and teachers. And traditionally in Judaism, rabbis teach using 2 methods. Number 1 is telling stories. So you always tell stories. And that illustrates your point. Or you answer questions by asking questions. Example. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar? The answer is, whose picture's on the coin? Caesar's. Give it to him. Next. It's a lot of this was, before TV, so it was also entertainment. And public questioning, and a good rabbi could think on his feet. And if he couldn't think on his feet, no one wanted to talk to him. So you have a lot of Jesus does a lot of repartee in the New Testament, which we kind of miss because we think he's talking all by himself. There's the crowd's heckling a lot. Anyway, here is one in Luke chapter 15. He talks about God. And I thought it might be wonderful to hear that tonight before we crash. It says, the tax collectors and sinners were all gathering around to hear him. They must have felt very comfortable with him. I don't think he was a member of the moral majority. At which the scribes and Pharisees murmured, "This man welcomes sinners and eats with them." That's a charge. That's an accusation. Then Jesus addressed this parable to them. Who among you, if he has 100 sheep and loses one of them, does not leave the 99 in the wasteland and follow the lost one until he finds it? And when he finds it, he puts it on his shoulders in jubilation. Once arrived home, he invites friends and neighbors in and says to them, "Rejoice with me, because I have found my lost sheep." I tell you, there will likewise be more joy in heaven over one repentant sinner than over 99 righteous people who have no need to repent. Repent is a funny word, repienso. It means to rethink. Repienso. To rethink. It doesn't mean, let me cut off a finger. That's not repentance. That's, another problem, and there are programs for you. Okay. Jesus goes on, what woman, if she has 10 silver pieces and loses one, does not light a lamp and sweep the house in a diligent search until she has retrieved what she lost? And when she finds it, she calls in her friends and neighbors to say, "Rejoice with me, I have found the silver piece I lost." I tell you, there will be the same kind of joy before the angels of God over one repentant sinner, over one sinner who rethinks it all. Jesus then said to them, a man had 2 sons. The younger of them said to his father, "Father, give me the share of the estate that is coming to me." So the father divided up the property. Some days later, this younger son collected all his belongings and went off to a distant land, where he squandered his money on dissolute living. Yeah, some identify with that, huh? After he had spent everything, a great famine broke out in that country, and he was in dire need. So he attached himself to one of the property class of the place, who sent him to his farm to take care of the pigs. He longed to fill his belly with the husks that were fodder for the pigs, but no one made a move to give him anything. Coming to his senses at last, he said, "How many hired hands at my father's place have more than enough to eat, while here I am starving? I will break away and return to my father and say to him, 'Father, I have sinned against God and against you. I no longer deserve to be called your son. Treat me like one of your hired hands.'" With that, he set off for his father's house. While he was still a long way off, his father caught sight of him and was deeply moved. He ran out to meet him, threw his arms around his neck, and kissed him. This is not an Irish family. We don't touch. Unless you're loaded, then the German Shepherd wasn't safe, but otherwise... The son said to him, "Father, I have sinned against God and against you. I no longer deserve to be called your son." The father said to his servants, "Quick, bring out the finest robe and put it on him. Put a ring on his finger and shoes on his feet. Take the fatted calf and kill it. Let us eat and celebrate, because this son of mine was dead and has come back to life. He was lost and is found." Then the celebration began. Meanwhile, the elder son was out on the land. As he neared the house on his way home, he heard the sound of music and dancing. He called one of the servants and asked him the reason for the dancing and the music. The servant answered, "Your brother is home, and your father has killed the fatted calf because he has him back in good health." The son grew angry at this and would not go in. But his father came out and began to plead with him. He said to his father in reply... Now, it's important here to listen for the uses of the words always and never. That always isn't things like this. This guy says, "For years now," don't you love that? For years now, I have slaved for you. Love these martyrs. I never disobeyed one of your orders, yet you never gave me so much as a kid goat to celebrate with my friends. Then when this son of yours returns, after having gone through your property with loose women, you kill the fatted calf for him. He needs a program. My son, replied the father, you are with me always, and everything I have is yours. But we had to celebrate and rejoice. This brother of yours was dead and has come back to life. He was lost and is found. End of the story. Now, overall, that's all of chapter 15, by the way of Luke. Interesting. The same story is told 3 times. And it's interesting as Jesus teaches about God as Jesus understood God. He first compares God to a shepherd, and shepherds weren't nice people. They were nomads who never bathed. And you did not want your daughter to marry a shepherd, or your son for that matter. Shepherds were awful, awful people. Nice people were stable folks that lived inside. Shepherds were kind of like, car parking lot attendants. It's kind of, you never know what they're on or where they're from. Will you get your car back? And it was all, where are these people? And they always keep showing up in different lots, but they're the same people. These were kind of suspicious folk, And interestingly, in the Jewish scriptures, God has a tremendous love for shepherds. David the king was a shepherd. So there's a real pattern in Old Testament of choosing the outcast to be the leader. Kind of interesting. Anyway, Jesus identifies God with shepherd. Then Jesus identifies God with the woman who's lost the coin, which is kind of interesting. I don't hear a lot of people talking about the number of times Jesus identified God with a woman, but Jesus does. He seems very free with that. And then the third thing is this story, which is called the prodigal son, and I think it's a mistake. Because when you call it the prodigal son, you focus on the first kid, who's a creep. The first, although a lot of us identify with him, let's admit this kid is a loser. See? So is the second kid. A loser. Awful, awful, awful. Can you imagine living in the same house with both of them? This poor father. So who's the central character of the story? It's the father. And this, as Jesus talks about our Father, God as Father, this is the image Jesus portrays. We, in post-Victorian times, I guess we're post-Victorian times, we a lot of times think of Father as authority. Wait till your father gets home. Your father will handle that. So we have a lot of negative stuff connected with fathers. The Japanese have a slogan, may the gods protect us from floods, fires, famines, and fathers. That's what they say. And, they're not given the best press. But Jesus' teaching about father uses a funny word. There's a lot of different words in Hebrew for father, just like in English. We have father, papa, daddy, dad, old man. They all have different nuances and so forth. The word Jesus uses is Abba. A-B-B-A, like the singing group from Sweden. Abba. And Abba, like so many other Hebrew words, has a picture connected with it. And the picture connected with this word is very graphic. It is the male parent standing in the door, kind of coming in from a day's work, and a child. Abba is a 3 or 4-year-old child's word. And a 3 or 4-year-old child running across the floor, throwing himself into the father's arms. And the father catches. That's Abba. You see? That's our Father who art in heaven. Where's heaven? Well, heaven is not a physical place. Heaven is a state of mind. Our Father in heaven means that God is having a wonderful time. And we can be in heaven too. Or we can be in hell. And most of us have been there. You know, Dante's hell is very interesting. A lot of us, again, we think our imaginations can be so limited because we watch too much TV. You know, and when you watch TV, when they have hell, it's the guy with the horns and the pitchfork and smoke and fire. You see, that's hell. Well, Dante, 15th century Italian poet, didn't see it that way at all. He saw hell as this huge pit, kind of like a copper mine, and you go down and down further and further and further into the pit. And on the very outskirts of hell are people who were guilty of sexual sins. They were in hell because they broke the law, but they were on the outside of hell, Dante said, because at least they tried to love. You know? So they're on the very outreaches of hell. And then the more you go into the inferno, the more desperate and awful it gets. And when you get to the very pit of hell, you don't have fire, you have ice. And the pit of hell for Dante is frozen. And Satan is hanging upside down, and in Satan's mouth are three people. Brutus and Cassius, the two men that killed Julius Caesar, he was their best friend, and they killed him. And Judas Iscariot, who was Jesus' best friend who betrayed him. Because to Dante's mind, the most awful sin in the world is the betrayal of someone loved. That's why they're in the pit of hell. I think that's fascinating. And whether right or wrong, it's a poet's imagination that if it helps, use it, you know. And if it doesn't help, don't use it. But it's our Father in heaven, it's the state of mind. God is having a wonderful time, and we are invited along for the ride, if we choose to take it. Or we can stay in hell, which I think primarily is being in isolation. There's a funny American phrase, we refer to someone who's lost his mind, as if they're crazy. I don't think that you're crazy when you lose your mind. I think you're crazy when the only thing left is your mind. See? Everything else is gone. Memory is gone, body is gone, physical sensation is gone, and the committee is in permanent session. That's hell. And most of us have been there at one time or another, and some of us visit back on a regular basis. The biggest change is that now what used to be permanent residents just becomes tourists, you know, and they just visit, but they come and go, and that's the good news. Okay. Well, I don't have anything else that's true to say tonight, so why don't we end? It's about 8:16. Why don't we end with the Lord's Prayer? I thought I'd start this morning just by talking about Tradition 11 for a minute, which reads like this. Our relations with the general public should be characterized by personal anonymity. We think AA ought to avoid sensational advertising. Our names and pictures as AA members ought not be broadcast, filmed, or publicly printed. Our public relations should be guided by the principle of attraction rather than promotion. There is never need to praise ourselves. We feel it better to let our friends recommend us. Interesting principle. This is one of those things that goes through a lot of heated discussion sometimes in meetings. And I think there are a lot of people who get very confused about anonymity. At what level does anonymity exist? The way the short form of the step reads is our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, films, and TV. General public. I've heard people talk, like one drunk talking to another, and one drunk says to the other, well, I don't want to break my anonymity, but I am a member of the program. And I always look around the room to see where there is press, radio, films, and TV. If press, radio, films, and TV aren't in the room, you are not the anonymity is at the general level. Well, what about if people know I'm an alcoholic? Most folks in my neighborhood knew. My being an alcoholic is not anonymous. My being a member of this group is anonymous. And it becomes kind of delicate. I think the problem for this, well, there are a couple of reasons. Number one of the first reasons for anonymity was to protect early members from being overwhelmed by the need. When you had when the Jack Alexander article appeared in the Saturday Evening Post, zillions of letters went to New York, and that little central office there that consists, of 3 typewriters and a secretary, was just overwhelmed. And so part of it was for protecting members from having this incredible number of drunks pound down the door saying, "Help me now," But there's another reason for the anonymity, too, and that is, if everyone knew that Tom Weston was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous and I'm identified with AA on public billboards, Tom Weston got sober in Alcoholics Anonymous, and then they find me one morning drinking a little styrofoam, and sterno, well, they might conclude that AA doesn't work. That's why we don't do a lot of she got sober in AA. It's just dangerous because people confuse principles and personalities all the time. So it really is an attraction, a principle of anonymity at the group level so that people can it works on several levels. Number one, you're safe in here. But people in here know you're a drunk. It's with the general public that we have to be a little careful. And then some of us really do act like creeps. There was in Los Angeles, if you go to meetings there, maybe here too in Vegas, you bump into celebrities at meetings. And one celebrity had just started going to meetings, Liza M. And at one meeting, they lined up for her autograph. I would go out and have a nice cup of gin, It's an awful thing. It's kind of, everyone has a right to come in with a problem. And some people get so nervous about this, they don't want anyone to know, that they have to hide themselves in select groups. So you have some groups only for airline pilots. Some groups only for doctors. There are some groups only for priests. They're so nervous about it. It's just crazy. So I am one of the believers in the fact that, the fact that I'm a drunk, is pretty public knowledge. I also let folks know, without press, radio, films, and TV, that I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And when I've had to be, when I've been quoted in like a newspaper or something, they either do not identify me with full name or they'll refer to I got sober with a group of friends in 12 steps, which people in the know. Code word, It's probably a secret member of our group. Okay. This is a little scattered to start off with, but some folks, talking about the 5th step, some people are in the practice of doing a lot of 5th steps. One a year, one every month. I'm not. I think a 5th step is a biggie, and I think it's, you do it once, or you do it maybe occasionally, like every 10 years. But I don't think it is a maintenance step. I think personal inventory, after you've done a 5th step, personal inventory falls into step 10, where we continue to take personal inventory, and when you're wrong, you promptly admit it. I'll talk about that one in the second hour this morning. But I find some folks, there's a fellow in Marin County. Marin County is a very strange place. Anyway, he's a bit of a junkie, and he's been sober for 2 years, and he's taken 5 5th steps. And he was in the process of another one, and wanted to know if I would hear it, and I found out a little about him and wanted to know why. And what he wants, when he's done with his 5th step, he wants to feel very, very high. And he's done 4 5th steps and hasn't felt high. So he's concluded that he hasn't done it right. Do you think he's a junkie? I'm the kind of junkie, by the way, who takes vitamins and waits to feel them. Okay? That's one of the signs where we have a little pill problem. Maybe I should take a little more C, And this guy is addicted to the high, and I told him, I said, the 5th step doesn't guarantee you a high, The 5th step guarantees that if you do this to the best of your ability, you won't have to drink or use today. A lot of us come into the fellowship, a lot of us, let me talk about me. When I came into the fellowship, I lived my life at 2 speeds. There were only 2 speeds that were real. One was 90 miles an hour, and the other was catatonic. And anything in the middle wasn't real. Okay? And wasting time, waiting for the up or the down. You know, that. And I've had to learn that probably 5% of life is ecstasy, and another 5% of life may be ecstasy. And you know, what is that? 5 and 5 is 10. 90% of life is in between. And if I was going to get sober and learn to live a sober life, I had to learn to live in the 90%. I had to start learning how to go 25 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 55. Let's push it. But that was what I had to learn to do. And I think that's what many of us have to learn to do. Slowing down some. On allergies, I think, and this is part of feeling good too, I think if you can be allergic to one thing, you can be allergic to lots of things. And I think we are allergic to alcohol. Therefore, you know, if you haven't had a drink in 2 years and you still feel awful, physically awful, emotionally wiped out, you might want to take a look at sugar. Maybe, I'm just suggesting. You might want to take a look at caffeine, and you might want to take a look at nicotine. You know, see, in AA, we kind of say, well, we're against all drugs except sugar, caffeine, and nicotine. They're great for you, you know. Have a lot of those and you'll be well. Well, they even have that wonderful little thing in the book here where I won't be able to find it now, but they say they're giving it suggestions on how to stay sober. And he says, some of us found out by eating 430 Hershey bars, we feel real good, you know. Well, I think that's kind of interesting. You know, always keep chocolate in the house. Well, I find if I do a lot of that, I get so depressed and hungover that I think suicide's a step up. And so I have to be real aware of that. And I've had to consequently, to feel better, change diet over the past 9 years, and change exercise levels over the next 9 years, and change my relationship with caffeine and nicotine. You know, and that's almost heresy to say at some meetings, you know, because these are our sacred cows. If you smoke enough cigarettes and drink, like one woman in Berkeley, her name is Vicky, she said when she used to feel tired, she thought that meant drink lots of coffee and smoke lots of cigarettes. That's what tired, instead of why don't you go to bed? That never occurred to her. But it's true, a lot of us start, when I was, and on that also I'd like to say this is an easy does it. This isn't a rush into perfection. This is, if you notice that these things no longer work for you, you know, you might want to make a change. If they still work for you, gee, suck them dry. Just suck them dry. Take it to the max. I mean, I have never made a change because I thought it seemed like a good idea. You know, I make changes because there are no alternatives. You know, when I was teaching, I got to the point where I taught on the 3rd floor, and I could not walk up to the 3rd floor without stopping for air. You know, which is a sign, you know, that maybe I could cut back a little. You know, switch brands. You know. Oh, so allergies. A word or two on relationships? You know? One thing I'd like to make mention of is, and it's in the book, I mean, this is another topic we never talk about at meetings. It says on page 69, which should be an easy page to remember, we all have sex problems. In my copy, it's underlined. Okay? We all have sex problems. But we really don't talk about these things, and that's why a lot of us figure we're the only ones who get a little bizarre on occasion. And a lot of people find a lot of dissatisfaction in this area, and it's real. Culturally, it is very hard to talk about, and this is why, if you have a sponsor or someone you can trust a lot, that this is a good thing to talk about sometimes, at least with one person occasionally, to get it out. We had a class taught, I guess, 2 years ago now at the University of California on alcoholism and sexuality. Wow, what a topic. So I signed up, and I found this is part of that you get a counseling, a certified alcoholic counselor or something. You would take all kinds of courses. So I took the class, and in the class there were 40 of us, and of the 40, like 35 were in 12-step programs. And there were 5 people who were there because they were goody two-shoes. They were just interested in helping their fellow person. And I hated them. I've never trusted altruism, Anyway, of the group, we had, of the 40 people, I guess we had 6 men in the room, and all the rest were women. I'm 38. I was 37 then. There may have been 2 or 3 of us in our 30s. The rest were in their 40s and 50s, large number, and some in their 60s. The number of marriages in the room was phenomenal. Okay, just multiply 40 by 7, and you got about the number of marriages. Large number of children, large number of sexual activity and experience. And we found out that we really knew very, very little about sexuality. It's like you come to the program thinking you're an expert on alcohol, and you find out you don't know nothing. The woman that taught the course was disabled. She had a cerebral palsy, I think. And she was birth defect. She was delivered wrong, and she had a spastic hand and a spastic foot, and used a cane to get around. She was in her 30s also. Her name was Susan, and she was an adult child of an alcoholic. And anyway, as we would talk around the room, it was kind of interesting. There was a lot of information given to us. We had to read some books on male sexuality, on female sexuality. A lot of us came into the room with a lot of attitudes like, sex is dirty, but babies are beautiful. Let's not talk any more about it. It's a beautiful thing. Which means let's not talk about it, and she said, instead of talking about the rights and wrongs and shoulds and musts and quoting from lots of ancient documents, let's just take a look at what people do. Okay, what people, how intimidating, what people, which group? Well, let's just look across the board. Susan, a few things that we did learn, and we all, in the group, there was, at lunch is the time that we shared together. And I found some of that to be real intimidating. We broke up into groups, and our first conversation was on what were the sexual attitudes in your home when you grew up. Were your parents openly affectionate? Did they never touch when the kids were around? Was matters of sexuality discussed? What were the messages given? And most of it, my mother's Swedish Lutheran and my father's Irish Catholic, and that should answer all your questions about, freedom and equality in the home. All kinds of attitudes on women's roles and men's roles. In our society, it is presumed that the man knows something, or he's not a man. And it's presumed that the woman knows nothing, or she's not a lady. And it's very interesting when those two meet. Because frequently it's just the other way around. She is far more aware of her body than he is. And people who've been married for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years have never talked about what's pleasurable or not pleasurable, or what works or what doesn't work. Or I'd like to tell you that's driven me crazy for 30 years. Just to say that. Or that just doesn't help at all. Simple giving of information. We also learn that our sexual attitudes are so powerful, we just presume that sex and sexuality is for teenagers and people in their 20s. And beyond that, we should be embarrassed, being sexual. How can I phrase it? I'm blank on that point. And I see it. Isn't that frustrating? You can see it and the words don't come. Blocking, we call it. There are whole groups that we just presume have no sexuality at all. Susan was real interested in this because being a handicapped person, one of the society norms is disabled people have no sex or sexuality. And she said this is why when she was growing up as a young woman, her parents, who were very educated people, gave her very strong messages that she could be a professional person, she could be a counselor, she could be a teacher, she could be a millionaire, but they never told her she could be a mother or a wife. Because she's disabled. I mean, who would want to see someone with a spastic hand be sexual? And she said, go into a veterans hospital sometime and look around there. And the supposition is that none of those paraplegic or quadriplegic men have sexuality. Because they never have privacy or an opportunity to be sexual with anyone. You know? And the fact of the matter is, that's simply wrong. She also was a little, approaching it all from a disabled point of view. I go to hospitals on some occasions, and she said, just one thing. When you're talking to someone in a wheelchair, would you sit down? Because otherwise you're talking like this to a child. If you sit down, you're talking as equals. You know? Well, that never occurred to me, and I've hung out in hospitals for years. Anyway, we found we had lots of ignorance, and this was one of the areas where a lot of us figured, asking questions and reading some books and finding out about ourselves and how we work and how other people work and what tolerance levels are and what society norms are is real important information. And a lot of us never talk about it. So I found the class real liberating just for the sake that we started talking about things that we usually never talk about, But usually are so obsessed about we can't think of anything else. We're thinking about that and talking about something else. Makes life odd. Relationships, however. Here is how some of us have relationships. If you identify, just mark it in your heart. We are into short-term gain. Okay, short-term gain followed by long-term pain. Okay? All right, got that relationship? Short-term gain, long-term pain, followed by what? Disillusionment. I'll never do that again. God, that was awful. If you ever see me talking to anyone like that again, shoot me. God, I've learned my lesson this time. He was a creep. Or shall never deal with women again. Disillusionment. That's all right. So short-term gain, long-term pain, disillusionment, awful, followed by anxiety, discomfort, edgy. What do I need? I need some short-term gain. Because I can't handle the discomfort, And followed by long-term pain, followed by disillusionment, followed by anxiety, and we call these relationships. It's kind of interesting if you look around and you see what a lot of people consider to be love. And this is usually in terms of short-term gain. You wander into a party and you see someone and your breath is taken away. And all of a sudden you start feeling your pulse go boom, 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 boom. And your heart is just exploding in your chest and your blood is rushing. And you know that sex with this person will be so stunning that pigeons will fly out your ears. You know that. And then you conclude this is real, and you go for it. And you spend an evening together, or you spend a week together, or you spend a month together, or you spend a year together, and for a while it is just instant sensation followed by long-term pain. The person's a creep. It doesn't work, Some of us are real addicts in that area. And we think that when the pulse starts rushing and the heart starts pounding and you can't breathe, that's a wonderful sign. May I suggest that that's a bad sign? It's a warning? A friend of mine is a shrink, and he was going through a lot of things with women he was involved in, and he was in therapy, of course. Talking, and he was talking about all these relationships always started so wonderfully and they ended so tragically over and over and over again. And his shrink said, all right, the next time you walk into a room and you see that woman who stuns you, and you just, he says, don't even say hello to her. She says, she's like a drink to you. She's a drink with two legs. He said, instead, look around the room for someone who to you seems to be a little dull. Walk up to her and say hello. And have a conversation and see if you can exchange words. And if you can, ask her out. And ask her out for 10 times. And each one of those times have the only object of your association being conversation. And at the end of those 10 times, see if this person is someone you would like to start building a relationship with. That's impossible, you know. Well, what it is reversing this. Short-term gain, long-term pain. Reverse it to short-term pain, followed by long-term gain. And we don't even think of that. I mean, like those of us, I can hardly say those words. Because it's just so, again, I mean, I know some people who pull themselves out of bed every morning and exercise for half an hour. Short-term pain. And they feel great all day. Long-term gain. I can do it 2 days in a row. And then the thought of, I would much rather have the short-term gain of sleeping a lot and eating everything on the plate, and the long-term pain of being 700 pounds and not being able to move. You know, I mean, that's reversing the pattern. With short-term pain, the asking someone out who seems a little dull, you know, and spending time to get to know each other, becoming friends, having some kind of relationship, followed by a long-term gain, that's the way that most healthy people lead their lives. And a lot of us haven't done that because we didn't know you could. You know, you mean people can do that? You really can. But it's also on this relationship business. A lot of us figure, gee, I'm 6 months sober, I better get in a relationship, you know. Or now that I'm a year clean and sober, I should have my relationship. I think, between you and me, that there are far more important issues to deal with in the first several years of sobriety than having a relationship. I think self-respect and job and some financial amends to make and stuff like that is far more significant than finding your perfect lover. And, you know, that first year of sobriety is real early, so is the second, so is the third. But I know a lot of us compare ourselves because we're in the program now for 5 years and we haven't yet found the perfect person and we consider we're failures. We are enough. We are whole people. A relationship, by the way, is not the goal of life. Relationship is a vehicle. It is a vehicle to help you live a happy and productive life. And some people need that vehicle and some people don't. Friendship, yes, but I mean relationship, capital R, you know, the real one. Some people are, we are whole people. 2 sick people don't make a whole person. And a lot of us figured that was true. If I'm real neurotic and I'm with someone who's real neurotic, we'll be real well. It doesn't work. You'll be real neurotic. So it's another area of very strong easy does it. Easy does it. And we had to give newcomers a mantra in Southern California sometimes. Because they would come to meetings in heat, you know, and you could just tell you'd sit next to them and start, tan. They were so warm. And we'd have them repeat this. If I don't get laid tonight, I'm not going to die. We'd have them repeat that over and over and over again. So they could start focusing on things they could have something to do with, like, you know, starting to wash regularly, finding where the laundry was, getting your diet back into some kind of shape, getting some kind of self-esteem, finding a J-O-B. You can't use the word, you know, for some people for a while. Spell it, a J-O-B that pays your B-I-L-L-S. And once those things start to get taken care of, you get some kind of wholeness and togetherness here, then you are an apt candidate to form an intimate relationship with somebody. And until then, you're 14 years old playing. I think relationships are for adults, and I think that's one reason why we need to be cautious about these things. Also, I think there's that rule that is, don't get involved with the newcomer. I think some of us think that that's to protect the newcomer. It's not. It's to protect us, who have lived a fairly normal life for now 4 or 5 or 6 years, and all of a sudden you get involved with a newcomer, and you're as crazy as that person is very soon. We get very vulnerable. Newcomers are charged with God's grace, believe me. It's those of us that figure we have the program wrapped up to go out and have a cup of gin to deal with this problem. Okay. So it's for our own protection. Oh, God. Anyway. That's on relationships. Also, and this is on the feeling level, anger and rage are with us a lot, especially in early sobriety. Like for me, for 6 months to 18 months, that was my state. But I also found out, looking back, that I had a couple others that surprised me, and one of them is grief. Feelings of grief and feelings of sadness. And I didn't recognize this for a while because I didn't have any words for emotions anyway. But one of the things, when I came into the program, I went through a real mourning period. And the reason I was mourning was because I had lost my best friend, Bourbon. And this was the one creature on God's earth that I loved most consistently for so many years. And it was suddenly gone. And I mourned that. And I went through all of the stages of grief that go with it. And as people go out of my life, as I change jobs, as I change places where I live, I find I grieve. And I don't like that. Grieving is not a comfortable feeling for me. I don't think it's a comfortable feeling for anybody. But I mean, it's another one of those things that we never talk about because you should get over those things. But mourning really takes time. And for a lot of people, it's 9 months to a year if there's been a significant loss. But sometimes more than that. If someone close to you died, your sponsor dies, someone you sponsor dies, a parent dies, a teacher you love dies, we go through mourning. And I found reading some of the things by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross on death and dying has been real helpful to me in learning my own emotional process as I go through mourning and going through sadness, because I didn't know how to be sad. My basic... smile of the world smiles with you, cry and you cry alone. I never wanted to cry, and so I just shoved all that stuff down. And even I have yet in sobriety to cry for myself. I can cry watching movies. There's one movie, Ordinary People, which I think should be, must-seeing for anyone who's from a family. The first time I saw that, the family was very wealthy, but other than that, they were just as neurotic as mine. And I saw that film, and halfway into it, I just started sobbing. And the next day, I went back, and when the title started, I started sobbing. And I just got a lot of grief out. In the book, on one of these pages here, I usually don't remember where it is. 83 and 84. They talk about the promises of the program. Now, before I doing the promises, I would like to talk, because there's the promises of recovery, I'd like to talk about our society's 5 rules. And these are ironclad. I think they are more ferocious than anything church ever dreamed up. And I think they're killers. And most of us bring them right in with us to the program, and they... Rule number 1. You cannot have anything wrong with you. That's for starters. We don't like people who have things wrong with them. And look at advertising. Everyone there is perfect. And I was watching one thing last night. This woman had a pimple and was suicidal. What will fix me? When people see that, they figure that's normal behavior. I think she has a little ego problem. You can't have anything. Don't be too thin or too fat. Don't be too old. God forbid, don't be sick. You know, don't be ugly. Don't have crooked teeth. Don't have hair that's too short or too long. Fit in. Wear this. Don't wear weird clothes. You can't have anything wrong with you. Don't have harebrained opinions. God, don't say that. People will think you're crazy. I mean, for years I have read the Gallup poll trying to find out if I was anywhere in the middle. I have missed consistently for years. I mean, I am right out on lunatic fringe on most issues. It's just wonderful. And I used to be real embarrassed about that, and now I just figure that, they're wrong. I mean, what's normal in your neighborhood? I mean, I'm in my area where I have chosen to live, it's a very racially integrated area. We have lots of blacks and Hispanics and Asians and, Anglos, the statistics saying we're the most integrated city in the United States. And therefore, seeing racial mixtures, interracial couples, interracial children is very normal. Gay people and straight people mix very, very freely. Old people and young people. And they're a handicap. There are all these rules. City streets have to be fixed so people in wheelchairs can get on. So you have a lot of disabled people around there. This is an area that voted 85% Mondale Ferraro. So I have just presumed that's normal. And I leave that area and visit other parts of the United States, where everyone has a crew cut, including the women. And I kind of go into shock, and I say, what's wrong with them? So normal depends on the neighborhood you were born in, or at least you're living in, but in every one of those, it still is, you can't have anything wrong with you from those norms. Don't get weird. Don't look different. Fit in. See? Rule number 2. If you have something wrong with you, get over it fast. We like fast. We believe in fast. We're a culture of fast. We see the most complicated situations in the world solved in an hour on television. And if you're raised on television, you've seen that every day for your entire life. And you presume that's normal. Where the most wild emotions get resolved, in an hour. Or a week, So it gets kind of funny on that. If you have something wrong with you, get over it fast. Someone died, or you broke it up, an affair, or someone died, or you've lost a job. Well, snap out of it. Come on now. You talked about that last week. Rule 3. If you can't get over it fast, pretend you did. This is where most of us are experts. I think the 3 words that kill most alcoholics and Alanons are the words, just fine, thanks, with that grin, How are you? Just fine, thanks. Because after all, you're 5 years in the program, you really shouldn't be suicidal. Who do you tell you're suicidal? You tell your babies you're suicidal when you're 5 years? They'll think the program doesn't work. Relax. They'll just think you're suicidal. And if you talk about it, they'll identify with you, and give you advice, the same advice you gave them when they were suicidal. That's how it works. A lot of us, because we can't have anything wrong with us, we have to be graceful and charming and debonair and know the book. We lie here. We pretend. We live in that wonderful world of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is feeling one thing and it's being one thing and doing something else. That's a little hypocrisy. If you're in pain, you're in pain. I don't know whether it's a custom in Las Vegas. It's one that I see in some meetings, and I don't like it. People are so sensitive to self-pity, because we shouldn't feel sorry for ourselves. So some people from the podium will mention they've had just this really awful week, and everyone in the room goes, "Aw." I hate that. I figure, please respect my pain, And if you don't mock my pain, and I'm talking about my pain, which is real different from feeling real sorry for myself. But if I can't come here and tell you I'm in pain, where can I go? Pain is real. And I saw it happen a little while ago, and I just cringed at because it doesn't help me, My sponsor can deal with my self-pity, although I do love self-pity also. I mean, let me tell you, I think it's a great way of spending a weekend. So, you can't have anything wrong with you. If you have something wrong with you, get over it fast. If you can't get over it fast, pretend you did. Rule 4. If you can't pretend, get out. And some of us do that. Skid Row has 3% of us living on it. And also there are shopping bag people, the bag people, bag women and bag men. They just kind of mosey in cities, going from here to there with all their belongings in a shopping bag. They live real simple, honest lives. And I sometimes really envy them. I know why they've done it. Because they don't want to deal with all this stuff that we deal with. Income tax and credit cards and answering the phone. Who needs that? That makes a life. They just drop out. And there are thousands and thousands of people who do that. But Rule 5 applies to the rest of us who don't drop out. Rule 5 is this. If you won't drop out, at least have the decency to look ashamed when you're around the rest of us. So you come into groups feeling, my name is Tom and I'm so sorry. I should be a better person. I should be working a better program. I should have taken a better fifth step. I should have prayed more last night. I know I'm inadequate. I haven't looked at the book in a week. So I just keep on apologizing, and you stand in the back of the room hoping that no one recognizes you, and if you don't take up much space, can I stay? Well, I think those 5 rules are killers. And I see them practiced all over our society. If you are very optimistic and emotionally well put together and rich and white, this is a wonderful society for you. But if anything doesn't quite match that, you better pretend a lot, and look good. Just fine, thanks, And we don't know what to do with people who are chronically ill. We don't. We don't know what to do with long-term depression with people who've been sober for a while. People go in. Bill Wilson went into a major depression after he'd been sober forever. Went to see a shrink on a regular basis. Also nibbles Snickers bars all day long. I would suggest a connection. That wonderful drug sugar. But we like nice, neat packages as a culture, and we don't know what to do with people who aren't tightly wrapped. And I think that even comes into Alcoholics Anonymous, where our tolerance can be very short for people that don't look good. My patience gets real short with people that don't conform to my standards. Anyway, to contrast that, I would like to talk a little bit about the promises. And it says this on page 83. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. I think that's the first promise. To be amazed again. Most of us come into the fellowships of Alanon or Alcoholics Anonymous burned out, cynical, and we have not been impressed or amazed in years. Prove it. All of a sudden you start associating with the fellowship and you notice the sunset. And you turn to your sponsor and say, has that been going on all this time? Or all of a sudden you discover that birds don't shout, they sing. I think those are, you get amazed. Or you suddenly realize that it's been 3 months since you have been actively self-destructive. And you get amazed. Or you see this degenerate come into the room and open his or her mouth and speak exactly what's going on inside your own soul. And you're amazed. I think it's the first promise. And it comes right around here in times of amends. Then it says, we are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. I didn't care. I was not interested in a new freedom and a new happiness. I just didn't want to drink again. We will not regret the past, nor wish to shut the door on it. Ha! We will comprehend the word serenity and we will know peace. That sounded to me like a Hallmark card. And it had nothing to do with my insides. Who cared? You know, I just didn't want to drink again. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. Okay, I could see that. If I was willing to talk about it, I mean, I see how it could help them, but I was like me being real well and them being real sick, and I'd give them advice. That's how I saw that one. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. I was horrified. Oh, don't take my uselessness and self-pity. Those are my best friends, you know. And what I did best was feel useless and have self-pity. And they threatened here that would be removed. And I remember, in fact, the room I was in was on the 2910 Telegraph Avenue. When I suddenly heard those words for the first time, I envisioned that I was like this plastic bag filled with uselessness and self-pity, and it would all be drained out, and there'd be nothing left inside. That was not attractive to me. I felt I would be an empty shell. Because I knew nothing would fill it up. You know, it was going to be awful. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Well, those two made me feel guilty because I should already have taken care of those, you know. So I had to pretend. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. I resented that. I didn't want anything to change. My attitude and outlook upon life I had fought for mightily. And they told me it was going to change, and I wasn't going to have anything to do about it, and I resented it. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. Sometimes that's heard this way. Fear of people will leave us, and so will economic insecurity. Different. There's kind of a thing where it's a heresy. Where if you really practice this program well and are spiritually fit, you'll get rich. It's not true. It's not true. This step says fear of people will leave us and fear of economic insecurity will leave us. You can still be economically insecure, you just won't be afraid of it. I mean, people who are, sober 3 years and haven't made their first $1 million are convinced they need to take another fifth step, And it's just not true. I think you are a financial success if most of the time you can pay your bills. I think that's great. I have started subtracting better, but last year I was still bouncing checks, and that's because I never learned how to subtract. I was busy that year. When they taught us subtraction, I was doing something else, far more important. And I don't always write down in the book, $100, I'll remember it later. So you do too, huh? Well, now when I bounce a check, I call the bank and tell them about it. They already know, and we work out what we have to do instead of changing banks. Big difference. See, my thing with this, if you are really in tune with God, you'll be rich. If so, Jesus would have been the first multimillionaire. And Jesus tended to say that he didn't even have a place to lay his head down on a regular basis, Now, if he kind of lived close to the margin, so can other spiritually well people. But this goes against our culture, again, because we associate rich with wonderful, I associate rich with cocaine. There's a bumper sticker in Berkeley that says, cocaine is God's way of saying, you make too much money. Okay. It then, and the fear of people, I can still become very fearful of people when I don't know folks. But what I found I can do is, like coming to like an AA convention for me is very anxiety producing. Because three things. First of all, it's too expensive, always. Second, I can't afford the time away. Third, I won't know anyone there. Those are the first three thoughts in my head whenever I... Now, this is even when I go to a convention in San Francisco and I'll know half the people there. You know, still, I won't know anyone there, and it's too expensive and it's too far away. You know, it's across the bay, Tom. Oh, well, I don't want to go. I really resist new, and I really resist change. But I found when I can say, well, I'm just afraid, it's just fear. And then I can go, and if I sit down and stay stationary for a while and watch faces, I feel at home. But the fear is there. I found out that fear comes up for me for a lot of reasons, and fear of people does leave me if I take certain steps, one of which is talking to someone one-on-one. Fear of people leaves me. Or reaching out to touch somebody. Fear of people leaves me. Touching is a real important part of the program, I think. I used to, when I first started coming to meetings, I didn't understand, I mean, the sharing I liked a lot. I did not like the Lord's Prayer at all, but I would stay to the end of the meetings to hold hands, because this was touching someone, and I was skin hungry, and I needed to be touched desperately, and didn't know how. What does a hug mean, you know? Rigid. But it was important to be able to touch people, and now they did a study a few years ago on monkeys, and they were all from the same, you know, background, family-wise, and they had some monkeys in this cage with everything they wanted, and some monkeys in this cage with everything they wanted, and the only difference between the two groups was one group got touched a lot and the other wasn't touched at all, and the group that wasn't touched died. And they figured you need 3 to 5 hugs a day to stay healthy. And not little, you know, tight hugs, I mean hugs. You know. I think that's simply true. Well, it doesn't seem very manly. There's a program for you. Okay. Let's see. The next promise is we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. That's true. That was one of the first ones that started happening for me. And what I intuitively found out was this. If I was uncomfortable, I could leave. I never knew that before. This applies to parties, church services, family gatherings. If you're uncomfortable, you can simply leave. And I always thought I had to stay to the end because something might happen. You know, someone wonderful might walk in, you know. The real funny stuff may go on in just a second. So I never knew I could leave before. In the church situation, I have yet to make it through, in my denomination, the big liturgical event is the Easter Vigil, which is about 2 hours long and very dramatic, and you have baptisms and candles and all kinds of very high church stuff. And I have yet to make it through one of those. I try to show up, and my anxiety gets so high, I just have to leave. So I always, there was a meeting in Los Angeles. It was a Saturday night meeting on Wilshire Boulevard, and I used to, you know, the Easter Vigil would start, you know, and we'd start like at sunset. And I would, be able to make that meeting a little bit late, but I'd always make it, you know, just rigid. And they would, you know, they would time me coming in of how comfortable I was that year. You're a little late this year, Tom. But uncomfortable situations, I can simply leave, and I don't have to make a big scene and tell everyone about it. Or it's just, you know, my level of comfort becomes real important. This is true also for like the holidays. Remember those? We just got through them again. Some people have an awful time with the holidays. I find that my discomfort level starts on Halloween. And it continues until towards the end of February. You intuitively figure some stuff out. And I found this was always just a real fragile time for me. And for 36 years, every February for me was a time of black depression. Just depression. And I could not figure this out. And finally, the 33rd time through, it occurred to me that I was having trouble with February. You know, I don't make those associations. And February, as far as I'm concerned, is the longest month of the year. So what happened, I had to start taking a look at it and talk to people about it. And what happens is the earth goes through cycles. You know, you have spring, and you have summer, and you have winter, and you have fall. And there are some cycles where the whole planet just bursts out in life, and there are some cycles where the planet shuts down and is dormant, and everything goes interior. I do that too. I think lots of people do that too. And during that dark time, when it's dark and it's cold and it's rainy, I shut down. This is normal. And I found that starting around, there are only 2 nights of the year I'm afraid to leave the house. One is Halloween, and the other is New Year's Eve. For some reason, there is a fear. I become very clumsy and odd and weird on those 2 nights, and I'm very uncomfortable and don't know what to do regularly. What to do about Christmas, and should I show up to the family, and I just can't stand it, and all this pressure and grinning at people I can't stand. Well, what I finally found out was this, after one particularly awful Christmas. I only have to participate to the degree that I am comfortable. And if I don't want to go home for Christmas dinner, I don't have to.
But you only live an hour away.
If I don't want to go, I don't have to. And, a major truth can be said in less than 3 minutes. Mom, I'm not going to be able to make it. We'll be so disappointed. Let them be disappointed. So there were a couple of, 4 Christmases in a row, I didn't go home. I did other stuff. In fact, one Christmas I went to the movies. It was wonderful. And what about sending Christmas cards out? Gotta send You don't have to send Christmas cards out if you don't want to. I haven't sent Christmas cards out in years. Last year, I bought them for the first time in years. I didn't send them out. But I bought them. And next year, I may send them out. The last couple of Christmases, I've returned home. In fact, I've had it almost hurts to say this, the last couple of Christmases have really been wonderful. But there were a couple there that were just awful, and what about going to all the Christmas parties? I don't go. Even with all AA people I just get weird. New Year's Eve, dances. Everyone should go to a big AA dance. I tried this 2 New Year's Eves ago. I figured, I was 8 years sober, and I should be well enough now. So I picked a friend of mine up at the airport in San Francisco, and we were going to this dance in San Francisco, and she and I were waiting outside, and all of a sudden I just became paralyzed with fear. I couldn't go in because I wouldn't know anybody there. It's too expensive. That tape ran, and I turned to her and said, "Let me take you home." And we took her home, went to my house, and I was in bed alone by 11 o'clock at night, and asleep by 11:30, New Year's Eve, and woke up the next morning feeling a little embarrassed and alive. And I've learned to respect that, and that's okay. And intuitively knowing how to handle situations which used to baffle us. This is true especially for those of us in Alanon. I think one of the things we need to do is have at least one picture of Abraham Lincoln somewhere in our house. And underneath that picture, write these words: over 120 years ago, President Lincoln freed the slaves. Pass the word. Because there's a lot of this social convention that is awful and very uncomfortable, and why go through it? So I'm a big fan of Lincoln. Here is another intuitive way of handling situations used to baffle us. And this is my experience, and if it helps you, please use it. It's this. If it's after 11 o'clock at night, and it seems like a good idea, it's not. My experience. Always carry a watch. Let's see. And the last promise, we will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. This is the first promise that came true for me. This is how it occurred to me that God was involved in my life. Because I was 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 months sober and realized at that point that my obsession to drink and use had been removed. And I didn't do it. And God was doing for me what I could not do for myself. That's God's job, by the way. That's what God does best. There's an Americanism that says, God helps those who help themselves. I don't think that's always true. I think God helps those who ask for it. Because the time when I most intensely needed God's help, I could not help myself. I was just paralyzed. Inside, just paralyzed. And to come to believe that a power greater than myself can seriously affect my life is a real freedom of the program. And I think if your relationship with your higher power is your primary relationship, everything else falls into place. It's not Fred or George or Sally. It's your higher power. Because that's your source. And then you can use a lot of other things as a vehicle. The channels change. The source remains the same. It's 10 o'clock. I think we should break for an hour and come back at 11. And at 11, I want to say a couple of things about amends, real brief, because I don't have a lot to say about amends. And then I want to talk about prayer and meditation and God's will, and I'll give you the secret to the meaning of life. Okay? Why don't we end with the Lord's Prayer? Let's start with the Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Last session. The problem with that, all of a sudden I start remembering all the things I wanted to explain. When I was teaching, it would happen as the semester would go on, life would drag until all of a sudden the last week of the semester, and you have to cover 400 years. And you just start. I took some classes like that, and like world history classes, and we never got beyond World War I. So the whole 20th century was because we got bogged down in the French Revolution, stuff like that. I mentioned, we're talking about God, that there are lots of artists' conceptions of God, and some help and some don't. What I would like to mention on that is if any of those help, feel perfectly free to use them. I mean, that's what artist conceptions are for. And if you visualize God as being male or female and that works for you, sensational. Believe me, God understands, And if you like burning bushes, or if you like seeing God as light, or if you like looking at God as a color, whatever works there is fine for you. But don't be surprised if some kinds of art turn some people off. Like, I find it... There's an Italian Renaissance style where there are these awfully fat, chubby baby Jesuses that just kind of nauseate me. And also blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesuses do nothing for me. I just figure a Swede painted that, There's a Christmas card I might send out one if I can find it. It is a very chubby, fat, Swedish-looking Jesus with rosy cheeks, a little manger there with happy little lambs. And squilly writing all over it, and the front of the card, the card is so sweet and sugary that if you looked at it very long, you'd probably get diabetes. But it says, may the baby Jesus, in all this, lammy, fleecy stuff, may the baby Jesus, and then you open the card up and it says, shut your mouth and open your mind. That's what it says. I think that's a wonderful Christmas card, and one day I'm going to send it out to some people. There's another one, and it's used in Catholic circles frequently for the Sacred Heart, which is a whole special kind of devotion in Catholicism, and I think it's a 17th century Portuguese artist, and it's a picture of Jesus with very long hair and very elaborate hands and the Sacred Heart wearing these green and red robes. And if you look at it, it looks odd. And it is odd because at this time, a lot of artists were trying to convey the picture that Jesus was very gentle and meek, you see. And they know that a man can't be that. So the model that the artist used was his mistress and put a beard on her. And so if you look at it close, you realize it's a woman with a beard, and well, I've never found that terribly attractive. And I concluded that I had a problem with Jesus, and I didn't. I had a problem with that artist. The portrait I do have a portrait of God in my room, or a photograph of God in my room, and I have a smaller version of it that I'll pass around, but I want this back. It's by a photographer named Imogen Cunningham, and it's a photograph of her father taken at the age of 90. And what I like about it is his face looks slightly confused, and he's wearing great pants. And it's clear to me that it's probably a good image of God. It's just what I like. This is a non-threatening God. Someone you can talk to. All right. Let me try talking a bit about amends. What are we talking about? The step says, 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. How to understand it? All right, again, this is not an attempt to beat ourselves up. This is not an exercise in pain and anguish. This is a step towards liberation, believe me. To understand it, I'd like to suggest you take a look at the Buddha for a moment. And what the Buddha would say is that when the world began, everything was in balance and harmony. However, self-will run riot enters the picture. And things get knocked out of harmony. And instead of harmony, you have cacophony. Wonderful word. And everything is, askew. All right. What are amends? Amends are an attempt to restore harmony. It's an attempt to restore the balance. And that's what amends are. If you've done damage, try to heal. Try to repair. If you've taken something, return it. If you have wounded someone, try to heal. It's that kind of thing, to get things back into a harmony. So you make a list of all persons you had harmed. Examples. Say that your family is pretty high on the list. What can you do to make amends? Well, I should take them out to dinner a lot. Well, I don't know. I think one way of making amends is making sure that these days you're sober. Fulfilling your responsibilities, paying your bills. I think that's a way of making amends. One of my problems, or one of my great gifts after a couple of social drinks, is I become an expert on other people's defects of character. And I might only know them for 5 minutes, but boy, can I read their list. And I would do that. I know that shocks you, but I would announce to whole rooms full of people, other people's problems. And as a way of making amends, what I've had to do is, when possible, speak good about people. Be supportive of people. Keep my mouth shut when I get extraordinarily vicious. And I found, cold sober, I can be extraordinarily vicious. That was a real shock to me. Because I said that because I was drinking. No, I said that because I thought that. And learning how to be more positive. And it felt awful at first, because it was a new thing. If you were a thief, give back what you stole. Well, I can't remember everything. Well, then how's this as a suggestion? First of all, an example. One of the first people I ever sponsored was a student of mine. His name was Michael, and he was 17 years old. And Michael came into the program in Los Angeles, and Michael worked at a gas station and used to borrow money all the time. $5 here, $10 there. But he did it over a period of months, and it added up to a lot of money. For a kid, it was hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Well, he got sober, and he had to return the money. Problem number 1, his boss didn't know it was gone. Problem number 2, if he gave it to his boss, there was a good chance he'd be fired. So what he did, what we decided, was that we figured out, how much do you think you owe? And he said, all right, $500 is what I owe. So he would get paid every 2 weeks, and when he would get paid, he would, cash his check and take a $10 bill, which he could afford. It was affordable. And he would put it in a plain envelope and type the guy's address on it and mail it to him with no return address, with no explanation. So that every other Monday in the mail, this guy would get a $10 bill. Drove him crazy. But what Michael was doing was restoring the balance. And he did that over a long period of time, and then he joined the Marines. I thought I was a failure as a sponsor. And he told me they even have meetings at Camp Pendleton, which I was glad to know. What else is true? Say you owe a lot of money to a lot of different people and you have no idea who they were because it was in Chicago 20 years ago, and what are you going to do? Well, how's this for a suggestion? Make a good, honest estimate on what you owe. And then look around your community for an agency that could desperately stand an extra $20 a month. That extra $20 keeps some places open. Like what? Well, look for places dealing with the elderly or battered children or kids with cancer. You know, there are lots of agencies in this day of volunteerism when federal and state money is being cut left and right that have to close its doors unless local supporters come to their aid. This is an area. I think the amends step is potentially a tremendously important step to helping the community. Restoring the balance. Now in this step, I think this is the first step where the use of a sponsor is absolutely crucial. The others, I think sponsors may be helpful, but this one it's crucial because you're making judgments here not only about yourself but about other people's lives in making these amends. And with people I'm involved with, I'm a lousy judge. I need to have who should you choose as a sponsor? Find someone who has both feet on the ground. You do not need a sponsor with brilliant insights. You need a sponsor who's practical. At least I sure do. I also need a sponsor who doesn't panic easily. That's one of my requirements. And I also have chosen as my sponsor someone who is sicker than I am. Because that way I never feel they're superior to me, you know. So some obviously sicker than I am, and I take them as my sponsor. And I tell them, the reason I've chosen you for my sponsor is you're the sickest person in the room. You don't panic, and you have both feet on the ground. Now, and I can fall in love with someone like that very easily. So that's how Terry got to be my sponsor. Let me see. Yeah, because some of this, like, you're married, you've been married for, 209 years. And as part of your amends, you want to have an honest relationship with your wife for the first time in years. So you want to let her know everything that happened when you were drinking. And you want to let her know that 5 years ago you had an affair with her sister or brother, And I just declare the heirs. That's not making amends. That's declaring war. And a lot of times, some of us are so self-destructive we can't see that. And that's why a sponsor is crucial. A good, practical, down-to-earth sponsor. One man in Berkeley, one of the nicest things example. You owe a lot of amends to your kids, and your kids would rather not see you in this lifetime. What can you do? Well, check out Children's Hospital if you got one. Or Big Brothers. Or Big Sisters. There might be something you can do there that helps a kid. Or you owe a lot of amends to your parents, and your parents have passed over. You don't know where they are. I mean, they're over there somewhere, but you can't make direct amends to them. What can you do? Well, one guy in Berkeley does this remarkable thing. It's impressed me tremendously, and he never told anyone about it till I asked him directly. But I noticed he lived down the street from me, and there was this old man that lived not far from us, and every week he'd stop by the old man's house and pick up the shopping list and go out and do the guy's shopping and drop it by. The old guy he was in his 70s or 80s, and he could get around, and he was compass, and he was okay. But he was an old guy who was a little frail, and I asked him, was this, a relative? And he said, no, not at all. I really never knew him, but I had to make a lot of amends to my father. And my father's dead and has been dead for years, and a way of making amends is I decided I would do something helpful to an older person. And so I've been doing this guy's shopping for the last 3 years. As a way of making amends. And I think this didn't occur to him, it occurred to this guy's sponsor, and I think this guy's sponsor has a brilliant insight into what amends are all about. It's restoring the balance. Some of us think that making amends is writing, just going up to someone and saying, gee, I'm sorry. Well, I don't think that's always quite enough. Because some balance needs to get restored sometime. And when significant damage has been done, maybe you got some work ahead of you to make amends, like regularly telling the truth or helping out in the community somewhere, being of service. I don't think we get sober for ourselves. I think we get sober to be of service to our community, to our sisters and brothers, be they alcoholic or non-alcoholic. God's grace does not stop with us. God's grace goes through us to others. And if we're only here, so I get well and screw you, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. And the best way you have of guaranteeing your sobriety is by giving it away. And that might mean working, with some place once a month or once a week where people are in need. Seems to me. Step 10, continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. I think the most significant word in that step is the word when, not if. When we were wrong. Some of us think that sobriety means infallibility. It doesn't. We're wrong about lots of things, lots of times. And to be able to promptly admit that, you'll surprise all your friends. Step 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood God, praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. Want to say a couple of things about prayer. Prayer is communication. Sometimes prayer can be very chatty. It's like, the model I use is two friends talking. Sometimes you get together with a friend and you talk till 4 a.m. about everything imaginable. Other times you might drive from here to LA with a friend in a car, and in the course of, hours and hours of driving, you might exchange 5 words. Both of those are communication. Silence can be communication. You communicate in lots of ways. But in terms of prayer, in communicating with God, I mentioned the other night that a lot of prayer, I think, is quiet. Prayer can be conversational. Prayer can also be learning how to listen. One of the lines from somewhere in the Hebrew Scriptures reads, "Be still and know that I am God." Just to be still. But the mind does all kinds of stuff, as you know. And a couple of suggestions on prayer. Number one, sometimes when we're in prayer or just, up and around and alive, we feel sensational, spiritually great. The spiritual authors call this consolation. And it's one of the movements of the soul. Consolation. In fact, some of the spiritual writers will maintain that even when, for instance, you pray or you're at a moment of listening to music or watching the sunset and you suddenly find yourself crying, that's also consolation. Because it feels real good to cry, just to let all, consolation is all. But there's another movement of the soul in terms of prayer and spirituality, which is called desolation. And that's when you don't feel good. When you pray, you don't feel close. You feel alienated or distant. You don't feel God there at all. You feel abandoned, or you feel wrong, or you feel bored, or you feel dumb. That's all desolation. Well, what's that mean? It's just another movement of the soul. It doesn't mean you're bad. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. Souls go from consolation to desolation on a regular basis. That's the movement. Well, what should you do? Keep on doing what you're doing. Show up. Do what's in front of you. Pay your bills. Spend the time. Desolation does not mean stop praying. Desolation means make sure you spend the time you need in prayer, even if it doesn't feel real good. Teresa of Avila, who was no slouch, 16th century, Spain, she says that when she began prayer, she entered a world of desolation, which remained with her for 23 years. 23 years, non-stop of desolation. Well, what did she do? She kept showing up. And at the end of those 23 years, there were tremendous breakthroughs and tremendous spiritual growth, and all kinds of things happened in terms of mystical prayer. And in the Roman Catholic Church, Teresa is considered to be a teacher of prayer. And there are all kinds of books that Teresa of Avila writes on all kinds of stuff in the 17th, 16th century terminology from Spain, from her point of view. But a lot of what she says is real accurate in terms of consolation and desolation. Well, what should you do with prayer? I think we need to pray regularly. Does that mean every day or once a week? Regularly. What works for you. And when you pray, a couple of rules of thumb. Number one, the body's real important. You know, our culture doesn't quite believe that because we think prayer is all in the mind, you know. But a body is real important, so your body position is real important. If praying on your knees helps, use it. It drives me crazy. So I rarely do it. Occasionally, but rarely. Well, how else can you pray? You can pray standing. You can pray sitting. You can pray lying on the floor, although that is a dangerous position because you fall asleep very quickly. You can pray running. A fellow I know runs, 5 miles every day, and he starts his prayer when he's hit the 3rd mile. Because he finally is able to pray, and his prayer is very simple. He prays, God help me. God help me. And he's in connection. All right, so you start to pray. Now, what do you like? Body position. Let's try sitting, which is my favorite. Feet on the floor. That means legs uncrossed, by the way. And back straight and palms up. What have you done? Well, physically, you have put yourself in a position to receive. That's what you've done. You're open physically. If you pray like this a lot, you're blocking just a little. So, and then what do? Well, the first thing you do is become aware of the fact that you're not alone in the room. That God is present somehow. But I don't feel God. It's perfectly all right. Sometimes you will and sometimes you won't. But you come to believe that God's present in the room. That's God's job, to be present in the room. Then what do? Breathe real deep. 5, 6, 8 times. Real deep and slow. Just to get there. And you might just want to keep the deep breathing going. Now, what do you do how long should you pray? Well, start small and get big. Start saying, every day I'm going to pray for 5 minutes. And then when you've done that for a while, you might expand it to 10 and 15. I mean, some of us, if you're at all a junkie and a drunk like I am, you think, I need an hour a day, I can't start with an hour a day. I start with a little time just to have conscious contact with God, like the breathing, sitting in for 5 minutes, breathing real deep and real slow. And what's going on in my mind? That God's breath, the Spirit of God comes in and the Spirit of God goes out. Just to know that. And when my mind starts thinking about wild orgies and eating quarts of Hershey syrup, I refocus. Those are always connected. I refocus on the breathing. Well, I'm breathing. So you need a focus. This is why in Catholicism people prayed the rosary for such a long time. Because you had something to focus on, namely your fingers on the beads. And when your mind, the rosary, you weren't supposed to think about every word. Hail Mary, full of grace. It starts a rhythm. Hail Mary, full of grace, and Hail Mary, full of grace. And what it does is it quiets you down. And you're finally able to listen. The rosary was used for centuries before Valium was invented. To get people to sleep. And if, you're tired of your Valium and want to find something that's repetitive and put you out, you might want to take the practice up again. The Buddhists use the prayer wheel. And it's repetitive, it just goes, and it calms you down enough to listen. Listen to what? Well, I'll tell you about that in a second. But there's another form of prayer, and it's called, in the classical sense, Lectio Divina, or divine reading. And usually what it would be reading Scripture, but it could be reading anything. And what you do here first, you say, all right, now for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to consciously try prayer. So I've got a position. I've breathed a couple of times real deep and slow so I get there. I'm aware of the fact that God's in the room. And what I'm going to do is read for a while. What are you going to read? Well, let's try anything. Let's try, something from Matthew. And what you do on this is you read real slow for 10 minutes. You try a line like... ask and you will receive. Breathe real deep a couple of times. Think about the line. Does it mean anything to you? Ask Maybe that will trigger all kinds of stuff for you. Things you need to ask for, things you've received, gratitude, all. And that one line, as you keep, and you get distracted, and you're thinking about the Hershey syrup, you go back and read the line again. Ask and you will receive. And you go back to real slow breathing and thinking about it. You get distracted again, you start thinking about tomorrow, it's Monday, and then you go back, ask, and you're refocusing. Now in that 10 minutes, you might spend on that whole line. That's fine. This is not a race. Or what you might do is get to the end of the page. You find that ask and you receive and blank means nothing to me. Try the next line. Seek and you will find. Blank. Knock and it will be open to you. Blank. Perfectly okay. You're in desolation, that's all. Nothing's clicking. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. That means you just keep going real slow. And this is another area where slow is real important. And then when you get to the end of the 10 minutes, the alarm goes, beep. Say, well, it's been 10 minutes. You breathe real deep a couple of more times, and you might want to end with the Lord's Prayer or a simple statement of gratitude that you've been given this day and you're not drinking or using. Now, if you do that on a regular basis, and by the way, the big book can be read like that. The Long Island phone directory can be read like that. The purpose, slowing down. Now, it says here, when you're asking to hear, what's God's will and so forth. Well, what happens if you're learning how to pray like that? What are you going to hear? Well, you probably won't hear anything during that time of prayer. You might, but you probably won't. But what will happen is you'll go to a meeting 2 days later and the topic will be your obsession. That's what will happen. Or all of a sudden you'll meet someone who has exactly your problem, or you'll be in the Safeway market buying broccoli and you'll overhear two people talking about your situation and how you can solve it, and they don't even know they're doing it. What you do is you're getting ready to hear someone be of service to you, someone help you, someone give you an answer. And before, we're just too blind and too busy to notice. Prayer is a wonderful way of slowing down. And I think making a decision to pray regularly is making a decision to waste time with God, which is almost un-American, because we like being productive. And one of the things we don't like about prayer is we don't seem to be doing anything. Well, you're not. You're learning how to receive. And it's a school. Prayer is a school. And you learn in prayer lots about yourself and lots about the movements of your own soul. Some people I know who take this kind of stuff very seriously keep a prayer journal where they keep track of their distractions and the movements of their soul. And it just so something they can refer back to, or ideas that occurred to them. It's nice stuff. Well, what we pray for here, it says right in the book, is praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. So what's God's will? Well, I'll tell you, this book called the Bible, which is not a book but a library, is filled with women and men struggling exactly with that issue. What's God's will? And the book tells us something about it. The book says on page 133, we are sure God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. That's God's will for us. And also there's a funny line in here that I think, coming out of Akron, Ohio, white males in the 1930s need to be productive, and during the Depression. So they have a line in here that says, so we think cheerfulness and laughter make for usefulness. Practical, right? It's not just that cheerfulness and laughter feel good. They couldn't say that. It's useful to be cheerful and laughing. Productive stuff, America. I thought one of the reasons, by the way, I mentioned earlier about the financial security and stuff. One of the reasons I love Alcoholics Anonymous is because Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob Smith never got rich off this program. Bill Wilson, after he got sober, never held down a steady job. He had to rely on his friends for years, and it embarrassed him to tears. And he'd keep on coming up with schemes, and they'd never work. I love that. And Dr. Bob was a proctologist that shook a lot. The problem with happy, joyous, and free. If you try to be happy, joyous, and free, it's not going to happen. That's the paradox of it. Go to Disneyland sometime and look at all the people trying to be happy. You know, you're standing in line waiting for that 10 seconds of thrill, you know. Happy, joyous, and free, and you should probably look those words up in a dictionary when you get a chance. These are results of doing God's will. People who do God's will are happy, joyous, and free. There is one of the saints of the Christian church says that joy is the infallible sign of God's presence. You know? And usually a person who is joyful would not tell you that. But if you know a woman or man who is truly joyful, God's present in some way in that person. You know, there's an Now, what if they aren't churchgoers? Pay attention to that. Is it interesting how big God is? You know? What else is true? Happy, joyous, and free. Well, what's God's... I have a couple of suggestions on God's will. I do. I think God's will has a lot to do with choice. We have to make choices. What's God's will for us? Well, rule number one. I think that very frequently God's will is possible. Let's start with that. Now that surprises most of us right there. If it is impossible, you don't have to do it. Okay? Is that a new thought? Alanon, do you hear that? To dream the impossible dream. That's the Alanon theme song. I mean, we thought that was real life. That's not real life, that's Hollywood. You know, and it's real. God's will is possible. Okay. Number two, God's will is reasonable, usually. You know? This is why you need a sponsor with common sense. What's God's will for me? All right, choices. Well, I'm not sure whether I should move to Kansas or move to Maine. What's God's will for me? Well, I'll stand by the freeway, and if the third car that goes by is blue, I'll know it's Kansas. And if the third car that goes, have you done that one? That's not finding out God's will. That's superstition, is what that is. I think what you need to do is take a look at Kansas and take a look at Maine and say, is it possible to go to both of them? All right. Is it reasonable to go to both of them? All right. Which one reasonably looks up? And then you try one. Let's try Kansas. And you find out, give it a decent try, and as you're working there and doing stuff there and living there, are you happy, joyous, and free? And if you are, it's a good sign it's God's will. And if you're not, what should you do if you make a mistake? Promptly admit it. And then go do something else. There's a lot of risk-taking involved in God's will. There really is. And we all make lots and lots of mistakes. And it's not, you just don't suddenly have this blinding vision where everything's clear. I mean, things are cloudy. We make decisions without knowing all the data. People do that all the time. Welcome to the human race. A lot of us are real afraid to make changes because we're terrified of making a mistake. Well, listen. We have all made lots of big mistakes. Tell yourself, this can only be a terrible mistake. We've made lots of those. We'll continue to make lots of those and relax with it and go on with your life. And if it's a terrible mistake, admit it and go do something else. Should I be a doctor or a lawyer? Try one. Well, is it God's will that I go to Ethiopia and help with the famine? Tom, how's your Ethiopian? A little weak. Chances are no, I mean, maybe you don't have to go there. They talk a lot about, growing where you're planted. Woody Allen says 80% of life is showing up. And I think that's about 80% of God's will. I think for most of us, God's will means show up to work on Monday. On time. Pay your bills. feed the dog. You know? Take some time off. Have lunch. That's a lot of God's will. And it's real boring. You know? Unless you realize that we're doing what's in front of us. In those times of desolation, in those times of consolation, what should a person who's trying to be spiritual do? Show up. Show up. Tell the truth. And you get better. My sponsor tells me that in his experience, spiritual growth works like this. You need a couple of people to talk to. 2 or 3 or 4 people. You talk to them regularly. And when you talk with them, talk to them about the real things that are going on in your life. Not the bullshit. But the fears and the anxieties and the terrors and the things that keep you up at night. And, the stuff that you don't share. The real stuff that's going on. All right. And when you talk with these people regularly, do it without beating yourself up. I'm no good. I'm a creep. I should have tried harder. It was my mistake. Don't do that. Don't beat yourself up, and don't let yourself off the hook. Oh, it was all their fault. I made it. Simply tell the truth. And if you do that regularly with 3 or 4 people, you find you grow spiritually. You go through these things. They don't destroy you, and you don't drink. But if you keep secrets, or if you throw all your energy into defending yourself or beating yourself up, you stay sick for a long, long time. A couple of years ago, I got involved in a situation that I have condemned people for years. And when I was involved in it, I said, well, I'm the exception to the rule. You know? I can do this. I know I can do this. I can get away with it. It's just better. But all as I was doing it, as my head was doing all this fancy footwork, my stomach kept on going. You know? And what I did was I kept, as I was involved in it, defending myself to the max. I talked to my sponsor and a couple other people about this, and found out that I was not the exception to the rule. You know, this doesn't work for me either. And I was able to walk through it without dying of embarrassment and admit mistakes were made. And pain was caused. You know? And some confidences were broken. And it was awful. And we walked through it. And I'm very grateful to the fact that I had a couple of people to talk to. Well, what about just me and God in the room? The only difficulty with that is God doesn't usually say bullshit. What God usually says is, well, give it a try. You know. I think in many, many ways, my understanding of God is the perfect Alanon. Perfect Alanon. If you need to cut off your foot, God will say, cut off your foot. You know? And God will let you get real sick and tired of being sick and tired. And God loves a lot. And it's like the story of the father in the prodigal son story. That father, most willing to be of assistance to both children, but both children were busy being creeps, and the father let them be creeps. You know? God is a perfect Alanon. You need a woman or man you can stare in the eye with and talk directly to. Why? Because that's the way people function. Everybody needs someone to talk to. The Pope himself has a confessor. Now, I've applied for the job. But it's true. You know, this is why, I find it that we sometimes, even in Alcoholics Anonymous and Alanon, create gurus. And that's spooky stuff. My understanding of the program is that the highest rank you get here is sober. And people with 200 years sobriety and what's real is you're not drinking today. That's what's real. And there are some people with 4 and 5 years sobriety who are real healthy people. And there are some people with 20 and 30 years sobriety that are a mess. You know? Length of time means nothing. It's quality of time. And do you work the steps? You know, do you work? In fact, when I go to meetings, I get real I have walked out of AA meetings. I mean, I know people who are so well they haven't. But, I mean, I have gone to some meetings and it was just this, we're supposed to get together and share experience, strength, and hope. Some places get together and share experience, weakness, and despair. You know? I don't need that, you know. Especially during bleak times, I really need to hear the other stuff. There was one meeting I went to. I was sober under a year, and it was a young people's meeting. And I showed up late, of course, and kind of sat in the back. And everyone was talking about how much they loved each other. That was the theme. And it occurred to me halfway through the meeting that everyone in that room had slept with everyone in that room but me. So I walked out. You know, stuff like that. So, but I have to go to meetings where people talk about recovery. And the process, recovery is progressive. And I need to hear people talk about experience and strength. And I don't need drunkalogs. You know, I really don't. I was at a meeting a while ago, and this character who's been sober for over 20 years talked about his last week drinking. I'm not interested, thank you. You know, I mean, I would love to have heard about what it was like to be 20 years sober. You know, what's going on today, gang? You know, but that's a quirk of mine. Praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. I think a lot of us discover God's will sometimes in fear and trembling. And it's risky. And a lot of times when we make big changes, we find that it's real stressful. And a lot of times God's will consists of making changes, letting go of old stuff and going somewhere else. You know. New occupations, new jobs, new relationships. Step 12, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and others and to practice these principles in all our affairs. I think our process is one of waking up, waking up inside. I'm a slow waker-upper. Some people wake up real fast. I get a little nervous around them. I mean, even physically. For a while in college, I had a roommate who, when the bell would go off, he was doing push-ups before the bell had finished, and I sued for divorce. It made me real crazy. I mean, I like the kind of... I need about, well, when my life is fairly normal, an hour to two of just, you know, buffer zone. You know, before I dash into the day. Well, it's true on the program for me, too. I'm continually waking up. And it is an ongoing process of waking up, and it's like an onion. I mean, you get one skin peeled off, and another one is there, and that gets peeled off, and issues get a little different, and people get a little different, and and you deal with a lot of problems all the time. And I don't think we solve problems, not real ones. I think we balance them. And I think with most of the problems in my life, there are healthy tensions. You know? And when the tensions are maintained, I'm in pretty good shape. You know, like the need to be with others and the need to be alone. That's a healthy tension. You know, which one's right? They both are. You know, find out which one works for you best. The need to be attending lots of meetings and the need to be working a program, you know, on my healthy tension. You know, the need to be working on myself, the need to be working with other people, healthy tension. My integrity, my relationship with an organization, a healthy tension. My needs and wants versus the needs and wants of other people in my life, a healthy tension. And we balance those. Sometimes we give more to one and sometimes we give more to the other, but there's a balance. And the more awake I get, the more I realize that. And the awakening occurs as a result of these steps. A couple of years ago, I had the great good fortune to be involved with my first shrink sober, as a matter of fact, Leonard. He and I took a class from the Orthodox rabbi of Berkeley. Now, the Orthodox rabbi was no screaming liberal, I assure you. I mean, it was, although he had a beard. And he would teach classes like on Tuesday nights, and we'd go there, and his father was a rabbi, and his father was a rabbi, and it was way back there. And he was telling me his grandfather was a rabbi in a little town in Russia where everyone were, farmers and peasants and could read and write, but not much. In his congregation, there are 2 Nobel Prize winners and 17 university professors. He says, quite amazing, And just the same little, family line, the same little congregation, only the circumstances have changed dramatically. Anyway, we'd go and he'd talk about a lot of stuff. I figure, and he knew I was a priest, I figure on that anything I learn about Judaism, I'm learning about my own faith. Because, not only was Jesus Jewish, but so was his mother, which comes as a big surprise to, Christian anti-Semites. But, you have to reconcile that. So learning about, the history of Judaism and how all the Hebrew scriptures work and the interpretation, how the rabbis see things. So we'd go once a week, and on one occasion, this woman asked the rabbi a question. This rabbi, by the way, he's one of those people who is joyful. There's another Christian saint, by the way, named Irenaeus. He's 4th century from the Middle East. And Irenaeus says that the glory of God is the person fully alive. That's God's glory. A fully alive human being. That's what we're about. I think that's what sobriety's about. Back to the rabbi. The rabbi, as a teacher, what so impressed me, it wasn't just that he was bright. I know a lot of bright folks. And it wasn't just that he taught well. I know a lot of people that teach well. And, some bright people can't teach well at all, and some of the best teachers aren't very bright. It's funny how, but bright and taught very well. But also, he treated every person in that class, and some of the people in that class were nuts. As a teacher, I really respect that, because I think that is the mark of a big soul, when you can do that. Even the craziest questions, he was real gentle with them. Okay. Anyway, this one person asked a question one night. She said, Rabbi, what is a blessing? Now, I have quick answers for stuff like that, because I taught kids for years. And I would say something like, well, a blessing is the good housekeeping seal of approval. Next. Rabbis, however, do not give quick answers. They answer with questions, like I mentioned the other day, or they tell stories. And the rabbi, when asked with that question, stopped for a second and said, when God created the universe, Moses writes that God did it in 6 days. And at the end of each day of creation, God looked at what God had made and said, this is good. So God created dry land out of the water and said it was good. And God created the big light and the little light, moon and sun, said it was good, and the stars. And God created fish and said they were good, and cows and goats and avocados, Said they were all good. And on the last day of creation, God created the human being and did not say the human being was good. And the rabbi said, any conclusions? And one of the people in the class said, people are no good. And the rabbi said, that's a possible conclusion. And that's why it's a bad translation, he said. In English, the word good means too many things. You have, this is a good book. The good book. This is a goodbye. Buy this. Goodbye. This is a good person. This is a good pencil. This is a good dinner. This is a good movie. He said in English, good has too many meanings, and a lot of them have moral overtones. And he said, let's not use English. He says, in Hebrew, and then he looked at me and said, which is what God spoke. In Hebrew, God said, this is Tov, T-O-V, as in Victor, Tov. God looked at what God had made and said, it is Tov. And the rabbi says, what does Tov mean? Tov means something is complete. Tov means something is entire. Tov means something is whole. Tov means it is exactly the way it's supposed to be. The moon and the sun are created Tov. They can't be any different. Earth is created Tov. Fish are created Tov. Cows are created Tov. You can't make them more cow, But he said, people aren't created complete. People are created incomplete. People are created with holes. And he said, in the course of a lifetime, what is a person supposed to do? A person is supposed to get bigger. A person is supposed to fill in some of the holes. A person is supposed to become more of a human being. You know? We're born male, we're supposed to become men. We're born female, we're supposed to become women. You know, it's a whole process of growth in life. We're born, male, female, we're supposed to grow into human beings. And he said, as you travel down life's road, as you're on the path, as you're on the journey, as you're on your pilgrimage, as you trudge the road of happy destiny, anything that gets behind you and pushes you forward, anything that gets in front of you and grabs onto you and drags you ahead, anything that gets down deep inside of you and kicks and shoves and pushes until there's more room, anything that does that is a blessing. He said, and lots of times blessings don't feel good. And lots of times you don't know they're blessings until much later you look back at this situation that you knew would kill you, and you found out that opened doors for you that you never even knew were there. So it's real important, he said, to realize how blessings work. And then he told some stories about that. But when he said that, that was the first time that it occurred to me why alcoholism was the greatest blessing of my life. Because it found me to be very narrow and very brittle and very rigid and very judgmental. I was a racist and a segregationist and a sexist, and anyone that didn't agree with me, I had no use for whatsoever. It found me a man like that and pulled me into an area where it's better. It's better. And I'm bigger because of it, and therefore I'm grateful for the pain. Now, I think pain is part of the program. Suffering is optional. But pain is part of the program, and it's one you can walk through it. You can walk through it. Many of us exclaimed, "What an order! I can't go through with it." That's barely English, I've never heard anybody say that. And I've heard a lot of English spoken for years. But people spontaneously don't go, "What an order. I can't go through with it." What we say is, "Oh shit." That's what we say. But in books written in 1935 in Akron, Ohio, you can't be that explicit. So they translate "oh shit" into "what an order, I can't go through with it." The next time you're at a public restroom and feel the need to write on the walls, "What an order, I can't go through with it." And everyone will know who's been there, A sober alcoholic was here. I'm so glad. Okay. Do not be discouraged. The book says that. Do not be discouraged. It also says earlier, a line that I had just missed for a long time. It says that folks that have trouble here are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous. Developing a manner of living is what we're about.
I thought you grasped onto one thing and held onto it tight forever.
You grasp and develop, which means you have to try some stuff and let some other stuff go and experiment and attempt new things and read a new book and meet people you never would have talked to if you were living a million years. Developing a manner of living. Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. Absolutely true. None of us have. we are not saints. Now that's good to know, you know. This, by the way, is not a program for saints. This is a program for self-obsessed, self-destructive, compulsive, crazy people who are amazed that they can get from breakfast to lunch without having a drink or a major obsession about a person. I tell Alanon folks, we are one person away from an obsession. We really are. And it is just as awful as having that morning beer, you know, just to kind of get started. I sure am. We are not. If you want to be a saint, there are other places that will willingly take your money. But I mean, just do that there, please, you know. The point is, we are willing to grow along spiritual lines. Some people aren't willing to grow on spiritual lines. Some people want to plunge right into perfection and judgment. You know? Let them, you know? But we are willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. Practice makes progress. Not perfect. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Spiritual perfection, in my denomination, we did a lot of stress on you got to be perfect at the age of 9. And that created some real unhappy, crazy people for years. You know, be perfect! Progress is our most important product. You know? And you see it, you know, as we go along. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter to the agnostic. Agnostics only get one chapter. And our personal adventures. Good word. They could have said dramas or tragedies. Adventures. It's kind of like Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, you know. Our personal adventures before and after. You know, I mean, the adventure for me started after I got here. You know, beforehand it was just this very boring nightmare. Make clear 3 pertinent ideas. A, that we were alcoholic and could not manage our own lives. B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. And C, that God could and would if God were sought. Not found, not understood, not defined, not possessed, but sought. And that's the good news. And what we continue to do is seek God and seek God's will for us. And for that we need our own honesty and each other. Because that's how we stumble through this business. And that's the only way I know how to do it. So there. I think we should end with the Lord's Prayer.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. Pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.